instead of a Sober, we've got the Fade, so we're feeling like Toast is almost on meta here.
Yeah, I think Tarek's doing some cooking for sure with the Reyna Sage, so I think it should be an interesting matchup.
Okay.
Look, Mel's on Omen, I'm locked in.
Well, I guess from comp alone then, if you had to pick.
Yeah, who's comp?
Who's taking this?
I mean, if they've got the meta comp on the Toast side, I think they might be able to eke out some nice clean rounds. But you never know. Maybe they got some Grim Walls in their pocket on the Tarek side.
Yeah, true. Now, are you seeing this lean a little more attack or defense in your mind from your testing? Obviously, that changes when the players and the pros get their hands on it. But did it feel either side to you? Or is it pretty even so far?
I think it's mostly like up to the actual team performance. You know, it's like we give defenders these extra options on site, but you know, if you can't control mid, the sites will fall apart.
And it feels very centered around that mid long line of sight, right? This is Oppa's Paradise. I'm imagining Chamber. I'm seeing all these things.
It's just interesting. Some of these you talk about. I'm interested to see actually if these fights do occur kind of ahead of sight, how easy it's going to be to anchor. Because again, we have examples, especially currently now in the meta of just coming out of Tejo, where it comes down to your sentinel, your kind of last line of defense really that holds onto the side. So I'm really interested to see how that pans out.
Yeah. So I think a common, I guess, setup is like a 1-2-2. So your hard anchor on B, 2 people mid and 2 people on A.
Okay. We'll see who's done their homework.
Yeah.
Oh,
it looks like you have the hard anchor on B right here.
This is beautiful stuff to dive in on. We are going to be seeing. Oh my God! Look.
Wow.
These reveals already.
Who's got the lineups?
Yo, no, honestly, who's been cracking this?
Well, Mel said they've been scrimming for months.
True. Sorry, Shopify Rebellion. She's somewhere new. And it's just a brawl on the side. Tarek instantly diffed by 10s. No shock there. But still, the fight continues. Kaide next in the feed, and it's just going to be 10s posted up. He said he ain't pulling punches. He said he's going to be fighting this out. And it's all down to Sid City now. Brutally difficult to try and play this back in up against the 3 here.
Again, the good glimpse here of how the site's actually laid out here, but Sid City. It is to try and take it against the wall goes up, but actually it cracks the archway there.
I like these kind of like close shot points where you still got access to be able to play into it, but it does definitely urge you forward. A difficult situation.
That's 3K on the pistol.
Thế ai cũng tin cái tin đấy luôn đấy.
Yeah, really interesting. Somebody talk to us about this site.
Nó copy cái map Among Us vào xong rồi bọn nó tưởng mất thật.
Lots of possibilities actually.
That's a lineup.
That's a lineup.
Đi kèm trên cái banner trong đều rồi.
Yeah.
I
mean, something that maybe the Toast team could have done a little bit better is actually split more like left and right. It looks like they all 5 went elbow, where you saw that they were getting some friction coming into the site because they were all so clumped. I think you can think of it a little bit like Sunset A, where it's like, hey, you can make the decision. Oh, is that a timeout already?
There's no way this is a tech ball.
We just been techers.
Have we just been teched?
We can't be teched like this. You can't.
Welcome to the Pan Podcast.
Well, we get to talk about the map though, right? Now we can actually slow down a bit. Because again, it was quite all in, but I love the fact we're already seeing the value of that Fade utility straight over the top. The reveal was excellent, then you can kind of hit those rotates, you get that information off the middle.
Because actually the ping was so close to where the barrier dropped, so I guess that one of the things that you were hitting on was kind of how deep, I guess how far forward for the defenders these engagements can come. Is that sort of typical of how you'd see an early round start, particularly for an aggressive take forwards?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think defenders should feel like they have some decent options to like kind of fight forward. I think with the way that it's laid out, you know, you can like sort of line up a Fade Eye, you can line up an Omen Paranoia or a Breach Stun, stuff like that, and really try to take the early space. But again, it's kind of a gamble where it's like, if you're going to be putting a lot more pressure on like a main, you're leaving mid susceptible to a potential like late lurk or someone being deposited in there from smoke.
So I'm just looking at now on the minimap, the mid splits can be wild. There's so many options.
That pathing towards A looks so nice. Again, we're staring at the map, you're staring at the players. Unlucky for you. But yeah, it does feel like mid is just so critical at this point. Otherwise, you are kind of not necessarily funneled, but it's such an encouragement to hit those splits.
And also, like you were talking about the long sight lines and stuff, actually there's lots of spots for an operator to tuck in as well. Yeah. It's not like an ascent mid where there's kind of like, you know, one or two walls for the defenders. So yeah, interesting if we get any action in there.
Actually, it's interesting that you bring up Ascent because I think while we were playing, we actually found like there was like an M1, M2, M3 smoke setup that you can do. Like smoke on stairs is like your M1, smoke in top arch, M2, and then all the way at the top window is M3. So you can kind of, as an attacker, you can have options of what you want to choose. Like, hey, let's smoke M1, let's split A. Smoke M2, let's take mid control and kind of just sit around and see where defenders are going.
I like this as well, almost playing off site here for Toast side as well. Kind of, you know, the dart coming through towards A, pushing the space. I'm going to have to play back through potentially, seeing Eric's team take the
Em
long
dẹp
road.
mua được
And
mua
this
được 10
was
số
the cubby,
mua
right?
số
Trying
mắt.
to be played out by Toast, kind of like
So much
exploring
đéo
what
nặng
can be
mua.
held,
Yeah,
like
so much
maybe
đéo nặng mua.
even with the shorty, because it is quite
Bởi
close
vì là đéo
quarters,
ai
as you said.
đéo ai
You
đéo ai
need
xem
that
cả.
utility to clear the
Exactly.
space. Your Fade, your even potentially Skies, Geckos.
Yeah.
You're gonna be well
Nam
and
đi không?
truly
Một bên là
needed.
chồng,
Yeah,
một bên là
I
vợ.
think a lot of
Chịu không?
this map, at least from in my experience, is like a lot of
Số mắt
initially
là
setting
thế.
up their duels,
Chồng
like
chồng
clearing the
thắng thì
space
đi
and
mẹ
saying
mày
like, hey, we're good to
ngủ sofa.
go get frags. It's like they're trying to
Thắng
work.
vợ cái nó cho ngủ
First
sofa
time we're
luôn.
actually seeing a,
Làm ngay
I
vào
guess,
góc ngủ sofa.
group in mid.
Yeah, here's the M3 smoke.
My goat Mel's got this all day, don't you worry.
Let's say Mel's tucked right now. She's ready to spring the trap.
Just you wait, just you wait, just you wait. See?
Oh, that's not pretty.
Observers, why do you... You know...
It's a Prius moment.
Classic.
wow.
Kaide relax.
Nó một kill cho vợ.
Friday has been scrimming.
Vợ tay giật
Honestly,
kia đi.
Kaide looks
Hôm nay
like
cái
it's
bit Z
five alive.
stream lên
Those
tới
are shaking. Shaking. The nerves getting the better of him. Does anyone come this way at all? Let's see. Come on, Tosh, you got this. Be brave.
Khó chịu nhỉ.
I don't think it's good.
Good for one, even? What do you reckon?
I think he's got one.
No.
I believe in it.
Kaide clears this.
Kaide's knifing, bro. Kaide.
Đi chè làm quả.
Kaide, go!
Team kia đây.
I believed.
Trừ
I was all
2,5.
on board.
I mean, we're round 2 going for 9 kills. I'm here for it.
Số mắt như đéo kèo
Very
luôn. Số
nice.
mắt
So,
cả này
two
năm nay đéo
rounds
kèo.
towards Tarek's side. Is this kind of playing out? I don't want to say as you expected. It is
Hai
a
mươi
game,
kèo.
right? We've got people go.
Yeah.
Bình thường số mắt.
No, no.
Rồi bình thường mọi năm vẫn có kèo đấy.
Nice.
Thank
Even
God.
the crowd was
The
nervous.
synergy's just not
Vâng.
there yet for
It's
Team
not
Con
there
vợ,
yet.
con
They're
vợ,
working
con
it
khăn
out.
bắn tươi ghê đấy.
I put it on Mel mostly.
Cười tươi.
Okay.
You know, high expectations.
Bao giờ anh Nam đội vào là Big Crazy Guy bắn số mắt VCT.
Damn, Kaide, take it easy.
That is actually cooking.
So?
5-1.
Nam nói gì á? Nói lại
Okay,
coi.
buy
Nghe nó.
round coming out for Toast boys. We got
Right,
to see
I
them
know.
lock this down a little bit here.
Yeah, I think it looks like they're trying to do a little bit of default. You know, you have Vice lurking over towards A, and
Team ta lát mẹ.
Lột nó đéo
Nó bị lát rồi. Nó méo có gì này.
tủ lắc.
Sao xem mình tới bị lát rồi. Đây. Mình lấy bị lát không? Anh em xem bình thường không?
Không có FNC teamwork phải không?
Ủa sao tao bị đơ rồi? Ôi rồi ôi. Sao
Báo mồm cái rồi nhá.
nó quay nhỉ?
To be fair, Tens is being outfragged by Kaide, so I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
he's got to,
You got to win the mental game now.
That's true.
You have to.
It's mental warfare. Toast is unmoved. Toast is.
This is a great smoke.
Oh my god! Oh my god! No!
Gì đấy?
I'm getting.
Đốt điên.
Are we calling that corner Toast right now? I think it
We-
might.
we
gotta
can
call
point
it
it now.
I think it might have to happen.
I guess a
dear.
good example though, the difference here, because on A, you kind of have to clear this almost horseshoe wall that is it's obviously spammable or wallbangable with the recon coming through, but here, it's almost like the site opens up once you come through this archway, and I guess unless you're splitting through the other side, that choke point could be nasty for Util.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where the mid splits would have to come
Bây
in.
giờ chung
right?
kết
It's
hôm
like
nay
you-
18.000 người
with all
xem
the
ở bên kênh Việt Nam và Nam.
positioning that defenders can take, you really want to take a mid split and pinch them,
Chung kết
force them
chủ
to
nhật
some
có khác.
uncomfortable fights.
I mean, look, if that Algorn had just looked down, it
Mà
would have
xem
been
nhiều
different.
video
It's a bit of a trade through in mid. Ten's only going to get one this time, but again,
Chắc vào
that
xem map mới là
Algorn
chị.
was right there. If it had just checked that cubby, it would have been cleared. So there are outplay options. It's getting a little scrappy towards B. This choke point is going to be brutal. Toast this
Toast
time
trying.
does go down. You're not going to get Kaide twice like that. You should already take towards site. Again, I love this scaling up towards it. Great Gecko flash as well.
Ok đó.
Actually, yeah.
Mel, my
Completely
goat.
swept through. We'll need an ace.
Nam này cái CB này đúng hot nào bên C2.
Tarek.
No, Mel, please!
Ủa, vậy ta thích người nhảy, khó chịu ấy nhỉ? Mẹ ta thích
Josh is running, man. Josh is trying to get there.
mấy thằng làm content.
Oh dear. Mel, I need you
Fantastic.
to really focus here, bro. I really need you to focus. So far, has there anything caught your eye that they're doing that you guys had in your playtest? Or is it kind of playing out somewhat as you expected? Is it kind of along the same lines?
Yeah, I think it's playing out a little bit as we expect. You know, I mean, this.
I mean, maybe not this.
Yeah, maybe not that. Yeah, but yeah, I think it's like kind of what we're seeing. You know, again, if it's a normal attack map, three lanes. You know, there's going to be evolution more so on the strategy rather than anything else. But yeah, here's some nice aggression actually.
Again, it feels like you really can't take your foot off the gas on either side because you can get these early balls, right?
This contact comes through so quickly.
Ui, ten dẹp.
Ten's different again. Same as round one.
Anh Ten trốn vậy.
Okay, 3 players. Mel's got a vandal. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, Mel.
Quay chế thật.
I'm believing in this, like it's going to help it happen. It's not. As it stands, it's good work coming out from Tarek's side, and again, like punishing this, keeping these like late positions down middle seems so valuable, right? This is perfect. Examples of how much control you get by keeping that space in mid. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Split in a way, Ascent in a way. You're getting those moments where it's like so key to keep that map control for rotate.
Yeah, I think Split is a great example where it's if you can control mid as an attacker, you really hamper the defender rotation, and you cut that.
Yeah, that's devious.
Ủa, sao bách có kèo vậy
I'm
nào?
curious actually if we do see anybody hop onto
Team Toast, Team
Whoever-
Sazik. Trừ 0,5.
Whoever's going to pick up the operator first.
Show me the money.
Anh Nam đánh anh kìa. Team
Here we go.
Team Toast.
Again, these are the sort of lines of sight, and you're already seeing that U-tilt kind of trying to facilitate a push-up. I like what Mel's doing off the back of this too, right? Tarek on the other side's been gunning today.
Phê nhỉ?
I really like this play. Just nice
cá kiếm từ anh
defaulting
Nguyễn.
kind of around mid.
Nhà cái từ Trung Hoa.
I guess you're talking about
mẹ, có bắt được không?
defaults kind of, or I guess the formation
Để
looks
xem
like
có bao nhiêu nào.
the 1-2-2 right? You
30,
was 2 towards mid and 2 towards
Ta
ace.
xem,
Yeah.
ta xem, ta xem 11.
Again,
Mel
there's
bắt
that
chết ta
pressure,
chứ.
right? There's layers to this. You don't get that full freedom. Nice lockdown there. This is stunning
Cứ chạy
stuff.
ra chết kìa.
For now, though, you're looking at the remnant.
Ủa, mắt này là map Maret à nào? Nhìn vào map Maret kìa.
Well, the team
Mang này em nhìn trong lăn lá.
Maret.
And it's going to be difficult with
Mình nhìn cái mid giống Maret không?
Nhỉ?
Cái Maret không? Cái Maret bên A có một cái đường để đi vào như bên Maret kìa, đúng không?
Down to the spike having to be picked.
Còn side B thì cũng
But Vinny and Josh.
là hơi khác. Mà cơ bản là ta thấy side A là mid rồi.
Let's
Maret.
just see a full 2v2 in the post here.
Một kênh Hải nhỉ?
So this is kind of like what we're talking about with
Maret.
Maret.
Nhiều người bảo giống Maret.
Yeah, with the layered
Nghe
defense,
bài
Mel is able
dinh-
to
dinh
kind
chưa?
of the retake is very
Mẹ
easy
đi
now
nào.
for the defenders because they're not taking any forward positioning
xem,
in
xem.
elbow or in heaven. So now you're going to see, yeah, it'll start to kind of fall apart for the attackers because they didn't
Rồi
take
bom
that
kiểu
extra
khác.
space.
And Josh completely out of it. You're
Survive
right.
là survive,
It does
đúng
kind of
không?
force the hand a little
Đúng
bit.
rồi.
You want safety.
Exactly. So I think, yeah, if you're an attacker and you take the site, you might want to go and
Nam nhìn kỹ giống
maybe
Maret
greed a
chưa?
little bit more for that elbow space. Kind of like stop the rotation a
Nam
little bit earlier, like
lại
this
cơ
area
mình
here.
rồi.
Because if you don't, as an attacker, you're just going to be like fish in a barrel. You're going to get shot from a lot of different angles.
And I guess, just quickly, what's the pathing for the attackers to get up to heaven? It's around the...
It's around, so you have to go through elbow
Đó là
first
chim
and
bên
then
kia.
up the
Bên này
staircase.
nó nghe được. Anh nghe nói
So
rằng
it's almost
nó bị
like
đứt
you're
đứt
looking
đứt
towards
quãng.
either clearing ahead of the plant or I guess as cycle, because
Yeah.
that's usually where your anchor's going to...
Mấy anh này chơi hết phím bất tình nhỉ?
slip into, much like Split again, coming back into elbow behind,
Vandal mới à?
maybe towards stairs. But
Yeah.
Vandal pha
I
xe
think
qua.
also it's like, hey, if like your duelist wants
xem
to
lại
path into heaven
livestream.
on the way to site, like hey, if there's like a waylay or even no mid to like TPing into heaven and
Oh,
gets
yeah.
that forward positioning.
Think about that. Okay, 2 to 4.
Also interested to see if there's actually any kind of B post line where they can kind of tuck a couple of players in and then somebody come back and cheese a little bit.
I guess it's playing out. Ooh, hold on. Tens might be doing tens things.
He knows about more as well, but swinging a miss on the
Oh,
second.
nice.
Oh, he's still good. Nice angle there as well. Nice kind of like playthrough for him. And again, I feel like you're going to be able to hear a lot of these rotations too, because like as much as it is quite a big map, again you can kind of slip through into those mid connectors sort of areas. You can hear these rotations as they start making noise.
Yeah.
Quả nhìn nó chụp ảnh.
I think even now looking at the mini-map, you think about the size of
Uh-oh.
Ascent on the mini-map, it looks massive actually.
Prius, thank you. Thank you! Tens just a hit and run. Again, feeling omnipresent because of controlling that mid space. Ace player on our show, it's Josh to finally deal with him. But Vinny and Josh got their work cut out now. There's a firing
Three
squad.
here, yeah.
Mel's getting greedy. There it is. They take away Vinny, leaving just Josh alive.
30 seconds left.
We're chasing down now.
Toast. Toast is the worst kind of player, bro. Like,
my favourite kind of player, I've got to say. Spamming through with it.
Okay, all good, all saved in the end. We're actually getting a close game now.
Yeah.
I think like, everyone's kind of getting the tempo of the map as well, kind of getting the control of space. I'm trying to have a little look around for like little goodies. Like the observers normally show me it. You know what I mean? They normally like fly around and find some good stuff. Thank you. I'm already seeing it ready and lined up. And again, I kind of like. Where's the little salt dudes? Where's the little salt dudes?
Yeah, we're not seeing enough of Easter eggs. Just
No,
Này
can
nó
we,
mạnh nhỉ.
can we click a little harder on
Đi
that,
lên nó
please?
mạnh.
Again, we have like a half bite.
Cú lừa.
Ish. I think it's just Kaide down on the sheriff. I mean, you got to give your gunner the rifle. What are we doing? I mean, Kaide against Mel. The age-old. Tens want to take space. And I quite like that we're seeing this aggression from Tens, kind of showing what you can do space-wise. And aggression-wise, but Vinny up to the test. We're in the paint towards him. Kaide does go down.
Mèo tưởng là từ bên
But
link of
again,
Legion.
I love the fact that you can take kind of considered aggression.
absolutely, yeah. And it's, again, it comes back to that sort of.
Mèo.
Oh, actually, Mel.
Double kill. Triple kill. What kill one?
There she is. Take stand now. There it is. We're waiting for it.
She's on her feet now.
There it is. And this is a feel-good map, though. Like,
Chỉnh đấy.
I was initially a little bit worried about some of those 50-50 angles, right? It was something that was in my mind. I know a lot of people were kind of saying that sort of thing, that just being cognizant of it, but already seeing, like, the way it plays out, you're just going to be checking your corners. You just got to be using that util. Nothing is safe. It's
Bắn
that
xong mà đâu biết tại sao bắn
instant
được thế.
reminder, right?
Yeah, I think as well, like when you push up through the map, you know, corners will start to like clear themselves. Like as you slice the pie, right? As you're checking stuff one by one, things will naturally open up to you, and it won't feel as complicated as it might seem.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, mid split coming through. This is what we were talking about. They lacked earlier on.
Yeah, and the late vice look here.
Oh,
Nearly.
But she's
But
got a lane to
they've
play
been
from.
wrapped on, yeah.
Ah, that's smart as well. Getting out just in time.
13 HP.
Lucky for her.
Gọi thằng
But already side control is gained. I kind of like what they tried to do with that split. They're utilizing mid, kind of cutting through that path, and they gambled right. We saw the two sides stacked up on that mid side.
And just quickly on the walls here, is that only the Odin with the high penetration
Yes,
that will go through these walls? So it's
only
not
Odin.
rifles.
Not rifles. Yes, correct.
Okay.
Đừng hay ở lại.
All swiftly dealt with.
Spike planted.
And that's a little awkward for them now. Coming
Bạn
through.
nào đi con lá lắm, đâu hiểu sao.
Yeah, not going to be easy.
Bên tên
Well, this flank
có khi tao
could
nào.
be huge, actually.
And it's
Opted
like
to go back through
Giờ
mid.
này có khi đéo ai xem giả lại.
they're
Khi đi ngủ
trying
bé
to
rồi.
find a new pathway.
Ôi, đéo mẹ.
TP
Em thì sao?
corner smoke here.
mẹ em thằng che xem của thân nào xem nó đi.
Đi con của tao nó nước
Like
lắm.
all these stingers might have
Bây giờ đại là bình thường. May là mày là bình thường.
Oh, okay, they are.
Bởi vì tao nghe nãy giọng người toàn robot mà. Đã bảo tao.
Xem cùng đến 12 người cũng được.
Wow, nãy nó lag nó nói. Giờ đang bình thường thôi. Ở lại.
Again, another example of
Lại nó lag rồi.
Xem được
lesser purchase.
sáng mai
If you can
xem
get
đội
into
nào
this
thắng
side,
mùa áo
it
nhá.
can be really difficult.
2 giờ sáng dậy đi đái
Talk
sẽ
about the
xem
flank
được.
coming through, didn't wrap all the way through spawn, but
Wow,
come back through mid. It could be really rough to actually retake it.
Yeah, I think the
I
sage,
think that's
the sage is actually a really nice pick for the attackers.
Ali,
Because once they get
một
the
bốn
site,
đến
it
năm
like flips the castle. Now they are the defenders, almost, and now it's like, okay, how do
Mẹ kéo xe nổ này vì làm Chúc.
we, as when the script is flipped, how do we as the defenders take the site?
Ta
The
thích
thing
phê.
is, the main
Đồ
thing
đóng
here
xíu.
with this kind of, I'm calling it the
Ah,
horseshoe,
yeah.
the ball around A,
Đồ đâu rồi đấy.
that's typically how you'd expect it set up for a defender. It's open
Em
for the
thấy
attackers
áo
to
sẽ đi
walk
đồ đâu
onto
rồi.
site, so it's actually really interesting.
Chè lấy mẫu Arsenino đi. Chè lấy mẫu Arsenino với tao ghét rồi mày.
Potentially for the post
mặc áo Sentinel.
if we'll see one.
And I quite like the fact that you can see how much value
Mẹ
just that single smoking mid gets you. It
Yeah,
allows you to
Why?
cross up, right? Because I know a lot of people were scared about that. Maybe
Chín bảy nghìn này.
controlling too much
97.000
space.
tôi cút mẹ.
But Sin City got to respect this now.
Nghe xin được quá.
Oh!
Hai lồn tên ra.
97.000 này.
I'm pretty sure hit 10.
Cần mua thử không?
Oh dear, he's hungry.
Mua
He's
xong mặc
hungry.
nhưng đúng nghĩa là về làm thể long.
It's an aggressive take, actually.
It's alright. He's got to be made.
1v5?
Thì mẹ 97.000 thì mày
So in
mắc
this
thì chất
situation,
vải tốt đấy.
what are you looking for Josh to
Mua
do
kéo.
to make the most of
Yeah.
this
Mua để
time?
làm
I
thể long.
think he might want to put in the back elbow
Mua để
and
mặc
try to
ngoài.
like see if he can maybe like get
Mua
defenders
xong mặc
as,
chán rồi đem trả.
Thà đi ghét mẹ hơn.
like they're coming into the site.
Spike planted.
Oh!
Tens. Tens ain't got no chill right now. Yeah.
Áo cứu hỏa miễn phí.
Look, I know this is obviously a show match.
Senino bản lên lửa, bản con lên lửa.
Yeah, and just going back to that one smoke again, it's actually it's not necessarily a given. The defenders have to there needs to be kind of two layers, maybe somebody coming out from the A side to kind of complement that push. Again, not too dissimilar in the, I guess, the setup that. But in terms of ascent, you know, this one smoke on arches or deep towards pizza, you're asking the same thing, but you don't get the same kind of pressure short on ascent. This really asks you
Tao
to come out and get ahead of that push.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it with Sid City. She tried to fight up a little bit more, but she had to respect the four-man push coming down mid.
But it also looks quite playable. If you do flank away from that kind of like top mid, I guess, op swing position, there is playable space behind you. You're not completely forced forward. I do want to...
Cái thằng mang kiến minh cái trong này ấy.
And again, that dizzy, so nice. You're seeing like dizzy looking valuable, the fade eye.
There's a reveal over the top as well, yeah.
Đi mẹ cay vẽ rồi nhá, tao gửi cái ảnh cái chỗ
There was a smoke there. Tens.
cái gì sân quốc gia, sân gì để quốc gia thì có cái giải FIFA thì trước đấy. Tao gửi cái ảnh đấy buổi trưa xong rồi buổi chiều nó khóa mẹ nick tao.
Yeah, that is so smart. I get this sort of presence, right? Keeping that.
Hay là do cái ảnh đấy nó là mình có nick nhỉ?
Slipping a player down there gives you so much security towards the B side, for example here. City doing well, just hold that down, but toast.
Xong bây giờ team chơi với cả với Selby ấy.
Sao lại không?
Yeah, I'm just thinking actually, I touch it after this round. Res comes through, Vinny's back on his feet. Actually a push onto the side here, kind of tagged up though.
City's down on 15, but still standing. Could do with some support here. Again, Toast slow and steady, but Mel clean stuff. Mel, calm down.
Just thinking back to comms, actually, just touched there on the vice, but also the opportunities for deadlock as well. You're talking about the Sage Wall, but I mean, it could be really, really interesting in terms of the post plant and aggressively deny kind of ways back into.
Yeah, I mean, I think when this map gets into players' hands, I think they'll find that a lot easier work. Especially with when it comes to compete, you'll have the RR reduction on your losses. You can really play around with the map.
Đi mẹ không, đi mẹ tao sẽ mua để tao xem chất lượng như nào. Nếu mà ok, tao sẽ giữ lại được mập tôi rồi chả thì
Yes,
có chơi ai đâu đúng không? Đi mẹ
Chân gọi
In Toast's corner, you know, just knowing that now compounds issues.
why he's a judge player.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Bye
It does
nha.
make sense.
You're not hitting any shots for that thing.
Chịu rồi.
Một buổi tối tuyệt vời.
And this
Đừng
was
hay ở
a
lại
playable
buồn đi.
space, kind of top middle, right? Again, it does feel like super
Ở lại có lấy được phiếu, có lấy lại phiếu cho.
very swingable, very playable from those deeper angles, and I kind of like that synergy then between Tens.
Có cái buổi lấy lại về đây đi.
Bobby as well, kind of like both working that.
Thì Nam Trần.
Let's go, Vinny.
Cứ thế thôi, hẹ.
Just three of them remaining: Kaide, Vinny, and Josh.
Couple
of ults in play here too.
Ôi.
City gonna get diffed here. Gonna say it, Vinny.
Lỗi.
Clearing up a little bit, but can he survive now? Kobe, a little too late for that.
Kobe may
Another push out here.
Copy.
10 still looking for something. Set them up again.
Xử hai ông.
Starting to get
Hai ông
a
em
little warmed up.
It's 7-5. It's a respectable high.
Yeah,
Dẹp
sure.
quả áo bắn số bách một người. Đây đứng dậy gáy rồi. Bắt trước bọn Whoop cơ. Trời ơi. Ok, bắt trước với thằng chị support kìa.
But why not?
What the fuck?
I heard there is
Khi
like
đang dẹp thắng được quả round rồi đứng dậy bắt trước với thằng chị.
I've heard rumors.
Copplay chị support.
I saw a sneak preview of that
Nào rồi đứng dậy.
before the watershed.
Bắt trước chị support.
Because you'll find out soon enough. And again, like in the distance, there's so much.
Chán
I mean, visual, yeah, just
Bây Black còn đang tích mình đeo
visuals,
áo đội
again,
nào.
like,
Mình có mỗi áo T1.
when you're talking about elevating the art style and kind of the visuals and stuff,
Yeah.
the map itself looks great, but the
Vô
environment
địch
on
một
top
cái
of
rồi thì thôi ở nhà
Yeah, I
thôi.
mean, like,
Vô địch
shout out
nữa
to
điều
their
trong
team.
game.
They found one.
Okay,
Easter
okay.
eggs.
Sentinel
I mean,
vô địch ai
yeah,
để
What is going on?
áo đâu cứu hỏa
you
miễn
can
phí.
see our team had a lot.
3 4 5
I think
Yeah.
it was like something that we wanted to like really like hone in on. It's like
Hai đội T1 vô địch.
keeping that gameplay
Cái thứ hai
consistency.
trong 3 năm.
See the tag there. What looks like a hot tub up there as well. Hopefully we can touch back on that soon as Kaide.
Bây giờ phần đăng tin vô địch là không mày Sentinel không có đội vô địch, không phải là đội duy nhất và đội đầu tiên vô địch
I like
2
that
Master.
little like overhang kind of denies the dizzy coming through. So you can play some of these corners. Still have to be
Đó
really
ngay trong
up
phần đăng vô địch.
Yeah.
Phần đăng tích vô địch quá nhiều.
A bit of a different setup here towards, I guess, Team Tarek here on the B defense
Giờ kể
there.
cả có vô địch thì
Stacked up towards
Sentinel vẫn có danh đội đầu tiên có 2 master.
Sentinel.
Tens.
And she knows it's tens.
Yeah, yeah.
Ui, ten set. Ui, ten set. Kìa,
Stop
bắn xong
it,
mách phải
please,
như đồng như một.
Tens, please, it's meant to be fine.
Kìa, ten set. Bắn xong mách cái đấy thôi.
Sentinel không có DZ. Có DZ thì giải này ăn từ lâu rồi.
In a 1v2.
Ui, cái gì đấy?
Oh my
Đục
god.
chết sớm mốc.
Please come back.
Ui, Phylin.
Oh my god.
Anh ten tao đấy.
Tao hỏi team
So much.
Không, tao đang livestream bên kia rồi. Livestream bên này nữa nổ ấy.
I mean, it
Ôi,
was
clutch
the
này.
chosen one for a reason,
Bật
my
YouTube của tao ấy.
He heard you
Ôi,
talking
cái lắc xong.
about
Ta để
Kaido.
ultra low latency ấy,
Yeah.
như là độ chạy
You,
siêu thấp luôn.
stoke the fire.
Khoảng 2-3 giây thôi.
mày yếu không bật.
That was nuts.
Mày
Mày YouTube đi, ôi.
First, beautiful. The second follow-up though, it's almost like a little
Hai đi
fadeaway.
nhìn quả ten set nó bắn đứng mãi.
Oh,
Ten set lên mẹ rồi.
like headshot angles as well. Like you feel like you can play into it, but they are certainly they keep
Ten
these
thôi.
like playable options.
Bản thế này Sentinel
Yeah.
có tiếc anh không?
If you're tens though, the defenders don't stand.
Gọi anh gọi anh trở lại đi.
Nice to be tens, I
Yeah.
guess.
Anh
I
Right?
like the
điên vãi.
example of brute forcing on a pistol.
Yeah.
Em giờ vẫn đang bắn giải nữa.
Mấy cái giải có thì mẹ.
Again, these are those 50-50
À,
goals.
thế-
It's still
Ờ, mà
clear.
thua 2 trận liên tục
You have
đấy.
that option.
It-
If you're not
Thua hai
gonna
trận liên tục.
utility early, you're gonna get punished.
Yeah, it's
Cú
very
vớt.
dangerous to try to
Cứ vớt
contact.
Academy à? Ủa, tốt.
Toast
Toast
is
bắn
getting
vãi
his
đi.
three for sure.
Tốt này
Ace.
nhà đầu tư của Discord hai trận liên skill. Cúp về
He's in
giải
his
cỏ
cam.
thua hai trận liên tục.
Brilliant. Toast, get out of your cam.
Chôn.
Go hunting.
Toast
Discord
cameras.
anh
Right,
Toast này
Kaido.
thay vì
Deny
làm
it,
đội đến
please.
đây bắn.
Oh no, they've
Actually, yeah.
here they're coming. They're coming. They're coming.
Oh, I
They're on
think
the
we're going
way.
to see 4 knives out
They're
here
on
just
the way.
charging.
Oh, please, Kaide, don't go down like this. Oh no.
The
no.
flash hits.
Và Aileen Ace cho Toast. Ten Z điên thì ông này điên hơn.
With the ace.
Chịu rồi trẻ. Giải còn mới đang điên.
That's a nasty cam shot right back
Yeah,
to Kaide's
not
face. What
happy.
are you doing?
Not
Bắn
happy.
một cái số match mà điên. 86 ở team Ten và team Toast.
Nastiness.
Cái team Taric này.
And the judges look quite strong.
Tốt.
À không, team Toast là có Ten Z.
The kill goes
Ông Toast
one
vừa
way,
của
but if you're
bên Ten Z
stuck
làm
down,
A.
Toast
A với Jack.
And
Ây,
we're
khổ
talking
rất.
about kind of scaling up and leapfrogging.
Yeah.
Vô số
You can get to site so quickly if you win this opening engagement.
trước làm quả đội Discord. Discord có dây ấy, Discord bên bây giờ ông là streamer, ông ấy toàn
Team
stream
Tarek, I need you
mấy
guys
trận
to
của
focus up a
Discord.
little bit here. All right, we need a little bit more play.
Nhiều ngày anh được lên bắn sâu match cho cái giải cỏ.
Did you guys play much with the Sage, or was that something that you didn't really see as valuable as maybe we're seeing it here?
I think we tried
Yeah.
a lot of different stuff. I think the Sage is like we were trying like a more traditional, like hey,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
let's like wall stuff as an attacker, and like kind of what Yvonne did, like walling the main. But I think there's definitely a lot more room to explore with
Yeah,
Sage.
yeah,
I'd
yeah.
say, especially like on B and A with some of the elevation.
Can you get a wall up to see out the window?
I think you might barely be able to.
Okay.
People are going to be... Mike, why did you give them the idea? Why did you say this? Let me enjoy my games. Yeah, get that utility. Okay. Who's holding the site? Kaide with a Guardian. Trying to play that little bit of a deeper angle, but Tens...
But they didn't
Oh,
clear
there
it.
it is. Yeah, there we
Để
go.
bắt
Okay,
chết
one
vợ
more.
bắt chồng.
One more. Oh no, there's the flying judge.
Vợ chết luôn
Good
kìa.
trade.
Chôn.
We've got a team of judge abusers, Mike.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like there's 5 links.
Thôi thì tôi bắt lâu đấy.
Cái gì không?
Okay.
Oh, and there's the Omen going up into heaven, kind of stopping the rotate as fast as possible.
Không gì đâu.
That's super nice actually seeing that in play. Toast playing on that corner.
Tôi bắt đấy.
Oh, if you're not going to clear it, this is forcing
36
their
máu đi.
hands.
Toast. Tín hiệu
You
3.
have to be so reserved with your utility, so heads up with it. And
Kiểu
little
này
chess
chắc-
piece in the fountain.
They're the
Sao?
the
4 giờ
fountain
sáng
looks
chưa
like
vào xong
a rook piece.
I just think, I guess there we almost had an
Nó
example.
walk out em. 12 rưỡi, 12 giờ 15, 12 rưỡi bắt đầu bật.
Kind of getting into a scent in terms of like the smoke forward. They usually dash for the switch to close the door, but you can get up onto the
hut.
yeah, up on top of hut here, and then I guess it's just another updraft to get
Yeah.
straight into heaven.
Yeah, I think you'd only be able to get on top of hut because there's no second updraft. I think you have to updraft onto the hut. Or maybe you can't dash.
Yên vẫn cũng căng thế nào.
And it looks pretty all in.
Số mắt đéo mà lại bắn như bằng cả tính mạng.
Dodges the tether.
Not being slowed down yet, still trying to play his life. Nice little reveal on side, but there's a lot of bodies here. Running out of
Lucky.
lives to play with, but the back
Xong.
bounding through. Kaide killed. And at least he
Gì đấy?
stops the rot here, but Plant's going to be
10
in.
năm.
Yeah, so now the defenders are here though. They're
Một
ready
năm
for
đi.
the retake.
Bắn nhanh không?
See if they can do some damage on this one. Yeah, nice from Josh, keeping them pinned on the site this time.
Looking for more as well.
Kubi may.
Oh, Vinny.
Scanning ahead.
Oh, it's there. Does that help out at all? Ah, no one able to make much of that.
This heaven position is actually deadly as well. Getting the scope up here.
Last player
Oh.
Then
standing.
you can get anything done. Nope, it's
Oh,
sitting.
Clean.
Oh, now with a 3K.
Yeah, very nice.
I guess as well, yeah, you'd need to hop onto the little, maybe up onto the box to dash, and then so
Yeah.
maybe it's a little more
Oh, no,
clunky than the
yeah.
ascent approach, but
Yeah.
it was actually a nice set piece in the previous round with the cage
Yeah.
in the corner to kind of path over the top of hut.
Yeah.
Again, obviously been doing that in scrims.
Nice little inspect. Oh!
Oh! Yeah, we don't want that, it's not a judge. And again, just to come back here, how spammable is the hut from both
It's
sides?
not very spammable. I think maybe on the small bits with the Odin, but
Okay.
not the hut, like
Okay.
the thick part of the hut. No.
Okay, Toast without... Oh, excuse me?
What?
Tens.
Sorry? I didn't realize there was a second player. I found out in the kill feed. Oh, God. It's just filthy. Kaide doing the best you can, but I mean,
I think they're going for around the world right now. They're just
Rồi
in their
ôi,
spot.
ôi rồi
yeah,
ôi.
just taking the tour.
Team ta thích bị đấm vào mồm rồi. Team ta thích hơi lỏng. Ôi, mày nhìn quả này,
Oh, wow,
trái
we got
vào
some
xem.
ideas here. That's crazy.
Yes, they are.
Cái bãi
That's
đi nữa.
crazy.
Trái tôi chưa bãi đi đấy.
Oh, you've unlocked.
Trái đến đi con đi trái.
The biggest in space is like, what are they doing?
Guys,
Cay
they're
vậy.
all in
Vào đây
spawn.
Bọn chó đang chạy.
click đi mua đi không?
Bọn chó bên team tốt
Yes,
làm
the
cho
fun police
cay
did
được.
indeed arrive.
Yes, yeah.
I
Mã- mã
feel
đâu
like
được.
I could
Thấy
live
mỗi
through
cái
that one as well.
Mã đâu
Thấy
gửi
mỗi
ra.
cái click đi mua đi
Top
không?
five, guys.
Mã đâu gửi được ra. Cay được.
Tense kind of kicked up a gear. He's on 20
Là
points per level.
Yeah.
Đợi nào ai có lên thì lên.
Click đi mua đi.
You can see he's got back
Chúng
into
mình
the
nhìn
rhythm
vào.
of being on stage.
Yeah. Yeah, he's quite good at stage games, isn't he?
12 năm rồi.
Oh.
Xong end game rồi.
Oh,
Chắc được
okay.
xem
Okay.
VCT.
Comms, though.
So what would, where in the map would you say this is the most feasible approach?
5-man slam, probably through B.
Okay.
I think A, the attackers have a little bit more to work with.
Well,
Ủa sao mất 2 máu nhỉ?
Well,
they've teased us and they'll do it.
Yeah, it was all a ruse. And it feels like they're trying to extend a little bit of gameplay here. I'm
Why
seeing
didn't-
classics and
Chà.
chills, but I can also see your money.
Còn bên team tay dẹt bắn mất dậy vẫn luôn.
Oh no, 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 no.
Chúng
no,
nhiều
no,
tiền,
no, no,
chúng
no,
nó
no,
còn
no,
cầm
no,
dao
no,
cả.
no, Tens.
Bốn ông Srip, một
This
ông
feels like
Odin
bullying.
Yeah.
This feels mean.
chấp vào.
Big
Ấn Độ,
C's
Ấn
though.
Độ,
Oh,
Chưa.
look, look,
Ấn
look,
Độ
look,
à?
look, look.
Ấn Độ thì mất thời gian, câu thời gian đấy.
And there's a choke point. If they carry on this way, it's probably not going to feel. Oh no, if
Đông bọn này đánh Azam sao?
Oh no, they're getting baited in, Mike. They're getting baited in.
Đang muốn
Sitting
chim
You
mà.
can see they want to go in.
Đi chim được kìa, chim được một kìa.
Tapping the balls.
Chim được hai liền. Hai quả chim.
I thought one was enough the second as
Đây
well.
trai nhìn ảnh nhá.
Damn. Are you really going to take that, Tarek? Are you a let?
I love how it's Tarek the first to
Map
fall.
gì ấy?
Beautiful, isn't it? There it is.
Cô nốt.
Mí đấy.
Sacrifice.
À đâu, map này là đất 2.
Giving it
Map
up.
này đất 2.
Không ai đi đấy.
Wait,
Cái này giống mi đấy, giống mi đấy. Cái sai B giống mi đấy, cái sai A giống mi đấy.
a few guns made it into sight.
Có lầu không? Ừ, có lầu kìa.
Lầu
Không,
rồi.
nhưng mà cái lầu nó không kìa như này.
Đâu đó cơ sổ rồi.
Lầu là phải đi từ chỗ sau
Where's my
bên phải.
five-man flank?
Yeah, we were promised this.
Đó là nó nhái quá thì đi mẹ mày.
Okay, now
It's
we
gonna
got
be a very
five.
loud
We've
Sao
got,
bốn ông
we've
đừng
got
như
five
AK đấy.
Odins now.
Now we can see how
I
smart.
got-
Bốn
yeah,
ông
we're testing.
bốn ông bắn chết mấy thằng kia.
Balls up.
Tôi đi phải bắn đứng nhìn lên cam. Chắc là biết.
Well,
Well, this
Có
is
đừng
the
nói
way.
không ngắn kìa Mí đó.
Đã biết
At
có
least you
Odin.
have other spots to play.
Odin
Đi
kéo
về
được.
gặp.
Đã biết.
Kìa đừng
Yeah,
cho
option.
mình ngắm được ra Mí đó. What the fuck?
Đã biết. Bắn 5 có Odin rồi vãi luôn.
luckily, mostly unscathed here.
Số
Yeah,
phận của team
they
tay
didn't
dẹt.
really get too much from that. Actually, they're
I mean, yeah, toast the balls
look at
first.
look at
Coming
they're
fast.
just getting so much free info.
Tay dẹt nó béo rồi.
Oh,
Tay dẹt.
all comes in.
Rồi
It's
xong.
not pretty gameplay.
No,
Đã
no,
là.
this is not probably the caliber.
À khóa xuống khóa khó Odin.
No.
But you never know. Oh, it's just very loud here. It's
Bọn này
very,
bắn lộ
very
hết.
loud. Thank
Bắn
you,
lộ vãi
Vinny,
đi.
and thank you,
Phải không?
Tarek, for quietening down
Ui.
Team Toast.
Have they run out of money yet? As I say, do we get another knife round? Do we get another
Lỗi
weird
nào?
purchase?
Lộ quá.
I think they're just going for a
Nào
rip
thì
pretty soon.
một
Yeah.
Odin 4 lục.
I mean, for
Sau này
Toast,
thì
that
5
is
Odin.
just any
5
sort of
bit
shotgun.
9 chết.
I guess another question as well with
Câu giờ
to get a reveal into that site, it kind of has to go through the window. What are the opportunities to come over that arch?
ta đi comeback. Đây ta lick
Kind of
nào.
possibility for
comeback.
early
enough
reveal
Là
to
đích
set
cực.
it up, or do you have to take the space in front of that
Người
window?
ta dích cực
You kind
mà.
of need to take the space in front of the window. You can do some level of recon for it.
Here we go.
There's something in
They're
there.
going all in. They want to end this one, it looks like. For this tournament site, we do have that vice utility here as well.
Mà map này có cái gì hay không?
TP up towards heaven.
Có một cái Heaven hơn đúng không?
Go and it just clips the ankle almost.
Nhưng mà hiệu ứng chưa không bằng Ivy đâu. Hiệu ứng map này chắc không bằng
That
Ivy.
right there, that positioning is primed. Oh, but
Chỉ
Mel
băng
just
vào
goes
mới.
through heaven.
Look, Mel's getting kind of slippery with these positions.
Anh em
figuring
mình
out
phải
the
học
map.
master map này.
But did
Yeah.
she TP in actually?
Yeah,
She did.
Oh,
Không có con cặp.
okay.
Hình như đợt map mới ra
Là được.
từ map mới ra là nó sẽ
Danh nó
Hello,
sẽ được
Tarek,
bố
wake
miệng.
up here, buddy. Mel
Anh
is
ở chỗ
reining
điểm
it in.
Chứ ít
Nice
hơn.
nhiều.
Cộng thì nhiều.
Wimps out there.
Yeah, they
Khuyến khích
took
người chơi
bait.
chơi.
Thay vì
this
dodge
time.
map
Put
rồi,
TP in as well.
Oh,
Nó
Mel,
là
dodge
chơi.
map rồi chúng ta
advantage
sẽ
of
dodge
this
nữa.
could be lovely, but a
Đấy.
tap on the spike gonna draw the hand. Has to
Dodge để
show.
ra map đấy em. Bây giờ phải dodge ra để map đấy.
Ừ, dodge
Using it now up against
Ô,
Ngân.
mèo. Ô, bị lag rồi. Bị lag cái đoạn này nhé. Xong mẹ rồi.
It's nice to see what the Omen can do here as well. Just TPing around, getting kind of slippery with that verticality. It was super nice.
Thằng Dazik vừa bảo cầm mắt
I'm
cũng thua mẹ luôn.
glad we actually saw a couple of examples, particularly towards mid, some of the things we were talking about ahead of time. I'm interested in seeing kind of how the development of both
mới
parts
nào,
go.
cực.
That's where
Thua mẹ
I'm
luôn.
leaning with
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
The defender side aggression, like you said, setting up kind of set pieces and more initiator-oriented gameplay, but also how the postmars develop.
Bảo
Is there anything that kind of stood out to you?
No, I
chung
think
kết
they're
rồi.
kind of playing it how I would think like a high level team, you know, of this caliber would play. Like they were going for a lot of mid splits. They were trying to like take their time as they're getting the site. I think there was times where like example from Josh Ducky where he was able to hold down elbow and get those 2 picks. I think that's exactly kind of the gameplay we want to
Okay.
see.
Oh, that was good fun. All good spirits though, even after the knives.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, touch and go for a minute there.
Some brawl
The
breaks out on
PM
the
was
site.
coming out,
Yeah, it was ramping up a little bit, but I think overall, I just want to see what the teams do with this now in their hands. You know what I mean? Get those pro teams out there, see what they can make of this map, because you saw glimpses of what it could look like. And again, we are getting ourselves ready here for the Verizon post-game interview. You can see Yinzu getting locked in down on stage. And yeah, everyone just lining up. And again, I think a good first glimpse.
Yeah, for sure. I guess key takeaways, like I said, is I'm really excited to see kind of composition changes.
Yep.
Some of the other things we've talked about.
All right, we're going to pass it on down to Yinzu. Let's hear from the captains of that fantastic show match.
Well, that was
Fantastic so
a
much.
fabulous display of mechanics, skills, talent on the new map. I'm now joined by Toast and Tarek here, but I didn't realize you're going to
Toast
have
and
everyone
Tarek
here. So
here.
real quick, Tens, you're coming back, right? After that, you're coming back.
Đây rồi.
Maybe. Yeah, kind
Đang
of
giặt
got me
rồi.
washed, so I had
Fan đi
to
chơi
show,
kìa.
show her what's
Vào
up.
xem fan.
You have to come back,
Vào
Tens.
xem
That was
idol
crazy
của
up
mình.
there. But Toast,
No.
the judge, the
Fan Sentinel không fan
cypher,
Sentinel.
defense setups, it was so
Không fan Sentinel,
nasty.
chịu rồi.
What about you? Have you ever thought about maybe, I know
Fan
you like to
Sentinel
start
đây.
your own team,
Fan
but
Sentinel.
maybe put yourself in there.
Và quay lại Sentinel thì tính sau giờ chỉ là Cubert thôi.
Giờ chỉ là một thằng streamer linh tinh à.
I completely agree.
Một thằng streamer từng
But
bắn được xem
Tarek,
này.
it wasn't for a lack of trying. You brought
Giờ
it
chỉ
as
là
well.
trồng
Love
cà
the
rê
things
thôi.
that you managed to
Em
show
sùng
us.
vì tụi mày.
What did you make of
I
the
don't
new
chịu
map?
à.
There was a lot of kind of new things. We saw the Odin spam and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Chân chính phải nói
Well,
vậy.
honestly, that was not a great first experience on the new map. I was getting judged and ran down just like left and right. But no, I think it's going to be really exciting, and it'll bring a new flavor to Valorant. So it's fun to see what'll happen with it. Yeah, it's going to be good.
And very quickly, which team do you anticipate to be able to take over on this map?
Which team do I think will be good on the map? I mean, I got to say Sentinels.
I agree with you. But more importantly, there's a reason why there is a cake here. As you guys know, the loser is gonna get this cake to the face. So I just want to make sure we're out of the firing line. Toast, you earn this. Enjoy this. You need help? I think he needs a bit of help. Yeah. Here we go. Oh! All right, go for it, Toast. Oh my goodness.
Pha lìn.
Oh my goodness.
Đã định ăn bánh rồi. Đã định ăn bánh kem kìa.
Finals. Congratulations.
Đã định cầm chuối kìa.
To Team Tarek, but the main event
Đang
is coming
thì
up.
mẹ Valorant năm nay Showmatch còn chơi quảng cáo nó mất dậy.
Give it up for Team Toast.
Đấy,
Rồi.
Hôm nay con chơi gặp tí kèo máu á. Thằng nào thua phải ăn cái bánh kem đập vào mờ. Cái gì ngon thế?
All I gotta say is I'm a little bit jealous because I look like red velvet, and I love me some red velvet. Body built by red velvet. You know what I'm saying? But in any case, everyone, welcome back. Golden Boy here on the desk. We have the one and only. We have Leo Faria. We also have Anna Donlan. You guys know them, right? Give it up. Give it up. You don't mind? Give it up.
Để xem năm nay walk bên này walk Master thì walk out nhanh rồi nhỉ?
We do this every event.
We do.
It's kind of become a
Không phải
tradition.
champion nữa. Champion walk out luôn.
So why don't we go ahead and first talk about the new map? Just
Vẫn là anh Trọng đeo kính
looks
này.
awesome. Looks super fun. Personal experience, have you had a chance to play on it? Main on it?
I have played on it. I haven't decided who I want to main on it yet.
Okay.
I loved watching it in action today, though, because we make these things. We have no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I love watching them try. It was great.
And the trailer was great. Yeah. The cinematic was awesome.
Oh, it was super dope. Super dope. And that cake was super cakes approved.
Yeah.
Super cakes approved.
Super cakes approved.
Super cakes approved.
That's right. You got to hear first. But Leo, yeah, I mean, this map looks like it's going to be a pretty fun addition to the circuit when we finally get it added there. Lots of variety as far as like defensive holds are concerned. Even though we did see the attackers really do some work, so I think teams are going to have some fun with this one. What do you think about it?
Anh Nát à? Anh đéo ở đây. Nhìn thấy anh Nát đấy. Anh Nát ra đây. Tí là quay này.
Slip because we're going to be awarding our most valuable player at the end of this. Leo, who's in your running so far for MVP?
Look, man, I think we have really good candidates this event. I think, look, I think our boy Forsaken has a real shot.
I like
you
that.
Know, he's a PRX veteran who's been in with that roster since 2021. You know, his like flex player been killing the event, so we'll see.
Right.
But
okay, Toronto, how we feel? You think Forsaken could be MVP, Toronto? What do you think? We got some Forsaken fans out here. Anna, what about you?
All right, I think I'm gonna go Fnatic. I'm gonna say, it doesn't even need up to me. I saw them crown Kayak yesterday. They crowned their own boy.
They did crown Kayak.
So they're telling us they crown Kayak. I'm going with Kayak.
You know what? Honestly, Kayak has been looking incredible up there. We're looking forward to seeing him take to that stage. Oh yeah, that kid's incredible, without a doubt. Now, all right, well, look, we like to talk about some fun stuff up here. And any news that we should be expecting late this year and beyond regarding, like, you know, the game, the sport, everything. What do you got to share first?
I mean, there's always something coming, right? So, look, it is June, right? June? We're still in June? I think
yes,
June.
Crazy enough. It feels like it's been 5 years.
I know.
Yes.
Like, every time we come to one of these, I feel like the year just ended. This one has not ended. We still got a lot to go. Of course, we have another agent coming out this year, so we've got that to look forward to.
bundle mới không?
Yes, we do have another agent coming. We've got replays finally. Replays on the way.
Replays!
Bundle Phase 1 bundle.
I don't think we deserve applause.
9.900
I
VP.
am super happy that they're coming.
Bundle.
You know, we've got the Unreal 5 update. I actually did
Có
want
3
to
cách
say
cầm.
that we saw a lot of player chatter around
Sẽ có 3 cách cầm mới là này. Súng cái tay cầm cái nòng súng ấy. Tay trái.
Như cái kiểu
3 cách cầm.
xem được.
Giống bundle Recon. Recon cầm lên.
Really dialing in things like gunplay, agent abilities, things like that. Like, that's going to be a big focus for us. Hopefully, you've already seen some of those changes coming online. We've been working on that a bit. I've seen it in this event, actually. Paying off a lot. But I think what you're going to see post-champs is like some of our a little bit more aggressive changes. Not too aggressive, but like there's a good chance we break some stuff, you know? There's a good chance we break some stuff. So the goal is to get it fixed and good heading into 26. So yeah, I think the game's going to be in a really, really good spot heading into next year.
Oh, I know a lot of people are excited about that for sure. And, you know, for me as a little esports nerd, Leo, what do we have? Because champs around the corner. We're going to Paris. It looks like it's going to be a blast. What do you got?
Champs is always, you know, the moment we pull all the stops. Of course, we have stage 2 before, and that playoff is going to be sick. But yeah, champs coming up. Paris, by the way, a reminder for everyone: verify your account if you're going to buy tickets. Right, we want to make sure tickets go to fans, and we have a verification process. So make sure to verify your account. But look, we're very excited. We've been trying a number of new things this year, including leading a little bit more into this convention vibe, more community, more activation, fans closer to the action. And we're seeing that in Toronto. We're going to see that at Champs. But of course, we still have more to come. We have Ascension after Champions.
Yeah.
We have Game Changer Championship coming to Law Park in Seoul for the first
crazy.
time.
That's going to be so awesome. I'm excited for that one.
There's still lots to come this year.
Yeah, you know, even speaking for myself.
Ở đây lag rồi. Bây giờ bạn nếu mình đâu rồi. Test không? Mặt béo hay sao?
I think there's so many. I really love like that very first event we had fans, a crowd in Copenhagen.
Yeah. That was my first event.
Lock-in holds a special place in my heart. But I think my favorite is Champions in LA.
Yeah.
Just because look, it was such an iconic venue. It was Riot's backyard, so it meant a lot to us. And the whole story of that tournament was beautiful. Seeing that team and Potter, you know, lifting the championship trophy in front of the home crowd, it felt very special.
Yeah, it was historic. It was such a moment, without a doubt. All right, and what about you? What's your favorite memory of these 5 years?
This was like the hardest question on this entire thing.
Yeah, it's still listed as TBD.
I know it's TBD in your notes. I was like, what one thing for 5 years? Look, I will say, I think closed beta, honestly, is like, it's gonna just, I don't know what's gonna top that feeling in that moment when like, we had put our heart and soul into this thing. We didn't know if anyone was going to want to play it. We didn't know if anyone was going to show up. And then those servers started lighting up, Twitch streams, code drops. Like, it was so overwhelming. And physically dropping codes to people. We're like calling, can we get more servers? That's kind of like, you know, it was like this moment where we knew like we'd made something that people would like want to play and that they would want to invest their time in. And that was the dream. Like, we didn't make it for us. Like, we made it for all of these people. So that moment, well, I don't know what to talk about.
Even from like being a video game industry nerd, like what you guys accomplished releasing a game during was actually quite impressive.
Chắc vào Vitality chứ không mình.
Nào.
A lot of the industry moving forward, so and that's not being honest, like that genuinely is like what happened. So
mày còn bây giờ mày 2 trận xoay liên tục.
Fnatic trừ 1 năm.
I mean, it's always a pleasure to get an opportunity to chat with you guys. There's always going to be more trickles of goodness down the road, and I'm excited for it as well. But for now, folks, that is where we are going to leave you here. For now, you mind giving us a round of applause for Leo and Aaron.
Đi mẹ BO5.
BO3 còn cả em biết thông tin rồi. BO5 VALORANT, BO3 bên kia, BO3 thì bán tận 5 giờ sau. Trừ khi quay tay địa điểm một. Bên đông Mông Cổ rồi. Đây rồi.
Đây rồi à?
Em Jing.
Hello everyone, I'm Singh and I'm from PRX.
Em Hải thì sao?
Yeah, definitely a really good team and they also
ta bảo PRX để Fnatic điểm viên 2 mang.
Siêu-Fed BB has played a really big part in helping them.
Đó.
I've seen like many clips online of him like training
and
just giving them a lot of energy and confidence. So I think they played a really big part in how they're playing right now. So yeah, I think that was really important. So big props to Siêu-Fed BB.
Và giờ nó mà bắn thế thì mẹ mày.
Cấm con tram bùi.
It's really exciting.
Trận này 3-1 nhá. Và nó quạt.
We were like down 0-3 and we barely even
khó địt mẹ mày. Nếu mà trận này mà bắn căng thì địt mẹ mày. 3-2 cho Fnatic.
Cái gì cũng Fnatic toàn thì để thằng này quyết tâm ám các đội đứng cùng, còn mấy con chó này.
Thank you.
Quyết tâm giết chết các đội.
Ôi, ngài đội nào em chán.
Chịu à? Mẹ thằng chó.
Bắn BO3. Không nằm á.
Mày bị ngu ở BO3 mà chó. Bây giờ bắn
BO3. Bắn BO3.
Bây giờ bắn BO3. Bây giờ giải này bắn BO3 tạm đỡ rồi là bạn bắn chịu. Mày bảo chứ bộ phải đâm gì thằng ngu.
Nghe phải hơi. Không, ở đây ghi là 03 này. Ông nó ghi tỷ số 03 3031 này.
Nó lỗi rồi đấy.
Lag đấy.
Hiện 3-0 rồi đấy, hiện 3-0 rồi đấy. Tao nhìn thấy điểm chính xác không?
Điểm chính xác là 3-0 đấy.
2-0 mà.
Có 3-0.
2-0 mà. Mày nhìn đâu?
Em chụp lên ra 3-0 không?
Đây là VALORANT hay là bên nào?
Chỉ tố.
Bây giờ á? Tao nhìn 2-0, tao chả thấy 3-0 được à? Mày bị ngáo.
VALORANT thì đương nhiên BO5 rồi. VALORANT là BO5.
Giờ nó chụp đi. Tao chỉ nhìn thấy đang làm 9-5.
VALORANT nữa.
Thế VALORANT, tao bảo bây giờ, tao không bị rồi. Tao bảo bây giờ BO3, VALORANT BO5, tao nghe gì đấy. Đâu đi ông chụp cái gì, ông bảo ông chụp đi, thấy cái đéo đâu.
PRX thử.
Break chỉ 1,5
Anh lần
phán từ hôm qua rồi.
Gì? Đâu? Xin kèo nào.
Break chỉ 1,5. Break vô địch.
Cái nào được anh
cho kèo đi.
Được anh ơi.
Đá pick lồn đâu mà một. Break 3 lần vào chung kết Master về nhì hết. Đây, chúng ta đang có cái bảng kết quả của PRX và Fnatic trong
Chronicle. Bạn đọc nhiều map.
Map gì? Thăm sổ lại.
Từ cho Chronicle.
Không hề có nhiều cú quá không hay. Sau PRX một cái nó cái buồn.
Nhiều cú phải lên.
PRX cái hiệp đời đầu ấy. Thắng ngọt bảo kéo đấy. Tối Fnatic vô địch thì sang karaoke có cái lôn nhé. Kèo chó. Kèo đấy thì không bao giờ tôi điên được. Bởi vì em dinh tao sẽ cầm cúp. Hẹ mồm thắng.
Kèo nào em sang rồi. Đừng.
Lại nhìn bảng thành tích của tôi. Paper 9 thứ 12.
Đánh xe mò.
2 Copenhagen. Thời thắm ngọt quá không biết game là gì. Copenhagen.
Nhưng mà sao thì mẹ mày từ cái đội mẹ mày TPBank ở đi mẹ mày Pacific.
Đi mẹ hay cảm ơn trận chung kết với DFM. Cảm ơn DFM nhé. Tôi đã ở đó để xem PRX giật kèo với DFM. Và bây giờ họ ở đây.
Em mấy ngày xem ở đây.
Thì ta bảo tôi đã ở đó. Thì ta bảo chúng ta đã ở đó.
Chúng ta ở đó.
Nếu sao xem được cái trận đấy phủi vãi luôn. Bị mẹ anh át ngu quá không mà. DFM mới đang ngồi ở đây.
Mẹ mày đi mẹ mày comeback đẳng cấp vẫn luôn.
Comeback 92.
Anh Melee đấy. Melee. Adu thắng trọng.
Chronicle. Valin. Chronicle đang tìm kiếm chiếc cúp thứ 4 của anh ấy. Gambit Esports. Gambit Esports này. Login 2023 này. Master gì nhỉ?
Login sao cao luôn.
Đây là Master cái đấy thôi.
Master Paris.
Chronicle. Kẻ săn danh hiệu mạnh nhất rồi. Hai thằng, một thằng thì
Tokyo kia.
Một thằng thì
chữ gì ấy, chó gì vậy?
Một thằng thì mẹ Aura cứ vào chung kết là vô địch. Thằng Aura cứ vào chung kết là
Cây DA 2 chấm cơ. Hay luôn.
Cây DA mà. A có chữ A là 2 chấm cũng được mà. Bắn hỗ trợ nhiều được. Đi mồm vàng 1. À vàng 3. Thằng vàng rắc này.
Xin lỗi, em vàng rách được chưa? Vàng rách có gì sai?
Mày vàng à? Vàng ngay sau luôn. Xuống rồi. Nói như em thắng.
For years, you ask PRX, who's your IGL? Who's your IGL? They're gonna tell
anh thằng một Fnatic.
we're doing whatever. But now you ask them, and they're gonna
say
lại tiếp tục cái bánh xe bò.
as a leader through what has been the hardest patch for PRX.
Đấy bây giờ nó phải
They missed out on Bangkok.
Boster và Forsake.
Global event in Southeast Asia at home for them. But now here they are again with an opportunity and against a guy who's always loved this team.
Exactly. Chúng nó kéo chúng nó vừa chữa trận Epic thì mình mới dậy luôn. Đội đầu quay vào đấy.
Ý là 3-0, thậm chí là 3-0 để cho PRX 3-0
ở đây anh em châu Á mẹ mộng hy vọng PRX vãi luôn, xong rồi bị 5 thằng thì 4 thằng Navi bây giờ nó đấm một 4 thằng Navi, sau đấy là 5 thằng Navi. 5 thằng
PRX về nó cũng có mắt nữa.
Đâu?
4.75.
Có giải cút hơn đi. Gọi là PRX là nhiều tham gia nhiều giải nhất thì mới đúng. Không phải giải đéo nhưng mà
Em vào 4-1 cho Fnatic nên là thì có khả năng là PRX thắng.
4-1 là cái lồn chứ.
À nhầm 3-1. 3-1 cho
BO 7 à? Mày cứ ly quy đi cho lắm mà ngáo thế.
3-1 tí đúng rồi.
Mày bảo tao bảo 4-1 đấy, thì mày tao bảo mày ngáo ly quy đi không gì đâu. Ly quy 4-1 có kèo 4-1 mà.
Karaoke. Kèo karaoke. Được.
Mở kéo like kìa. Mở kéo like kìa.
Let's go ahead and hear what Kayak and Patman had to say to
3-1 chắc cho Fnatic trừ 2,5 đi.
I've now got the super rookies of the tournament here with me, PRX and Kayak from Fnatic. You
chưa có map,
have
ông đã
no
bet
idea
ngủ.
what the other person might be feeling right now because it is
Big Max on the bet rồi.
tournament and you're ready in the final. So I wanted to ask you two questions.
Cái vị màu hồng uống ngon.
What does it mean to you to make it already
Vị cũng đời à?
Ngon à?
Monster.
Vị
Ok phết.
Ổi hồng đúng không?
Ngon phết.
Kayak, you won Ascension, you know, like 9 months ago, and now you're ready in a global final. How does that feel for you?
I mean, means a lot, but
Mai thứ hai mà đi nhiều người thức xem.
No extra pressure, no anything.
Có ai thức xem 12:30 rồi xem bây giờ.
Hoping for a good game.
Xem Mông Cổ vô địch không? Tôi xem Mông Cổ vô địch không?
Đi mẹ quả đấy bắn BO5 phải đến đi mẹ 15 giờ sáng. Đi mẹ.
Con này á?
Làm gì chuyện một tiếng không? Nhưng mà từ từ nhá. Anh map Ascent từ dưới bị cấm. Hứa luôn.
Fnatic bắn vào đấy vãi luôn. Cả ba đấy bắn vào đấy. Bởi vì có thằng
con Ascent từ dưới bị cấm luôn.
Có con cha mùi.
Cha bơ.
Cha mùi.
Đi mẹ
Quả Fnatic bắn map Ascent kinh. Thì con cha bơ của thằng Antazer kinh vậy.
2k năng tài năng
không được ngăn cản luôn. Thì hoa sen bắn cái bọn quốc chịu.
Cái 2k5 người ta bắn cỡ đó nên em nghe hại.
Ê, first frag in round à? Làm tí frag PRX nhé.
71%.
PRX ăn mạng đầu tiên.
Ăn mạng đầu tiên đó, dễ mà.
PRX ăn mạng đầu tiên.
Bây giờ một xbet có à? Kèo bây giờ một xbet có à? Có kèo giống bên mấy thằng bet. Mấy kèo hay.
Cái Beaton à?
Ai ăn mạng đầu giống Beaton đấy? Thắng làm tí. PRX ăn mạng đầu đấy. PRX bắn không phê. Ê, Achilles chọn ngài Achilles chọn PRX. Ngài Achilles sau cái tỷ số 12-0 thì bảo ngài chết 5 kèo.
Nhưng mà đâu dự đoán trận Rocky
không, ngài chết 5 kèo rồi, 18 năm rồi. Ngài là 18 năm. Quả Zenly rồi. Hình như là quả MC của Pacific kìa, chọn 17, cũng 17-6, cũng chọn PRX.
Daily Genshin á.
Tí xem. Lại đi.
Oh man, they say lightning can't strike twice here, Toronto. Well, we're about to find out, people, because after 12 days of competition, we're now down to the final.
Nào, xem có báo cáo này.
It's PRX versus Fnatic, best of 5 for the trophy. The Masters Toronto Grand Final starts.
Masters Toronto.
HMU. Chui từ HMU ra.
Một.
HMU. Mơ.
It's like one mind together as a team.
Keep moving, boys.
Listen guys, just play side. People's thought and
feeling. Là phim ngắn rồi, là phim ngắn về tình đồng đội PRX.
Anh em lên thứ.
But there's some pride on the line here.
Together, boys, together.
Lên thứ.
Ịt mẹ, con chó ám clip mẹ Fnatic. Hỏng à? Anh em đâm Fnatic từ 1,5. Ra mẹ ngoài đảo. Thắm, anh chịu em rồi Thắm. Có ba hẳn thế này thì chịu rồi. Nó hiếp dâm.
Antazer y học ở đầu mấy em Jing.
Chịu rồi.
I mean, of course we were kind of sad, but at the same time we were so happy and proud of how far we went. Second time
Hải
I
thì
was
sao?
in grand finals was Champs LA.
Ỉa vào đầu em hả?
Súa gì ấy?
I still remember the feeling of walking past
Ắm cho anh một
PG
tab
and
YouTube ấy.
watching them hold up the trophy.
Một tab rồi.
Vẫn treo. Có mỗi mày
Về
treo.
nên nó mới nhảy một.
Nó lấy laptop em mạnh ra treo nốt đi.
We had the experience from Copenhagen and we would play really well.
Làm thế.
MSI GF 6
Unfortunately, that was not the case. After the tournament, everyone received
Anh
so
something
much
cười
love
to,
from the fans.
cười tươi quá.
That made me really happy as well, and it made me push harder to keep.
Hôm nay có bật cười à?
Tươi lắm.
Just like us,
Tươi không cần
it's
tươi.
been long since Fnatic has been in the grand finals.
Anh Hải thì sao?
It's gonna be a great match.
Anh đã biết hôm nay sẽ mấy giờ sẽ đến đi ngủ. Sẽ 5-6 giờ.
Hải luôn 5-6 giờ.
Mày phải sống với eSport à?
5-6.
Hôm nay hai này xứng đáng xem.
6 giờ thì ta cũng làm sao mà karaoke.
Thôi, mai liệt trên giường. Charlie. Vali, đây xem Ji Packing. Địt mẹ bọn chó Ji 4 tưởng chúng mày sẽ vô địch được. Bọn chúng mày cút. Cho lừa bố.
Anh ra cái mô.
Ra cái đó. Mẹ ra cái mô hôm mẹ chốc cái thua mẹ luôn mà. Nó chốc cái thua mẹ luôn.
Nó nắc cho 2 trứng địt mẹ.
Đều. Anh Batman, trận chung kết đầu tiên của tôi sẽ nhớ khoảnh khắc này mãi mãi.
Kinh nhỉ, địt mẹ mới bắn địt mẹ một mùa mà lẽ.
Mai luôn hai và Sơn nó gái anh thắng rồi. Tôi nghĩ những người chơi em tốt nhất là ở Thổ Nhĩ Kỳ. Để thằng nào gặp Big Tao tao là mỡ mồm còn lại kia. Thổ Nhĩ Kỳ đi chịu.
Việt Nam. Việt Nam có ai? Baby luôn.
Đi mẹ vô bắn như đỏ. Đi danh như đỏ. Đéo dám chơi game nữa. Đòi bet em mừng. Mẹ.
Điều thắng.
Hay quá, phỏng vấn hay quá.
Yeah. Grand Final. Vỗ tay.
Ủa, cúp đẹp quá.
Toronto.
Welcome to tôi thực ra mẹ kênh lộng xem một hay.
Kênh lộng anh Hải này. Đây anh Hải thắng.
Anh Hải.
Hải thắng. Đây anh Hải phải hết rồi.
Anh Hải mới chơi.
Và đi Batman ra trước ạ, hai luôn. Batman là đầu tiên. Quốc ao hôm nay đầu tư nữa nhỉ? Có đầu tư. Something ra từng đội trước mà, ra từng đội trước mà, đây ra từng đội. Something. Một cái gì đấy. Đà, cụ đà vang. Anh đà vang. Nobody cánh cụt quá.
Vào rồi tiếng Việt.
Bờ đi cánh cụt kìa thằng. Này bờ đi cánh cụt đi lại ra thở oxy chết. Trinh.
Vinh.
Và đi Alex đập bàn đi.
Kinh vậy.
Đập bàn đi. Đập bàn luôn thắm nhỉ.
And representing EMEA, the organization that's been here since the beginning, and a former Masters winner, let's introduce Your flex.
Và liền con Nico ra trước. Ok, con Nico. Thằng này hơn mình có 1 tuổi luôn.
Your star rookie.
Thằng nào đấy? Đá nhắc. Đá nhớ mặt thằng này đó. Anh quên rồi. Nico. Butter, Vali đã nhảy rồi. Đi mẹ con Dancer. Dancer mạnh nhất. Fire đi bại thằng này 2 cân 5 xong luôn. Cái mặt thế này là đây rồi, Flash.
Rất hay.
Anh này sang đây hôi cúp này. Hôi cúp từ bên Optic Sun. NRG. Flash.
Kazakh chơi xem. Chậm vậy.
Cái gì vậy?
Kazakh chơi bài 16,1 sen.
Điên thắng. Hơn là thắng.
Em chơi khá nhanh rồi. 16, 1,8 rồi.
PRX, this was not supposed to be their year. They didn't even make it to Bangkok. They started stage 1 wrong, but this train has been on an unbelievable roll all the way to the finals. The question now is only if they can get their first trophy. And as we take a look at the open map select, we see that advantage in the lead. PRX are going to take out the Haven somehow. They can do the entirety of the tournament and ascend. A very good map for Fnatic, where they've been showing a different face. Sunset is where things are going to start. And I'm surprised that Fnatic, even though they've been leaning towards the Lotus, towards the split, they decide to go for Icebox as their first map pick. I actually like this idea. They leave the Lotus, the split. I think the two most even maps in this series for the end. Fnatic, though, they need to win on Icebox, because Pearl's their permaban. They've never won on Sunset. They are massively unfavored against PRX on those two maps. If they win today, I think it has to be a 5-map series. It goes all the way. Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a very testing the resistance of the team. I think the third one is the one that is the most exciting. And you have a very good point. Fnatic, they probably will suffer in the first half of this veto. But this is what it all comes to. Yes, you've been learning a lot throughout this event. You've been showing new faces, new compositions, and you've also dealt with defeat. How far can you take it? This final is so interesting. Such different styles of teams. The fastest squad on the attack side at this tournament. PRX, who's prioritizing these double duelist comps, who is fast, they're crazy against Fnatic, who is a team all about the macro. They play slow. They try and make every decision perfectly. There could not be teams more opposed in the way that they want to play Valorant, facing off in this final.
But you know what's really interesting to me here, girls, is that, look, yes, PRX have been known for that W gaming lifestyle, and we love the W gaming lifestyle. But one thing that we have seen at this event might be a little cringe.
Tú xem Valorant này.
Exactly, that is the perfect word there, and it came in the form of
xem live của Valorant
really deciding, hey, in order for us to hit that next level, this structure, the way we have to build, needs to come from the foundation ground up, and they have done exactly that, and now look at where they are right now.
I think that especially because of the way the PRX plays the game, individually, fundamentally, they have to beat the best, because they have to thrive in the chaos that they themselves want to see themselves in. So for that to happen, everybody has to have the right reaction, the right read within the game. And I think that Fnatic are going to struggle, especially and mostly important is not what happens, but after a very quick round, if PRX hits you with another quick round, the downtime, the pre-round becomes the most important part in the game.
Yeah, getting hit with a jab and a right hook, right after the other, and that is something you do not want to have happen.
And that's where it's going to be difficult, I think. Most of these players, they've been on these stages before. They've won trophies, or at least gotten damn close in the case of PRX. But for two of them, they are brand new rookies, where this is their first global tournament stepping onto this stage. It hasn't even been a year since Kayak won Ascension in EMEA. It's barely been any longer since we saw Patman lose out on his opportunity to even go to Pacific Ascension before he got this opportunity with PRX. And now they're both in a final. And now one of the reasons why maybe Fnatic has been able to make it this far is the new revamp that we've seen in their coaching staff. We were just seeing it on the screen, both Scat coming from BBL and Milan. We heard yesterday from Yinsu, yes, when the first victory that EMEA had globally after the Gambit, that first champions that we remember very fondly, Milan was part of that ascent. He was, but on the other side, it's a change-up, right? Mini, the guy who was with Fnatic since the beginning, was at Reykjavik with
on the other side today.
Yeah, first ever tournament, and now here he is, helping out PRX. We're into the agent select for Sunset. This is a great
map for PRX. We expect them to lock in this Sage comp that they've looked so good on this tournament.
Yeah, we also have seen Kayak regionally playing with that Sage, making a little bit of those walls that we love and could have a lot of impact.
Bật
I want to see
Messenger
if
lên
he's
xong
going to
rồi
be
xem
expecting them. For me,
xem
it's
trạng thái của
one
anh
of the flaws or the gaps that I could see in the PRX composition is
Không
not
phải, nó
having that cypher that I think
emoji
that
à?
Sunset
Gif,
could be a
gif,
difference
nhìn này
maker in many of the
anh Alex
circumstances,
đập bàn
especially when you like playing slow
Alex
like Fnatic. So on the second half, that's what I'm looking at on the side
Đâu
of
có gì đâu.
And especially looking at
Em
Chronicle,
bắt anh có vấn đề.
Valorant's winningest player. He is so good at finding those timings, finding
Không
those
có gì
gaps.
chịu
His
rồi.
lurks have been impactful for all the years he's been at the top.
Oh man,
Ba
you
ba
can
chơi
feel
chết
it in
rồi.
the venue
Ba ba chơi
here.
vài phút.
It feels as if, you know, this is like a Super Bowl type
Đi
of
chạy
joint
cút à?
right now, and I'm all about it because you got these two teams
Soba
with such
something.
incredible
Something
stories
Soba.
that have brought
Hợp lý.
us so much entertainment throughout
Tôi
the
đang ngắm hôm
years.
nay
Talk about the
nhìn
5-year
PRX sẽ thắng
celebration of
khoảng
Valorant's
13-10.
history. These two teams have been there
tin
practically
tôi
from the
thì
start. So for these guys to be a part of this moment, but also to be facing each other on the stage like this, Mimi, in such a fashion, it really is something else.
It's truly special. Crashes as well. He
Ây
was there
da.
at the beginning, all
Ép
the
hạt thế.
best with Optic
Đúng rồi,
back in the
họ
day.
đến với chung kết
Didn't think he'd have
Master.
an opportunity to even play in Tier 1
Chúc Phúc
again
cho họ
after
chiến
how
thắng.
things went with NRG. Signs with Fnatic,
Họ đã lên
moves
thua
to
trận này.
Europe, and now back on another Masters
Yep.
stage at another Grand Finals with a completely new roster.
And you know what's really impressive about this Fnatic team for me, Bea, is the fact that this squad feels calm and composed in the moment. And in fact, they feel like they're relishing in this atmosphere.
Yeah, there's been some moments, right? But I think that they are learning from all of those moments. One of the people that has learned a lot and evolved a lot, not only Kaya that we're seeing here and how exponential his run through Valorant is also Alpha. The way that he controls mid on this map, if he is able to make a difference from map 1, it is not a good prediction for PRX.
And that's what it's all about right there, the trophy. And for this young man, that has eluded him for so long in his career. Even the other guy to his right there, Forsaken, now putting himself in a position to lead the team to victory. But folks, the moment is finally here, and the trophy is within reach. Let's get the grand final started and send it over to two of the greatest of all time. It's Brand and Sideshow.
Well, kind words from GB, but there is energy here in this arena today. We have two titans of the sport, to be honest. Legacy teams that have been there since the beginning, and they are battling tooth and nail now for a chance. PRX, they've had many chances in the past, but now there's another one.
Họ có rất nhiều cơ hội ở quá khứ,
And they are
nhưng họ
going
sẽ phải
to
đến
want
với
to grip
hiện
it, but they
tại.
are up against a Fnatic. Unstoppable all the way throughout that lower bracket. Looking to carve themselves into the history books a little bit deeper.
It's the team that has a strong claim as best of all time up against the best team that's never won. And there are many squads out there
VCT
that
Trung
would
Quốc
love
cũng
to have
phải
as many chances of PRX
phải livestream
had
bây giờ.
at a trophy. And PRX every time it seems
Ok,
to slip
YouTube
through
Trung Quốc
their
đã
grasp.
xem
This
200 người xem.
feels like the moment coming through the upper
Nhiều hơn
bracket,
mỗi
double
người.
map ban advantage. In some sense, it's PRX's trophy to
Anh Hải.
lose there in the middle between these two teams. But both are going to be scrapping for every inch, and it starts here on Sunset, a map
Đây rồi,
that
Sunset.
Fnatic are forced to play.
Xem thôi.
All steady for now. PRX nice and grouped up. Contact plays.
Thắm ơi, vọng Thắm ơi,
They can
vọng.
grab an unaware player, Fnatic. All playing A for retake though.
Anh ai
It's a
tôi xem
confident
thì
start taking this kind of risk. You could
Này,
well
Valorant
bet
tiếng
somebody
Việt à?
holding a one and done, but they're relying on the fact that Fnatic
Không.
love to play for
Tú
retake in
Sena.
these situations.
Nhìn
So
Sena
much
thì vãi luôn.
save
À.
for PRX. But to get
Này
themselves
có chơi
to the
Valorant
post
đâu
here,
chứ?
but bodies are
Xem nó
already
cười.
standing to get over
Có
towards
hả?
that A site.
Cái này đang Raven mà.
Five plays here, double
Tú
flank.
Sena đang Raven đấy.
Something has to be the stopping player in.
4 thằng đẩy, 4 đẩy
Already
City.
trying to take a fight straight for a
Well,
small nade, sailing up and overhead through main node.
Something
He's
alone,
getting
yeah.
squeezed, crashes. It's already drawn blood.
Kê đẹp ấy.
Thế là kèo ăn mặc đầu là Fnatic bú à? Tất bờ lớp.
Không biết, chưa biết.
Bú rồi, phất bờ lớp mà. Tung ra mặt của đấy mà, hiểu không? Đó mặc đầu ấy. Nó phát bom rồi. Gì đấy? Ngu thế. Kèm Peppa Pig thôi, ngu thế.
A slow siege
Ê,
upon
mẹ
the A
gỡ
site there, but
rồi.
both teams
Cụt,
actually
cụt,
Fnatic
cụt,
back
cụt.
into the retake. Managed to navigate all of that post-plant util. And the squeeze really came down on the Sunset. He had to hold two players off in the flank.
Anh hết ở ngoài này là kéo.
Crashies with a very important round.
Chịu à.
And the vital orb set up there for the retake as well from Chronicle, just allowing Fnatic to be able to get back in.
Tôi thấy quả Fnatic bắn được vãi đi. Một năm thằng một mạng, một thằng một mạng.
And here, looking like there might potentially be a crunch
Là tính
play.
giết trước ạ.
Boaster's got a paranoia he could go for.
Tôm chết ngay 2.000 nữa.
Chronicles hunting for heads.
Ui, Chronicle thấy nên là liên tục những nhịp spam vào trong smoke. Ở đây, nhưng mà đây Chronicle đăng ký
nghe như con cặc. Xem bình luận bị chậm rồi. Này không bình luận.
Em bị chậm hay ngày chậm?
Mày một phút bao nhiêu đếm đi. Tao nghe nó đắm bị chậm.
Sáu, 0, 4, 5, 3, 2,
58, 57, 56, 55.
Tranh một giây thôi, không nào.
5 giây đấy con, 5 giây. Đứng vào luôn.
Ôi, cảm giác rất điểm tiếng for second.
Ô, Alpha rồi.
Alpha rồi.
Em dinh bay bắn nó mồm Kazak rồi không? Sao em dinh hạ
Kazak.
Of course, he can take these risks with just a pistol in hand. He's not going to be offering up any guns here.
30 seconds left.
Death by a thousand.
Wooter.
Hai mạng à?
Another really
Hai
mạng
hold on.
Độ.
PRX not doing anything too crazy just yet. We know that this is a team that can turn up the tempo massively, but early on here on Sunset, playing for all
Đi cả thằng ấy đang dùng chuột demo này. Thằng gì nhỉ? Thằng Avatar dùng con DAV4 này.
Crashies, the drone, the recon, Alphas, Trips and Cam. And this round, expecting a B pop, Boaster's got the troops positioned to defend on B. 4 players stacked from Fnatic.
All stacked up. Crashies the long defender towards A. Full confidence in the retake. Kayak gone wandering, lurking up through mid. He's going to be getting a lot of information.
Ở đây Batman và Crashy. Ui, mẹ
One of the things they do wrong is clearing these kind of spots.
Slight miss shot.
Thì mẹ
Good information though for the attackers and Crashies.
Ui rồi Kazak làm 2 phút.
He might think though that that's a lurk player. It's difficult to expect the other 4 stacked up behind Kayak.
Đeo là cái tua của mình, tôi nhanh hơn mình. Này sẽ nhanh hơn mình 5 giây, 6 giây. Tao biết cái này đéo tua được.
PRX are left reeling on their buy round.
Số 3 đẹp.
Chỉ đấy, số 3 mạng lồn gì đấy.
Maintaining discipline. Composure that sailed them all the way through here. The rifles. It's going to have to be raw heroic to see them stand their chance in this one. PRX none the wiser. Lurks on lurks. Alpha here dropping to
Không
in their laps. It's inevitable at this point.
Jing's got an impossible task ahead of him. A 1v4
bỏ đấy đi.
Even if he tried to save, it's not going to work. 30 seconds. Spike about Fnatic can put the squeeze on. They'd love to get another rifle on board and deny it away from PRX. He can't even get one. What a beautiful round from Fnatic, Brennan. A couple of strategic things as well for this EMEA team, looking strong early. One of which is Kayak is feeling confident enough to go for that kind of play in round 3. This is a rookie player coming in, having just won Ascension. He's played fantastic inside EMEA in stage 1. But to be able to do that in your first global event, in your first grand finals, that is confident. That's what you need. And the other part too is they're stressing the flank. PRX don't have a cipher, they don't have a vice, they don't have any ability to watch the flank with some kind of piece of util. And already after round 3, Alex is calling a timeout. This is a worrying sign for PRX, considering that this is the map that arguably they're the most favored on. That's why they've taken us here first.
And there's all that talk about, listen, the double map advantage. Fnatic don't have a deep map pool. Let me tell you, when you get to grand finals, when you get into that best of 5 territory, forget the strategy, the experience plays the biggest difference. Fnatic have that in
Mic của em nó cứ bị chập chờn nhỉ?
the same argument for PRX, but they've never lifted a trophy themselves before. They've come close, and they've always missed the mark. It's one of the things that's going to be circling around their heads.
If you think all the way back to Copenhagen, the final map, as far as I can remember, they threw a crazy composition out there as well. They're playing Yoru Breach on Breeze, which is just, I mean, even in the current Yoru Breach era is a bit of a mad idea to comprehend. They were always happy to go in and throw the punches and see what landed. Whereas Fnatic, I think, are going to be coming into a game like this with heavy ideas and strategy and ways of anti-stratting and breaking down what PRX have got in store for them. Especially on maps they knew were coming early, like here on Sunset.
The Outlaws.
Cảm giác cái góc này thì cút rồi.
See your players on half armor, the dart.
Có sự cần check cao. Đéo được rồi. Mù.
Never a worry, never a doubt that that recon was going to get broken. Crashes always have that.
Bên này mới ngon nhá nhá thôi mà.
Thì Dinh xử lý Potter nhưng mà rồi chắc xin được rồi.
Thôi đừng bình luận, anh xin em đấy. Thời gian đéo đồng bộ đâu mà bình luận.
Ôi, đây. Đi vẽ như Potter cần đục.
Đục cái gì? Nó đã bắn đâu mà đục. Như là tương lai không cặp. Đéo hiểu. Bộ sẽ cần ngồi không vãi luôn.
Cần nhìn vào bướm. Chronicle. Đây, một tình huống số. Ui, Fran bây giờ bắn kinh quá.
Nó đã bắn đâu?
Bắn này thì
nó đã cầm súng đâu, nó cầm dao mà. Mẹ cay bắt đầu 1v1 nó bảo xong mẹ rồi. Một v một
nhìn tái, ui ui. Ôi thôi, nhìn thấy cái chọm đầu cút luôn.
Interesting moment in that. Boaster threw a counter paranoia to try to keep players back in market. Patman just ran through. Just kept running.
Thì bắn vào đít trong cái góc khó chịu thật.
Bao sao lại mấy giây đây?
Chó à?
Đéo hiểu sao là 1v1 ông thắng đã bảo thắng mẹ rồi. À toàn giờ đấm kinh quá.
2 vào trận.
Đéo hiểu sao mà xem nhanh hơn tao 10 giây rồi. Từ nãy giờ mình xem trận với tao. Bóng thấy cái nhanh ở bóng này. Nó trận cái lùi bây giờ mới 1 giây. Nếu mình thắng à? Dạ mình thắng ngọt.
Tên lửa hủy tiền rồi.
Mình sẽ có con cạch Momo. Bố tao biết rồi.
You turned into pick miss in a moment's notice here. Crashes. He's stuck, isolated, skipping, hopping, trying to survive. Poster.
If Jing had thrown an aid in there, then surely he would have been dead, but instead focusing on taking the site.
Crashes forward. He's already taken the timing against him, and he's trying to take it forwards fast and loose. It's the play. Wall into the back of the site though. It's all being contained in that flank again. Drone close, no coverage inside the posters there. To a squad.
Ba còn một thằng, ba còn vẫn cài đá pha dơ sau đấy.
Jumped away, Poster and Alpha going to be left to do it all. Finally, Alpha reveals his hand. Look at the wrist, the hat goes out. It's going to be good information. Hammered up. That rebounding. The time is going to start ticking soon enough. PRX is still a bit more disciplined. Looking to try and play this one together now. First target down. Poster's gone. So PRX. They do show up and they get that round on the board, a critical one at that.
A little bit of a late awakening here on the stage, but nice to see the PRX have got what it takes when there's ults on the board. Slight mechanical error there for Kayak at the very beginning. Had a shot actually on the Divide. I think he caught it dead to rights, but just got off the angle at the wrong moment. Chose to scope back up and that cost him his life. And now Kayak's, come on. Now Kayak's going to have to play with his Neon Ultimate. Already invested pretty heavily economically in the previous round. And now PRX going into the Cypher setup.
Dart tucked around, it's an instant drone and walking, wading out through mid. Patman looking to contain it. He's missed the timing on it though. These players have already slipped straight past. Kayak.
He's going to hear
some damage. Oh, surely hears it, yes. Tip tap of the footsteps and he buys his time. Here's the old device, shuts him down. It's Patman. Straight up the gut, instant res as well. It's going to be undoing that damage.
And
a little bit earlier.
A massive gap in mid here, Brent. Forsaken. Through completely. Patman as well. They've cut a swath straight through the middle of this Fnatic defense. Just rotating through, and Chronicles left to pick up the pieces and wonder what the hell happened to this defense macro. PRX were all gathered up towards A, and yet still found that perfect timing. And this is really going to hurt or start to put the hurt on the Fnatic eco too.
Something in Chronicle, shoulder to shoulder, he spots out the barrel, so handed a freebie.
But just going for the save here. PRX got good value out of that res. Divide online early, able to undo all of the good work that Kayak had done with his tiles push. And again, I just want to stress how much Fnatic are going for these mid pushes and these flanks. They're really trying to abuse. Feels like the biggest part of their anti-strat so far is trying to abuse the fact that PRX do not have that Cypher in their composition. Push down, try to get the flanks going for the A retake. Something that Boaster loves to do when we've seen him call in the past on maps like Haven, for example, against these Sentinel-less comps. But this time just missed that timing on Patman. And I think it can be tough to play against PRX sometimes because they do take unorthodox timings. They're willing to take a bit more risk. And so back-to-back rounds. That shot too, instantly denying the Neon ultimate. Creating space for the res.
Too easy, guys, come on.
Alpha also has all of his Cypher utility on the A site that round. And once again, he's going to put it all down on B, so not using any of it for top mid information, except for this cam, which is going to be able to see feet as you walk up mid. But if Alpha's not tapping it regularly, then Patman could still find a timing.
A real switch up as well from the game plan of PRX.
No, they're really focused on this A pressure, trying to get big value out of Patman's utility, even if it's not actually Patman who's there taking the space.
Drone. PRX trying to hide their intent.
Very slow so far on the attack side for PRX too, isn't it? Really trying to mess with expectations.
Oh, the dart doesn't clear. Kai was sat nice and pretty. Patman none the wiser. Thought he caught a timing there. Paranoia is going to be sweeping forward. It's going to be blinding up Alpha. Nade rebounded. We'll have to respect it. Market control. PRX is for now. And you see now Hunter's furious and there's signs of life. That's from afar. Crashes. To supplement it, trying to put a stop to this one, but PRX, they're denying that momentum they've got. This train is not stopping, not here, not now.
They barreled through, unconventional pathing there for PRX, didn't send anyone through B main, and Fnatic were left wondering. As the wall came down over towards Boba, slicing off the defenders on site, Chronicle didn't know which way to look. Very much an adaptation here for PRX in terms of how they're approaching this one. The game plan coming from Alex, maybe even coming from Mini too. Remember that former Fnatic head coach is now doing assistant coaching for this squad. But the game plan appears to be slower and more deathball-y. They're not trying to split. They're just trying to stay together and take out Fnatic piece by piece on rounds like this. If they haven't had the success over towards Elbow, then working through Market and up to Boba was wondrous there. This is now 3 rounds in a row for PRX. Trying out a really unconventional, slow pace to their game. And at any point here, they can turn up the tempo and it's going to catch Fnatic off guard.
That's the thing with PRX though. They're reaching new heights and evolution for this team now. A little bit more of that nuance that's available to them, the slower play, working the map on their attack sides.
And I think they have to. If you play that undisciplined W gaming style, the one where it's not so refined, I think Fnatic eat that up all day long. They're a disciplined team. They love absorbing aggression. That old PRX style just simply wouldn't work, I don't think. They have beaten them before. It's one-on-one between these two teams, so I'm not saying it can't ever work, but I don't think it was the right idea to go into this game with. But in this tournament, we've seen a better, more thoughtful PRX. Willing to pump the brakes and play with a little bit of discipline in the mid-round after doing the same fast pressure. They've still got that killer instinct. They're just willing to temper it. It's now Fnatic who are going to have to take a timeout of their own.
Let's go.
The newer coaching staff who've had so much success with this roster, looking to add their input into things. And I would say now's the time to try to hit something quick. If you're PRX, if you wanted to change up the tempo at any point in this game, coming out of your opponent's timeout, that's one of the best opportunities for you. It is going to be a bit of a half-buy round for Fnatic. Kayak with a glass cannon guardian, a stinger, and a sheriff around the place. So maybe PRX will play with patience in this one and turn up the tempo for the next. Early B main, though, is already a little bit different.
Yeah. Spread out. control, one away from some big ults as well. Jing, looking forward to that showstopper. Contact plays good for again. It's just poking out. Now spotted here with a snake bite, rebounding, ricocheting. Chronicle looking to try and slow them down. Her body's behind this one. It's a delayed hit. Jutting smoke. You got to be careful of this one. Alpha inside it, trying to sidestep. Straight towards it. Something just dismisses him. And Jing already taken up that timing. Moves into the gap and finding his mark. Boaster has to operate at a bit of run and gun. Backside control is still there for Fnatic. Down now to PRX. And PRX are not stopping, they're not content. They want the entirety of this map.
Really good adjustment there as well. Alpha, little unfortunate, does hit the 140 with the Phantom. You see there the aim punch on something. And Alpha moves away thinking that he's already got the kill. His crosshair resetting onto the next target before even confirming that something had hit the deck. And after a 0-4 beginning to this map, it feels like PRX, the vibes are back.
Yeah.
They've tied up the game, and going into this, Kayak once more picking up the operator, and still a slow beginning actually for PRX. Really not trying to challenge early on. It's been more about contacting. And then the question becomes, who's actually holding the contact for Fnatic? Because often they're playing really passive lines. And here you just see Boaster jiggling and Kayak holding elbow.
Operator in hand, one of the best tools for the job, but seeing signs alive. Jing, that's his cue to go. Sending it, ricocheting against the wall. That's no damage done to Boaster. He's eager to draw that blood. Just trying to wrangle control of the rifle. Kayak's been overwhelmed. PRX crack open the A side. Crack heads while they're at it. Jing not content with just a few. He steals them right from his sight line.
A huge round and the defense collapses again from Fnatic. Kayak had to hit that shot. He put himself on such an aggressive angle. A really deep position that you see this Neon dive from in elbow. And if he doesn't hit the shot, then he can't escape. Neon's got great maneuverability, but you've got to get the first in order to avoid getting traded. Boaster fell shortly afterwards with that scramble in the smoke. Chronicle once more not really able to have too much impact in his 5th grand final appearance. Thus far, PRX have been avoiding him mostly. A couple of times now that we've seen him save, and Divide back up to another res, by the way. So got his 2nd available, and that's just a really nice tool for being able to deal with those early skirmishes if PRX play as a pack. I think it'd be fair to call them the fan favorites.
Oh yeah. All smiles here.
That's why I was saying yesterday, I really feel like Fnatic are going to be the villains of this story. They've set themselves up as the barrier between PRX and the trophy that's always one step out of reach. You have to go through a team that's managed to do it back-to-back. But at the moment, PRX have picked themselves up after a bad start and have been pretty much flawless since then.
The early timeout has worked wonders.
Kayak once more getting into this deep position, willing to take a bit of a gamble here, tucked himself down behind this box in mid. Last time, didn't find too much value from it.
Deep pushes are everywhere on the map. Fnatic. And something. There's Boasters out through A main, down through mid. Getting a good idea now. This is going to be landing over towards B. Chronicle tucked to the corner. He's going to be feeling that heat. Takes the peak. Dealing with these players out towards the bottom mid. Instant res. Forsaken pull back into the ball. Crashes. Can't turn that guard in time. Something. Feeling that heat. That stun does good connection. Kayak. Trying to make some moves. Alpha dominates market this. Put a bit of fear now into the step of PRX towards the plan, towards the back of the site.
But playing together, Forsaken and Divine need to come up with a plan here for dealing with things. Suddenly though, they split apart, trying to get on either side of the neon wall. So Kayak may be the target. Feels like PRX need to take the fight into one of these guys on Fnatic.
Setting ducks right now.
Shot
to the dome though will do him in. Kayak. Got to do it in a 1v2. Biding his time in through the smoke, waiting for something to fade. Eventually there. Barrow sticking out though, and a 3-2-1 face from PRX. Grabs that 2-round lead.
Even when things are looking tricky, they've got a game plan, they've got the right micro calls. And that honestly was quite passive too from Kayak towards the end. I'd like to see him get back into that more confident way, although what he was doing in the mid-round was nice to be able to crack open B main. Alpha wins one hugely important duel against Jing, but couldn't overcome Divide, who's top of the scoreboard, 10 and 5.
Similar setup. PRX not changing things up. Do they expect Kayak is going to be tagged? Jing! Just adjust the aim, crashes. Does trade. Now the heat and the pressure is going to be turned up onto Alpha. He steps forward with a spam coming his way. That's a hunter spearing into the back of the side. Trying to capitalize on this chaos. Moving forward, sidestepping, crashes. Indomitable from this spot.
Drops Divide, drops the spike, manages to sidestep the Hunter's Fury in the meantime too, but they know where Alpha is, and it's tough to really support it.
Clear him out. Rifle in hand. Trying to lead the march forwards, and the spike potentially retrievable, but Fnatic have eyes on it.
Yeah, Boaster's done a great job here actually of getting, nice, beefed the movement there. Was just trying to get on top of the box. He was in the spot where he could support crashes, and now there's a dangerous timing until this wall breaks, but it looks like it's just about to expire, and he's been saved for that. 3v3 and Forsaken with an Omen ult means that this spike isn't really in enemy territory at all.
One of the reasons why Chronicle hasn't rotated. Picks it up, slow it down. PRX only have 30 seconds to work with here.
And what a call. He's calling to go back into the same site, trying to fake out the idea he would have left.
20 left. Boaster, watchful eye smoke, dissipates. Too many targets. Too much to deal with crashes. It's all on him. Tries to buy time, but a bullet to the dome. And a bullet to the temple.
This situation, though, finally winnable for Chronicle, an opportunity for impact.
Looking for an easy fight first. The first most spots it out. Snake fight. No rebound necessary, but doesn't really connect. Something sits it down. Viper's bit. Thought about committed. Let loose entirely. And the bullets are raining down on him now. Time ticking away. Spraying away. Chronicles hoping, praying. Hoping that PRX will give him absolutely anything to reload. Knocks him out.
7 rounds in a row for PRX here. Fnatic just making too many mistakes on the defense side. Kayak kind of whiffs a little bit in this opener, doesn't land a single bullet on Jing. And then Boaster chooses the worst time to drop from high ground to low ground. As this smoke dissipates, he's choosing to walk forwards. Not accurate to hold that smoke. As it leaves the PRX players in the open. Small errors and a massive comeback in this half from PRX.
All the way back off the side of that timeout.
Forsaken as well, picking up an attack op. He's got the money to just go for a rifle afterwards. Just watching mid. And a little pacier perhaps, going for a B-pop here.
Fnatic hard, disrespecting though. Deep push out towards A main, so they've got the information, they know what's up.
Jing, one away from a showstopper, but choosing not really to go heavily prioritizing it. Instead, looking to try to clear the flank. They know this has been happening.
Game of timings, Kayak drifted in and out. Full control towards it. There's a paranoia in your faces and they're going to be disengaging.
Best opportunity for Fnatic to snag around since the first four.
Leaving PRX to stew.
And PRX thought it was a mid push, realized it wasn't, so now they're exploring mid themselves.
In the shoulder. That is a ballsy TP. A wide off angle played.
Could be on Kayak here. Could be on Kayak over towards A. You see Jing is making his way towards it, but all 3 players on PRX trying to make their own individual timing play.
Got access towards it, but still, it's B main control for Fnatic. It should be in a good spot for it. Site needs to be cleared out here. In through the back of the side, it's going to be that plant.
10 seconds left.
Watchful eye onto a lot of it as the curtains drops. So does Alpha. Roll to your feet, you cannot stop this team. When PRX get going, there's no denying them. We'll try everything.
084, quá điên. PRX.
The train took a little while to get going here on Sunset, but then it just plowed through Fnatic.
Support. Bắn vãi
I
liên tục.
really like that they turn around with a
Anh
brilliant
có đánh giá gì
long
về
play.
xuất hát của PRX không?
A great idea of what to do, a great call on it.
Liên tục.
Found the perfect time.
Chuyên gia phân tích PRX.
Second look.
Còn
Anh có đánh giá gì về
hiện tại
cách
là đang
đang trôi trong một match? Đánh giá đi như Fnatic vào rồi họ để lại cái hang xà đi, xong rồi họ có hóc cộ thắng hết. Nhưng họ lại
đang xa đi chắc
Chronicle lại quyết định sử dụng để clutch 1v2 nhưng anh ta lại xử lý không tốt. Thế nên là dẫn việc là lãng phí utility đúng không? Lãng phí tài nguyên và vào sau thì thất bại là do bắn không tốt với cả tài nguyên đáng lẽ có thì đéo dùng được. Đi lan siêu gọi là siêu round game lên này.
It's home for me. I grew up in Brampton,
đồ đấy.
so it's really special. Yeah, that's right. It's really special to walk the streets of Toronto and see people wearing the VALORANT
Và đi có bà nào do cái biển Go Zing, Go Monster điệp viên hai mang của mình.
This is one of the greatest cities
Với
in the
Fnatic
world,
mình thích
and so to have the
Chronicle,
opportunity to
với PRX
showcase
thì
this
thích
to
con
all of our
Saken.
players around the world, that's great.
Yeah.
I also would be remiss if I didn't take a second to say thank you
Thắm
to
cho
all
chị
the players
support
here,
không?
to all the players who are watching this online,
Chị support
to
ở
the
nhà về nhà ấy.
co-streamers and the influencers. You guys make it possible for us to bring this event to our players. So I just want to say thank you to everyone.
Thank you
We got
everyone.
the chance yesterday, by the way, to go
Tùng
back to
có dự định
Brampton.
gì? Anh
The
có nhận
food
định
is
gì
the
về
best in
second half không?
Canada. I just gotta say so.
I completely agree.
PRX win rồi.
Even more special by the fact
Nó một cái
Valorant
break
just
win đúng không?
celebrated
Là
its
mắc
Anh nghĩ tỷ số sẽ về khoảng bao nhiêu?
being there when the game came out, so I wanted
3-1.
to ask you if you could maybe
Bao nhiêu?
reflect
13-7
and
à?
tell us what it was like on, on launch day.
Yeah, it was
Lát
crazy.
Cùng map của PRX
Valorant in the middle of the
chịu à?
pandemic with no real perspective
thì
on how well it would be loved by players. We knew
chắc là 13-10.
that would serve the needs of an
Em cũng nghĩ
audience
thế.
that cared deeply about attack shooter.
Chỉ có thắng ngọt không muốn
And we
thế.
thought we'd nailed that, but when you launch it in the pandemic, you never
Thắng ngọt
know
không muốn
how
niềm
it's
vụ
going
đến
to play
đâu.
out. And then we didn't know how we were going to serve the game. We were working from home. So we shipped this from people's living rooms. And it wouldn't be where it is if it wasn't for this community. It's been inspiring and humbling to have this be co-created by such passionate players. So we're very, very fortunate and very blessed to have this community build this game with us.
Thank you so much. And also, PRX might lift their
Don't
first
mind me,
trophy
bro.
in 5 years as well. So let's jump back in the game and see if they can close this out.
We're going to see how this first map all shakes out.
Ngố.
Time's already ticking. These players
Nó ám chết Fnatic rồi. Người ám chết Fnatic rồi. Ngày PRX từ đánh trên xuống. Nó nghi lại như VALORANT Champion 2023. Nó nghĩ là chỉ có Momo là PRX win 3-1 nhé. Tôi tự tin vậy. Lần này Batman sẽ là người giải cứu PRX đúng không? Anh Batman. Batman hay thấy Matrix và đang có thể gắn lên lịch sử.
They eliminated Ascent, for example, which is where
Giải
some
thiếu đầu
things
tiên,
going to
giải
be
thiếu
going
quốc
heavy
tế đầu
with
tiên,
that.
bạn có thể vô địch luôn.
Here, it's more to do with
Thế là
them
mình
playing as a pack, playing as a death ball. And I think Jing and Devi have been great at being able to set up those tip of the spear moments with Forsaken
bây giờ vẫn tốt quá
coming
nhỉ?
in behind or
Mình
setting
bao
up
giờ mới
lurks.
có thằng
And
cá giáp nói trên
just all had phenomenal impact so far. Really feels like they've settled into the rhythm of this map.
Yeah. I was worried at the beginning, Josh. Can't lie.
Something 6-8.
Yeah, I mean, I think, listen, they're a great team. They've got deep in a lot of tournaments, but winning has eluded them. And you gotta hope that they don't choke another, I think.
Yeah.
At the moment, though, set up
Ủa,
in a
cái lồng
great
đéo lên
position
Tùng.
on a map they should have been favored on.
Đã thấy mình. Cái lồng hay quá nhỉ?
A lot of running around
Hello.
occurring. PRX are stacking A towards 4 players.
Five
Early
players.
setup. Creeping and crawling forwards. Chronicle has to be the player to receive. It's an off-angle
Đôi Professor hủy diệt.
Chronicle
Hủy
and
diệt
Alpha.
hoàn
I
toàn
mean,
3
they
cái
can
bình
put those
luận.
players in their backpack.
Xin thích Batman nhưng mà sẽ còn lại.
Something's going to try to recover this one. Actually might have caught a
Ba
time
bên,
back
đơn
around
giản
the
là
backs,
B đã không
but
thoáng.
scurried away. Chronicle and Alpha live to
Cảm
fight
thấy
another day. Alpha even going
chớ quá.
re-exploring.
Anh ơi.
Takedown fight. It's not clean.
Một hơi thời
Stretch
gian
of
sẽ bị mất
imagination.
Alpha
Something dropped down to 10 health as a result of it.
Standing ahead.
All needs to be broken now. Clearing the way.
Trôn. Không có quét gần.
That doesn't clear most of it though. This is impossible scenario for Fnatic. A pistol round in
Mang
their
thú vào đây rồi.
sights. Already control.
Man. Xử lý vẫn đang sát theo từ Batman.
In through the back of the site.
Tự nhiên. Chọn cái bên nữa, bên mình. Đó, ba ông đứng CT, muốn dậy quá, ba ông mất sai. Man thì tốt đấy. Không có cung gì, chắc ăn thử mạnh.
So both pistols in this map going the way of Fnatic, but really very few rifle rounds. I mean, one, if you could even call the bonus round that in the first half, going the way of the EMEA team.
Để bớt cái poster luôn.
So we'll see if that trend continues. Fnatic got a great start out, and they just couldn't convert any further. But PRX, that same gap that Fnatic were trying to exploit in the first half by sending flanks, pushing mid, that gap does still exist here on their defense side, that lack of information. For example, in this round, how open market is.
Deep control, PRX, disrespectful really. Flush a nade, trying to earn up some ults.
The slower that Fnatic play, the more the PRX are going to be worried about those gaps. And it means that PRX themselves have to be pretty proactive in the defense. If you play against PRX and you just hit sites over and over, you make their job very easy here. Because they don't have to worry about the lurk, they can just play for the retake. But when you play slow, the way that Boaster calls, there's going to be worries in the back of Forsaken's mind. And they'll have to take timings like this to re-clear mid and then spread back out.
Deploying drone. One of that 3-2-1 swing. I'll get immediately out, at least for the due diligence.
Giờ có trò rất cầm National Spam như con chúng ta. Chắc là một flawless win mà thôi. Batman làm được một thì tốt, không? Flawless rồi. Không mất súng nào luôn. Cô gọn quá. Mỗi cái chắc mất nhiều máu.
PRX are going to play to try to flood. They love playing quickly as you put the spike down. They're going to be running back into sight. Very coordinated with their utility as well, but fast-paced. So far in this tournament,
we are holding this A, bro. We are defending now again on side.
Yeah, they're not even going to have the chance to get into those plans very often and play these really controlled post-plant setups. It's going to be frantic. They're going to feel like defenders, just as Con said.
Gần như là full buy được, gọi là full buy thì chúng tôi phân tích rồi.
Fnatic are getting a glimpse into mid.
Rất là hoàn hảo.
Info gathered.
Looking to diligently clear these corners, waiting to see if any of the PRX players have tried to take a tricky aggro timing.
It's a deep wall from Patman. It's causing some concern, but cleared out now by Fnatic.
A devised wall is really good at blocking these gaps. So he's popped it down over towards A right now, and nobody from Fnatic choosing to break it, which means in theory, the defenders can back out of A and go to cover a different gap. But they're waiting here, expecting Boaster to be a good enough caller to want to break this wall.
And they're poking, prodding, just trying to bring it down. It's going to be fading at a moment's notice, and while that was occurring, something was the only player holding top mid. He's gone, Kai takes him out, Forsaken responds. Paranoia is going to be sweeping forwards as well, putting a bit of pause into the step of Fnatic. Slow as they go. Taking crashes the one with a spike here, and he's going to be dropping it into Forsaken's lap. Full control here. This is the round that's gone a bit skewed with Fnatic.
Batman chạy thôi, Batman chơi dẻo thật. Tôi thấy nguy hiểm Batman chạy. Chính sau cho PRX vẫn rất ổn từ PRX, không thể thua. Không thua được các thiếu bonus đâu. PRX rất bản lĩnh về điều này. Không còn thua những cái nào. Quan trọng là họ có thể con ngoài ra, nhưng nó quan trọng lắm được. Thế để VALORANT phải có. Phải là PRX. Kinh.
And that kind of conditioning is going to cause Fnatic to use more utility, be more cautious, always doubling up. Forsaken steps forward again. Oh, he's been caught on the other side of the wall.
Yeah, he's going to be dropping down in front of him, and Alpha just drops him in instead.
That's rough. He was trying to break the cam there and still get back into market in time. That's a fumble.
Too dark to clear this way. Wall's going to be propped up. We can expect it to still be slow and steady by Fnatic.
And this time, PRX do what I was talking about, where they wall up and leave. But they're pushing the other side of the map. getting Pac-Man in a pretty deep inserted position in B.
It's looking like a B split. Poster has that B main control for him. A very important fight going to be occurring on both sides. Here's something. Just drifts right into the crosshair place. Like a rocket man, but the bodies are toppled anyway. Fnatic find the advantage on the edge. Just left to Patman. Scrambling, running right into the sides. Chronicle.
You love to see plays like that from PRX, leaning on some of the classic odd timings of aggression. But Fnatic dealt with it. Maybe this is the kind of pace that they're more comfortable playing against. They were very ready for that peak from something. It's super similar to what Forsaken went for in the previous round, trying to timing the drone. And then as much as Jin got value from that peak, Fnatic come out on top. Another good start to a half. But that didn't stop PRX from coming back and getting 8 in a row.
3 cũng đầy. PRX đúng tiền rồi. H3.
PRX are just clearing out A right now, allowing something to build up a little closer to the Hunter's Fury, which is an incredibly useful ultimate, especially when you want to play that flood defense style. Puts a lot of pressure on the planter. But this round, Boaster's calling for his team to explore over towards B. And Patman, he's been trying to challenge this. Once more, they do not want to give any space for free. Fnatic are going to have to fight to get into these post plants.
Wall down, barely broken. Not quite there yet, that's going to be signs of life. So okay, Jing, let's go forward. Tanika round, rocket rebounds, no kill. Alpha.
Utility của Jing đã không được tốt cho Tham rồi. Có lẽ sẽ không có nhiều gì để PRX để ban view cho review này. Sẽ là con số 8 cho Philippines trong đây. Patman.
The only defenders, the only players
Man mà làm được mạng thì có lẽ có tội đấy.
Kayak. It's going to be offloaded an ultimate now. Overdrive in hand. Trying to put a stop to Patman, and there's only so much you can do. It's a neon 80-80 in your face.
Trong cuối phụ đá vai. Đá vai đéo có cam. Cam đá vai đâu. Mất cam từ tín hiệu của bên VCT.
And Alpha is the hero of the round.
98
takes a pretty large risk in stepping forwards to the showstopper, but catches a nice timing onto Jing. Catches him in the side, utilizes his ultimate, and they realize there is a huge gap in the defense all the way up mid into market over. And they catch these players on the B side, separating them entirely from those defenders that would love to rotate and support. Here's the timeout once again, called by Coach Alex. This was what made all the difference before. Alex had some input, and they ran the next 8 rounds in a row on their attack side of PRX. What's the adjustment here? I think it is very tough to play against Fnatic's slow-paced style. When you don't have a sentinel in your composition, you can't just sit back. You've got to meet that caution with some aggression of your own. To some degree, I think PRX today need to be playing fast and cocky, yeah. They also need to be playing smart. They need these adjustments coming through from Alex to be able to tell them the right times to go aggro, the right ways in which to play the retake.
We can see from the money situation, Divine opting into the operator, might still stick towards it. Change his mind, but maybe a central piece to try and hold together this defense.
And I think the interesting component of that too is he's the Sage, and the wall is also an essential component of their mid-rounding defense and their info game. So is he going to play for the wall early and then in the mid-round get posted up with the op, or does he try to take early angles and ignore the fact that his wall could be finding them good value in the mid?
Wall in his face for now. We find towards the top. Sakam taken out and a
Ui, đá vai ơi.
Oh my, obliterated.
Mà không làm được.
And so now you've got no up, no wall, no res. One of your most important players hits the deck so early.
PRX are left wandering out into the open, but Alpha.
Gì nhỉ?
Good pick. Best that they could potentially find.
He might have even seen 2 on the minimap there as he died, because it looked like something and Patman were doubled up.
PRX have brought it even, 4 versus 4 now, and another 3-2-1 into the space! Kayak! That's disgusting work
That's beautiful. The neon movement as well to just glide away from the trade. He's sharp, confident, and starting this hit into the B site.
Yeah,
PRX, I mean, they don't even have the tools, the funds here to contest, frankly.
They've scrambled away. Might look to try and save some of the guns. Operator perhaps, but they're drifting in like they want to try and take a chunk out of Fnatic.
They've got 4 players that aren't going to be able to buy in the next round.
Unwise. I think they've realized it.
One of the players could go for something. If they'd found a lurk, if they'd found a pick. But Patman, he picks up the operator and they just play for it into the next round. 2 opportunities for PRX to be trying to find an early pick through mid. One with the op and one with the double face, and both dismantled. Really sharp shooting here from Fnatic.
They're going to be drawing it level with that one. 9-9 for Fnatic. That experience, that grit.
You talk about drawing in, though. Look at the net drawing in on these players trying to save.
They got to save them. Forsaken steadily being overwhelmed at this point. And his caps are going to try and run him down to the final moments. No respite. No saving.
And
no consolation prizes, and yeah, no money, like you said, Josh. This is now a dire circumstance.
God, what a shot.
That's beautiful.
Barely sees a glimmer. And then the kayak 1v2 afterwards is spectacular as well. Something doesn't get much of a chance there.
I helped you, bro.
Standing ahead. PRX are willing to take the risks on rounds like this, and it's Forsaken who goes straight down with the...
Already the deep TP, but he's surrounded potentially there, and it's just offset immediately. Patman going down. Clears up a series of unknowns. Fnatic can start to slowly get a grip on what's going on.
They Viper walled for mid, so the Forsaken could push, but that meant that Patman didn't have his own Viper wall in B main that he's been playing around.
Forsaken still stanced up, but okay, can't avoid that one. Kayak is sharp right now.
Fnatic are doing a great job of dealing with all of this defensive pressure, and like I've been saying over and over again, PRX have to do this. It might look like PRX are just kind of walking into their demise, but their composition relies on them getting active on defense. They can't just sit back. And Fnatic are not giving them an easy game here. They are not hitting sights and execing until the very final moments. And by that point, PRX have already given them a pick.
Find that even pressure across the board. Something re-exploring. The head ripped off, but immediately again the answer back's there. Market is open and accessed here for Fnatic. Something's being squeezed.
You know where both of these players are, though. Boaster's just calling with a full rotate over towards A. Something got a kill. Divide threw out a slow orb. Divide even getting picked over towards Boba. And they've got a great idea of where something is.
10 seconds left.
No real opportunity here for something. Maybe feeling like he has to do it all.
Spike planted.
Spike planted on A. This is a dire circumstance for PRX.
Forsaken only has 800 credits too. So this is just a slam dunk save. Something's entirely on the wrong side of the map with no information, and I don't think he's going to keep a weapon. Alpha spins 90 degrees, decapitates something. Fnatic take the lead back. It's been a while since we were able to say that.
Yeah, that string and run of rounds that PRX earned in that first half. Offset now, Fnatic. There is no denying that resilience. They've showed it all tournament long.
One enemy remaining.
There's only a few teams in a history of VCT that have completed a lower bracket run. They would love to add their name to that list.
One of those legendary lower bracket runs, FPX at Masters Copenhagen denying PRX the trophy when PRX came through that upper bracket. The first time that PRX ever had a chance at a trophy. Another slow beginning from Fnatic, never allowing PRX an easy round.
Cautious tail that they're weaving across the map.
A drone up over the top, trying to get a little bit of information, but doesn't see Alpha yet, tucked behind the pillar. And they might want to go for that same 3-2-1 mid re-clear. Even Divide coming to try to help it out.
Come towards it, broken up towards the top. There's fights to be taken, but battle lines redrawn and working up onto the angle. Patman deletes Boaster.
That's
start
big.
for PRX, and they put the wall up as well to reinforce towards market. Watch the lie up towards it, but out.
Wow, điên à.
My God, that's instinctual.
Tưởng hay.
Beautiful timing, but Device there with the res.
Hunter's Fury though to try and punish, and this is getting hot and heavy. Brought all the way towards them. There's no tags from Crashies, no clearance. Forsaken ducked right underneath it. As that arms propped up.
Tự nhiên từ thua thắng đã
Middle
được
to the
sao?
clip, but already the timing forwards at
Rồi
near
xin lại
sight.
đã
Just catches onto Kayak. Won't deny him that kill though.
Và
He's
sau
having to put
mà
Forsaken in
3-4
his
thì vẫn
place and
làm
now
được.
taking control of the site.
Cảm giác mở được.
Blink of
Có
an eye,
cái
there's
si
only
đặt bom.
15 seconds left.
Si
Slow
mà cái slow thì cái si rất khó
rattling
chứ.
in the nade, ricocheting,
Rất vẫn
Kayak.
đang nhá. Cái si làm được một.
Down and PRX.
Người đều.
They do
Phải
try
trở
to
lại.
level.
Những kêu quan trọng nhất. PRX trở lại nào.
So tough for Fnatic to be able to get this fight down in that situation. Not only was the time against them, but something still had the Hunter's Fury in the back pocket too. Boaster going for the fake there and just completely whiffing the teleport. Mechanical error. We've seen a couple of them today from a few players. I think that showcases the nerves that can hit even the most experienced people when it comes to the grand finals. The game level though, and PRX with a really critical one to win in that fight. They still have massive ultimates that if they can run the time down are going to be super important. That shock dart is supposed to break a trip. And the lineup just off.
Rattling. Handshake with the bullets. Forsaken. Forced to respect it when the Viper orbs up. Drop down with a double face through the box. No damage done.
Forsaken though is always going to be re-challenging. He's super aggressive.
Trying to take that
Rất
fight.
may
He has
từ
put the rookie in his
quốc bảo
place.
của Indonesia.
There's no more. Chronicle going for a little bit more.
Không được. Cần Indonesia. Quyền thoại bảo Indonesia.
Forsaken just cannot be dug out of these spots. He was doing the same thing over towards market to win PRX around previously. Look how much Fnatic are struggling to be able to even get information over here. They're droning in towards B, trying to pull defensive rotates. Boaster might be the playmaker up mid. Yeah. Forsaken is here again.
Moved in, drops down though.
Whiffy!
It is Whiffy. No control over the rifle in that spot. Something puts a stop to it in a 3v5 scenario. Fnatic still looking to see if they can test towards that A side. Jing. Missed the timing onto the cross, barely alive there. Shredded back and forth with the bullets. Fnatic have access towards it with the Hunter's Fury.
Bắn rất chủ động, không pha đẩy áo như ngày xưa chúng ta thấy.
But there's the connection they were looking for. PRX.
Thứ 11 của PRX.
Take back control of momentum of this map.
PRX lại trở
Two
lại.
crucially important rounds here towards the tail end, where it looked like Fnatic had properly clawed their way back in. And I know so much of it is down to Forsaken. The space on the map that Fnatic want to try to take, it's impossible. Forsaken is everywhere. You should be respecting utility. Most players would. They wouldn't be willing to take this level of risk, but Forsaken is, and he's constantly re-challenging, trying to get back on the angle, playing on the very edge of the risk that he can take, but not getting punished for it. And he's just making all of this map control feel impossible for Boaster's calling. That's why Boaster had to make that play up mid in the prior. Once again, it is only Forsaken defending this spot over towards A. And yet they'll have a hard task going through him. They do have a camera that they can pop that should be able to get a tag and push him off potentially.
Standing ahead. Utah's going to be sent flying forwards though to TP. Evacuation back to the side, paranoia. And the dart up and over towards the top. There's a smoke to play in. Forsaken. He's safe for now. Responds with the rocket. Forsaken. Just sidestepping all of them. Reinforcements have arrived. PRX. Hotly contest most of this space here, but they have given up all of B in the process, and now a mad scurry and a dash. Fnatic making moves over towards the opposite side.
They've got enough time. You can see PRX doing a re-clear at the moment, and that has informed this rotate for Forsaken. He gets down in the anchor spot again. He is everywhere. He is everything. And Fnatic look like they've given up on this one. I mean, is Boaster waiting to maybe teleport in if Crashies had managed to open up the site? This just looks like a pure save.
No time left. Whittled down.
And look at the impact brain again that Forsaken had here.
Chết rồi.
It was
Booster
impossible to get
ơi. Chưa
through.
Booster.
They had to use a cam, a recon, huge
Booster
amounts
chết
of
rồi.
info. The
Bây giờ
Neon
đứng khẩu súng
ultimate as well
Crashy
to
rồi.
push him back. And all that happened was he
Booster hơi
teleported
đen.
back and played inside of his own smoke. Used the
Break.
paranoia, got
Quyết định
2
bắt
kills and
cung
then
người
teleported to the
của
other side.
mình bắn yếu lắm
And
mọi
made
người.
them save through sheer aura.
Không, tôi bắn được cây. Còn cô đứng góc đấy chết cây được.
The anchor play is
Sai quân,
phenomenal
chó
from
điên.
this guy so far.
Không có gì để nói for second.
Smiles. A little bit concerning.
Yeah, I was saying, perhaps Fnatic are the villains to PRX's protagonist anime arc, and yet with that chuckle, Fnatic's the villain in disguise.
The Riddler's in the building.
Mình chỉ là 2 round, 2 match spawn thôi.
Forsaken though has just been
Dân dụng
storming
được
up the
break
scoreboard
ngay
in
từ
these
đầu tiên.
last few rounds. Kayak and Alpha were doing
hơi mệt
huge
rồi.
work for Fnatic on that
Bắt
run
buộc
in
là
the
bắn
third
nhau.
quarter.
Chi trend.
And now that we're getting towards the end of the game, PRX up towards map point. It really has felt like the final boss is Forsaken to get through. This player that plays everything for PRX. The glue guy, the leader, stepped up as a caller. The evolution of Forsaken has been remarkable to watch.
Kết thúc trận đấu này.
When they were first stepping onto the global scene and contesting for trophies, he was a bit of a W gaming duelist player. Kind of crazy, chaotic. Won them rounds for sure, but also lost them quite a few. And now he is pretty rock solid. It's difficult to watch him put a foot wrong.
One round away from that first stepping stone. PRX are looking for. Deep hold again. This is aggression though by Fnatic. Hold up. Bit of spam into the box. And instantly calling for the retreat.
Looking to try to put the pressure on early, maybe anticipating that that's where Forsaken was going to be playing. And the cam up above the pit, not going to spot Patman.
Gaming is timing something. He's going to be handed that. Surely a fight has been taken. But the damage under crashes. The stun ricochets perfectly in place. The divide topples. Something trying to
luôn cả con cụ vừa bảo anh bắn luôn.
Spike drop down.
Đồn không bắn cơ. Triple kill. Mình something xuống cuối.
It's all down to something in that 1v2.
He knows the Boaster's going to play for the ultimate. He knows that he doesn't need to defend the spike. And so something's now found a much earlier timing into market.
But now, here's the plan. This is the best timing for it. He can isolate a fight. 1v1 Alpha!
Một cho Fnatic.
Safe pair of hands.
Càng quá nhỉ.
He saves Fnatic. That could have been an unreal play from something. He's been struggling to hold on to these gaps in the map. He's got a really difficult job.
10 là cool rồi.
Trying to hold on to mid, and here Divide gets overwhelmed by his stun, and something caught up, has to turn, pivot in a moment, and catches Chronicle. Almost made the magic happen. But still Fnatic, with that grit, pushes to the final round of regulation. Can they give overtime in map 1?
So paranoia forwards already. PRX. Very fast play indeed.
Ui, cái gì vậy? PRX làm cái bài gì vậy ạ? Bài mới của PRX thì phải. Cho nên bài này mới xảy ra. Bài vẫn đổi được một cho kinh nằm lại. Nó thành công thì PRX thành công là 4v2.
Rất là liều quả bài kìa. Quả bài đầy kìa.
Quả bài đi mẹ học, anh em học nhá, anh em học nhá. Để em chưa đây, tôi chưa xét nhá. Mẹ quả bài vãi nhìn, chạy quả bài vượt vãi nhìn. Nào 4v2 đừng thua PRX rồi.
4v2
Tôi nói thế, hang xà này.
hàng xà
Vẫn còn 10 hàng xà này. Nhưng mà PRX bắn chuẩn nó thắng. Bắt được cái hàng xà, kết thúc rồi.
Đi.
13-11 rất khiếp. Họ vẫn bán được một round, vẫn dậy vẫn luôn. Bán một round xong rồi làm cả trò.
Quả bài hay.
Chạy quả bài thì mẹ mày đúng chính chứng minh rằng đây là VALORANT thì đéo là CS2. Chạy skill của vãi luôn. Bây giờ phân tích đéo hiểu sao có học thằng lồn dinh, thằng nào nhỉ? Nó dinh tròi như đấy vãi luôn. Wow điên. Quả round cuối absolute CM em đang bảo chuyện này nhạt vãi luôn. Rồi khi cái round cuối vãi luôn. Anh thắng ngon ngu. Bây giờ map nào Fnatic cũng là chung kết đối với thắng. Và 3-1. 3-1 Fnatic. Gì biết kêu. break là tốt, nó thì có bị quá khó. Tuy nhiên quả 4084 thì gọi ra thôi. Thì một tốt đó. Hát men, PRX Mendoza.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain free, count me in.
Break mua được bảo quả manager Tommy này, này chắc phải học, chắc cũng dạy bài được cái break. Xem thông số áp yếu vừa rồi được PRX và các thành viên của đặc tích. Số lắc ấy. Washington 22-17. Và bài của anh đã nhìn Absolutely Never. After cũng đi là đáp bắn hay. Mình cột để hơi đen cũng bảo nó cũng tốt. Cho xét một bắn mấy được một phân tích bắn ít mỡ gì nhất là bắn bên Sentinel thua 93 ở thắng trên map yếu nhất của PRX rồi hơi căng nữa. Sport của PRX thì sao? Fnatic thì sao? 13-4 Wolf, 13-9 Sentinel. Ở cũng nội thì cũng thắng thua mỗi team Liquid. Kerman Corp lâu 4 trận bắn 5 mắt. 5 lần năm này thắng được 4 trận một trận sắp rút. Nhưng mà Fnatic không hề yếu này. Break thì cũng Break cũng tệ luôn. Lại bốc rất nhiều. Cả nhất là 10 so với Gen Z. Ở Master Player tỷ lệ chỗ 33. Có hai bên như nào? Có hai bên gần đây. Không biết thằng nữa nữa. Bấm này thì lỗi giạch Killjoy xếp rồi Killjoy Omen Sova. Chơi hai Sentinel ở này thì chơi hai controller. Cách bấm map này cũng khá là nhiều cũng nội thắng ra King ra 3 thắng rất nhiều cũng có thua bắn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 trận thua Genji này, thua PRX này. Còn lại nó thắng hết. Trận do nghĩ ra thôi. Trận này cũng có thể không tính được, trận đây một trận giải cỏ. Trận ra này tôi mới thắng tiếp thôi. Nhưng khả năng không có tinh. Tích nhẹ nhàng tí.
What a way to kick off this grand finals. I'm now joined by PRX's head coach, Alex. That last round has got to be one of the most outrageous things we've ever seen on a stage. Was that you during the timer? Was that Divide, JJ? Where did that come from?
It's definitely not me. We had it in our bag a long time, but we were running out of timeouts already. It was, I think, Ting. I think it's his favorite move. So haven't shown it. Finally, it's out.
I can't wait to see more of that. Good luck.
And we loved it. What a way to wrap up that first map. And he ended up getting PRX winning, and that almost went to overtime. Fnatic made that sunset quite challenging, but that, of course, brings us to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, because it's got to go to Forsaken.
And he's giving the credit to Jing for bringing that game back, but I think you have to give a lot of it to Forsaken, this guy who's stepped up much more as a leader coming into this event on this entire run. And despite him saying that, hey, I'm IGLing now, I'm not shooting as well as I used to, he's still putting up numbers in the server. This round was incredible. And his impact in that second half too was just out of this world.
Forsaken is just defined by the impact. You might look at the statistics, and like you said, maybe it's not as much as the golden days, but now the kills he gets are so important. Like a 3v5, I thought it was over, but you can never count PRX out.
That's right. And also, Mel's on the desk, everyone. Give it up for Mel. She's here with us here to talk about the game for a little while. But yeah, let's continue this conversation here, because it really did, Mel, feel like Fnatic at the start of that game, we're in the driver's seat. 4 rounds straight, you get the timeout, and then from there you started to see PRX gain that confidence and come back into the game.
Yeah, this game felt like the definition of streaky and momentum. We saw PRX, they were down 0-4, and then boom, they collect 8 rounds back to back, but then they swap sides, and then it's Fnatic that ends up taking the lead again.
And in this first half, PRX, I think some of the lack of experience playing on this map for Fnatic's show. They've only played it twice in officials this year, lost both times. So what PRX does a lot is they love working into mid, trying to fight up, and then split one of these sides, stage walling the other side. And that's so tough for anchor players to deal with when you're trying to fight into main. And then 3 players are splitting through mid, isolating you there. And then the rest of the team is going to be completely cut off by that wall. And they were so successful with those rounds on attack.
Yeah, being an anchor, you already have to hold several choke points. And you add that third when the other team is abusing mid control. And I want to say that at the bottom there, it said off guard. And the thing is, we talk about their attack, it is so off guard and surprising. But on defense, we saw the craziest combination of util to get, I think, was it Jing up on that sage wall at the end of the window. I have never seen that.
Yeah, that was cool. And like Alex said, it's out there now. Everyone's seeing it now. All right, well, let's go ahead and jump over to the coach of Fnatic to get his thoughts as we get ready for map 2.
I'm now joined by Coach Milan from Fnatic. Now, you know how good Forsaken is. We know as well. How do you deal with him for the rest of the series?
I mean, you just gotta keep an eye on him, you know, see what he's doing. They're always in your face. They love to get in your face, get aggressive. And I think if we take it easy, allow them, like, absorb their aggressiveness, we'll be fine.
Well, I hope that game plan works out. Thank you very much.
All right, well, there you see map 2 coming up next. It's going to be Icebox here, picked by Fnatic. And this is one of those maps, Mel, where it is statistically looking good for the boys in black and orange. Can they pull through, though, is the question.
It is Fnatic's map pick first in this series, so it has been really dominant for them. They've had great wins on it where the other team barely even accrues like 4 or 5 rounds. So, and they just run a super standard comp, and they play the map in a way that really sets up their play styles well on the team. They have Alfir on the Outlaw. They have a great jet player in Kaya who really popped off last week.
This map is going to highlight the difference between how these two teams play defense. PRX is a team that loves playing flood retake, heavy fighting onto sites, putting tons of util into their anchors. Whereas Fnatic, when they're playing the Sage comp, you're almost always going to see them
Vẫn là ba pick
back up, play these set retakes with the wall that they're super highly successful for. So I think a lot of this game is going to come down to PRX in their post plans, how much space they can take to deny those strong Fnatic retakes. And when you say that, I mean, obviously, are we going to see something taking those aggro fights? But notably, Jing on the Omen, the difference between these two comps is the Sage passivity and the Omen aggression. And I'm going to be looking at Jing, seeing where he's playing in those post lines and what fights he's taking. How does that Omen really shift the game, right? Because the smokes are very different than just a solo Viper comp. It really opens up everyone to take fights because when you have that second controller, now the Viper's like, okay, they don't really need my wall for the post plant too much because if I go down, then the Omen can smoke. And that works both ways, right? If the Omen goes down, the Viper can play the wall. So it opens up actually everyone to make all these aggressive fights, which is just so good for the PaperX style. And it's also Jing playing it, so you know he's going to be a guy who's going for those individual plays as well. It gives some of that kind of opportunity to double TP and go for your own stuff with the paranoia too, outside of just the strength the agent brings.
All right, well, Mel, thank you so much for joining us here, but for now, let's send it back over to your casters and see if Fnatic can come back into this one and tie the series 1-1. Back over to you, Brennan Sideshow.
We're about to find out here on the Xbox. It's territory here for Fnatic. If you think about it in a certain sense like that. It is a best of 5 and the double map ban advantage is on the side of PaperX, but they're not done yet. They've shown that resilience, that grit. They've dug deep this entire event to make it here to this point right now.
They've always been one loss away from elimination. I think this, though, this map does feel like a bit of a must-win for Fnatic. The one after this, Pearl, which is Fnatic's permaban, is where PaperX are taking us. So Fnatic have got to get out to a good start here and equalize the series if they want a serious chance of picking up another one of those trophies. In this half, be expecting PaperX to be contesting space. Think about the way that they made it difficult for Fnatic to get room on their attack side. I mean, this, for example, a triple face, super committed from PaperX. Hoping maybe just to find Alpha, yeah, taking a timing. He's normally going to be the solo player on A if the rest of the team is working B. But Fnatic are just trying to figure out which part of the map PaperX are playing for. Where are they fighting? And this is a silent way of fighting.
Yeah.
Here.
Slow siege. Tripled up.
Here
Hoping
they come.
that someone springs this trap, and they have.
Ôi trời ơi.
Catches wind of it.
Đây được Alpha chơi.
Immediately, this PaperX triple face evaporates, dissolves, leaving only Forsaken and Jing. And even Jing actually leaving the A site entirely, ready for the reaction of Fnatic into B.
God, that spike, they're just seeing it as well. Crashes trying to take that timing forwards. Divide shuts it down before it gets a little bit messy here. Cyclone still a little bit all over the place. There's a timing. Timing here. Can't get the shots lined up. Can't get it in order. PaperX are walking all over them right now.
A nice pistol round, the first one for PaperX in the series. They didn't need either of them on Sunset. It was a tight one, but they managed to get it over the line. This idea works perfectly against the way Fnatic are going to be taking these slow-paced fights. You set up to punish people as they contact in. The Fnatic coach is not too happy with how that one's gone, but know that things are still winnable even without a pistol. And Fnatic start out in a pretty similar way. Forsaken grabs the ult orb over towards A. There's a smoke up on Belt that stops you from being able to contest this angle early. And on B, Batman trying to hold a pretty aggressive position and punish you if you try to take B main for free.
And they go on wandering. Oh boy, punished for it! Tavai is rolling heads off shoulders, back up.
Vai just một kill cho đào vai, đó là hack
clean sweep.
Nhẹ nhàng.
Can't be getting free from that position with only a sheriff. Halfway up almost to getting his lockdown online. What a shot the first one. Barely see anything above his head. And another demonstration that PRX are going to take fights. Plenty of players in that spot. We see many people in mid back up, allow the turret to be broken and worry about kitchen instead. No, PRX are going to contest that space and force you to earn it. Something with an op online in round 3. Something walking up with the op in round 3.
Want to be held here. Shots rattled and yeah, onto the dome. Something is the one. Dropped in his place. Boaster. Calling for a pause on the rest of the troops. No more exploration.
It's a massively important kill, but Boaster's got to know that there's another player behind that.
Drone being used by Fnatic. Clears out a lot of the site. Jingo staying in wait. Time to strike might be nigh. There's a wall up onto the one side of it. Slow up, rattled. No time to fight! Just trying to tip-tap. Guardian in hand. Can't settle the recall enough here. What's going to be down? Open access to these fights. He's still here, still kicking. The snake bite not connecting. Forsaken. Trying to assist the best he can, but as Util used to clear him out in spades. Fnatic. Slowly, it's a glacial pace. Patman trying to stop this one in its tracks though.
Vẫn là 12-2 mà hai team của
comfortable planting spot. It's a 2v2 still. PRX access towards it, drifting in. Got down single digits. Batman trying to take this one. Batman snaps to Kayak's dome. One left to stun.
Quái gì vậy? Batman clutch xong thì nó không tưởng PRX. Quá kinh khủng. PRX đang thể hiện trình độ clutch into Batman. Batman quấy đảo hoàn toàn hai bên còn lại là mất đi ra rất sớm cố nhưng mà PRX vẫn tìm ra cái chiến thắng. Ở từ quật nhỏ nhất. Cả giáp bắn chỉ 5 máu và 25 giáp trên người. Nó hồi phục đó. Và khi đến Batman có sự đi hơn. Chiến thắng tuyệt vời từ PRX. Rất là vui vẻ từ Alex. Hãy được cười tươi sau này nay không. Tôi mong Alex có cái cúp.
Broken early. PRX was just looking to clear that space. They know that something has been taking liberties.
I think it was a shock dart there as well. It did pretty large chunk of damage.
Oh, yeah, cancelled it.
Alpha's going to try to work his way up to you, but it's difficult. Device got his full setup here.
Batman còn tiền mỗi người một mạng một. Được rồi, quá được. Dồn này tắt thế thì chịu thôi. Đi về hết thôi.
Backing away, PRX are not content. Scraps him, want to go even further forwards again.
Batman, giáp cũng dẻo đấy.
Might have just brought this one back from the brink. His weapons abound, but 8 HP to do not eager to lose that chance.
Another spot where Kayak probably isn't anticipating Device winning. And most people are going to play a 2v1 a lot more cautious than that. But PRX are finding the right timings today to put pressure on Fnatic in unexpected ways. These are the risks, the gambles that PRX have taken and honestly have in some previous formats been punished for. But this time, today, it's really working. Fnatic's coach is already deciding to take a tactical timeout. We are seeing these really early on in the halves. I think Alex talked a little bit about it during the coach's interview, the fact that he was already out of them by the time it got to crunch time, you know, like 11-11 kind of stuff at the end of Sunset. The pressure hitting early on.
And having to stop that momentum that PRX have. It's not within its tracks, but it's hard to do against a freight train going at Mach 10 speeds. That's what PRX are playing like. Lights out, determined to be the ones to lift that trophy.
The only team to really put a halt on it was Gen G way earlier on. And honestly, since then, the train has just been accelerating all the way through that upper bracket. It's really difficult to stop a team that has momentum like this when they're feeling confident and are going for peaks at unexpected times. You've got to be ready for anything against PRX. And what's frustrating in this tournament, I would imagine, is that it's at
Master
quite different timings compared to usual. Here's an adjustment. Snake bite. And a shot and a half there to delete Jing.
Snaps up. Jing is gone.
So they've denied Forsaken getting that Hunter's Fury online and found themselves in a 5v4. Couldn't ask for a better beginning for Fnatic.
That's a cheeky one, Patman. I don't want to overstay yourself though. Drones forward, something's going for another.
Tôi nhớ là Master năm ngoái này, Sentinel là đội tuyển đi lên từ nhánh dưới.
I don't think that's too bad though for Fnatic. They do still have a race to be able to work around with. They're droning. Boaster's taking a little bit of space in mid. This is a risk.
Yeah, and he's preempting spot here. Something seen it. Out through the shoulder, dart against it. The spam expecting the Boaster would cross out, and he's got out. Spot 3 Alpha. Scoring on the other side. Device done. The spike in the hands of Chronicle. It's going to be a quick plant now.
Yeah, that's huge. Fnatic were anticipating that PRX would be denying the res, and so B would be more open. Instead, Divide was holding it and got deleted. Still a player advantage for Fnatic in the post fight.
ADS step out here, top form. Really trying to drag that first round on the board here for Fnatic. Force the mechanics. Exactly what they ordered. Forsaken still going to be making a go at this one though. Side Patman, time no ticking. Spike. It's getting out of hand. Push forward, pressed. The advantage out there. Smelling blood in the water.
If he gets online, could be a very different game. I mean, he still played fantastically in the first map, don't get me wrong. But we've seen matches that Fnatic have been playing, honestly, not just at this tournament, but at the end of stage 1 too, where he just took over. In my opinion, probably front runner for MVP at this point, Alpha, yeah, but competing alongside Jing, maybe even Forsaken for that kind of title. They'll need him though. PRX still up 4-1.
Few ults online, Fnatic. Another bit of util, gotta respect that.
Yeah, that constant conditioning of taking the ult orb early is just forcing some level of utility to be used for Fnatic. This round, they decide not to use the snake bite, but have to use a slow orb instead.
Patman, here's a drone. Side steps out of it, looking to take a timing rather than breaking it.
Yeah, he wants to play this aggressive. Again, think about the way that Forsaken, for example, was playing on Sunset. You want to force Fnatic to earn every inch.
All up, all down. Boaster sees an advantage and a spot to try and play in, but the first shot just missed. On either side here, smoke up in your face. And PRX re-exploring.
A completely empty here, Brent. PRX have got the right read to play it for retake.
Done through mid as a dash active. Kai wants to try and go with it. Updraft over towards it. Alpha, my God, tapping away and snap into the domes of any adversary.
It's remarkable the consistency that he's got. Had to deal there with a player in a pretty unexpected position at bottom tube. Forced a 1v1, came out the better end of it. Something's in a fairly unwinnable position, and again, Alpha goes hunting at the end. He is thirsty. Got his lockdown online. Solverall as well on both sides to try to deal with it, so the Killjoys are not in a perfect position to be able to get value out of their ults. But this has knocked PRX's economy back after just 2 rounds. And the plays that they're going for, getting shut down. Not necessarily set up, but a pretty reasonable timing for Divide to go for. Trying to take an unexpected peek, knowing that was probably a 1v1, but just gets sat in his place by the Turkish aim god. It's incredible when you think about some of the changes that these teams have made. I mean, let's take it from Fnatic's perspective. These teams have made, I mean, let's take it from Fnatic's perspective. These teams have made, I mean, let's take it from Fnatic's perspective. These teams have made, I mean, back-to-back in 2023. But still able to rely on pillars of the team like Alpha and Boaster's Calling, Chronicle 2. You know, this core has been able to plug in other pieces. A rookie of Kayak, a player looking for redemption like Crashies, and still have a chance, another chance at glory.
A testament, I think, to the quality of the core on Fnatic. And PRX will be trailing when it comes to that economy, but not with the rounds. They take the timeout, discuss what has been going wrong.
And I think, really, the type of fights that they've been going for, there's still a decent chance of success in these spots. But it's about getting Fnatic in situations and timings that they're not quite anticipating.
Well, quick dash though, this is Fnatic.
Way faster.
Way faster. One from PRX to really receive. They might be able to get a few pot shots in potentially. Swinging wide as I say that to Vi. Around the corner already. He's looking for that open sideline, not going to be given too much. The spots the one, even that repeat, rattling shots on. Updraft now, knives in hand, something going to clear the way and cleave. A path to victory, Kayak gone. Cut out the picture now, Swarms. The Nano Swarms themselves, lockdown even being committed. PRX are using this ult on ults. They realize it's winnable. Up towards the top though, Boaster needs to be managed. Bullet to the side, Sheriff's there, and he needs to try and break this one. No, Bullet surely is just there. And one detainment on it, something sticking. Oh, yanked out of back pockets. Anything to secure this round for Fnatic now. And they need it. Something trying to play his life to the final moments. The right click to no avail.
And a round win for Fnatic, though a costly one on an anti-eco. Having to use some pretty large ultimates there. But a lockdown utilized on both sides. Definitely felt winnable when something came in over the top. I can understand why PRX would want to send it. They did, in fact, manage to break the lockdown coming through from Alpha.
Enemy remaining.
Unfortunately, weaponry just not quite good enough and not enough people caught in Devi's lockdown. This round, though, Forsaken, the end result of all of that, has that ult to empower the rest of his team to flood defend, and something with an op.
Deep push by Jing as well.
His op was amazing earlier on in the tournament. We got to see him pull it out on Ascent, and he was working magic with it.
I have the spike.
Get his chance again, but hard to tell where Fnatic are looking to lead and end.
They're throwing down a slow orb over towards A, making it feel perhaps like they're taking early A control, and then Boaster leading them back towards B with 3, sorry. Making sure that they're grouped up, able to trade out Patman if he goes for something wild.
Spotting Alpha. Just him even going for a bit of a fight towards Taken. I mean, he's lucky to be alive there.
That's so bold.
Pop it up onto the box. And the read is only coming in just now. PRX realizing potentially a little bit late. Scattered bodies, but are going to hit a wall now. Realize that they've missed their mark, potentially. Snap towards the top. Patman's still alive here. Something from the side.
Có vẻ là không sai lắm nhưng tôi bảo cái bản nó khác tí. Tôi bắt được 2 người.
Alpha's found the timing. Alpha's found a beautiful timing here. Might be able to catch something in the back, and he's already calling for Boaster to make the rotate around.
Absolutely. Perfectly.
Hoàn toàn thì
deleting adversaries now. There's 14 seconds left. Got to get a move on.
He's going to be able to get spiked down here, though, Boaster.
Going forwards, the TP back behind as well, obfuscating the intent. Jing can really just put a stop to all of this right now, but Alpha, it through mid, traded out, cleaned up. One left onto the site. Boaster is to try and put a stop to it, and the reflank as well occurring. Crashes, drifting all the way in. Backs towards him, they are none the wiser. As I say that, shut me up. It's left down to Boaster, being squeezed onto the site. Devi and Jing tightening the net.
Thắng cả Boaster. Quái lại. Rất là PRX. Đưa từ thế khó về thế dễ.
Crashes knife out, trying to find the timing, almost perfect. And Devi just seems to check behind for a moment towards screens. They haven't seen the Sova in a while. Look at that play though from Patman.
Dẫn trước 2 người, sau đó để đưa về 22 lan sàn. Không phải đá vai như có các cụ bảo. Cụ đánh cong lưng, quay lại sau lưng sau khi một đạn được thay đạn. Chết như thành viên, đi móc của tôi là Crashes. 5-3.
And Forsaken, I think it was towards the end.
Không có tỷ số 4 đều. May không? Không còn làm tình huống.
Off back in the hands, something going aggro.
Straight down mid, but his knives to meet him. Kayak is there holding. The barrel. Just poking out.
Ngón bắn là tỉnh chết luôn đấy.
Seems to be aware.
Cảm giác có đừng có nhìn.
Chance.
Has he spotted it?
I don't know. With the angles being played, he's definitely holding for it. He suspects it.
Something ơi, something.
Something gonna overstep.
Đang rất đứng yên ở đây.
An inch further forward, and Kayak for sure would see it. There gives away the hand.
Yeah.
But no, vẫn chưa có.
From the jump spot there, attempted a punish, shot trapped. No committal, Alpha is right there.
That's an insane adjustment from Alpha here as well. Divide tries to swing into cover and gets deleted.
He's trying to plug up those gaps, but up through kitchen they are none the wiser again. It's Kayak. Drifted in, walking in, dash is active.
Cái quái gì vậy? Cái quái gì vậy?
Kayak! The
Anh không biết
patience
làm
in
cái
this
gì vậy?
moment tears
Tôi hết
open the map.
nói rồi. Chỉ cần bò qua.
Fnatic, they realize they've got it at this point.
Thì vỡ vụn. Something phải đi siêu.
Again leaning hard on Alpha and Kayak to get it all done.
That's incredibly impressive, though. A reminder once more that this is Kayak's first global event. This is his first grand finals. It hasn't been that long since he won Ascension and started playing in the big leagues.
He's not good. Something not long for this world at this point. Up and over towards the top. Kayak. Tasty little three-piece.
That's some unbelievable composure for a rookie player, though. That's the kind of timing that you would only expect somebody with a huge amount of experience to be able to pull off. And Jing just has no clue about it. It is a little rough when you watch it back from his POV. Trigger discipline.
Behind using what?
Panic from partner.
Đập bàn rồi.
And they've let things slip a little bit here. PRX down onto another eco, and Fnatic with a great opportunity to tie it up. Alpha even going for an attack off.
Something ở đây.
You know that in these kind of rounds, PRX are going to be trying to challenge you. Trying to bait out that aggression from the defenders and punish is all about what Fnatic are going for here today.
Jing really being the only player that can do some damage in this spot. Bulldog ripped in his hands. He's got bodies with him too. PRX trying to hold this one down.
There was a potential for a timing on the other side of the map as well, but Patman denied it as Alfia reconnects with the rest of the squad. This is going to end A into 3 at least.
Yeah.
The stack is here.
See how this one goes. Darts being held as well for the signs of life. There's smokes on smokes. Propped up into the face, but all contact. Slow and steady is called for by Fnatic, and that's the time to strike. Well, the iron is hot, and they find their timing. Perched up, Kayak. Just dishing it all out now with the bullets.
Jing tucked in. Patman deleted on the flank.
There's not much that Jing can really do from this spot. I mean, surely, yeah, it's the Bulldog. Can't quite get it on the
Hải.
Is the one on right now. Take a look at this player. You said it, Josh. You would not expect this guy to be a rookie on this stage.
Em tưởng
Icebox
này.
is his playground. It has been all
You look at the two players that have been at the top of the scoreboard for Fnatic today.
Em được em tự em dùng cái tay
Alpha and Kayak finding their
chứ không
opportunities to be the
trong ngày
playmakers
tự
as
kỷ
well.
rất mà
Opening up these
ngày có buồn
rounds from the entry and from the lurk. A reminder that Alfia brought
sau này xem vào sau ngày xưa mình buổi đêm mình đóng mình rồi.
So looking to try to shut down something if he was playing on A Raptors.
Rất
The pacey opening as well though.
Taking this extra space nhưng mà cái
số hiện tại của AIBA
trying to punish Divide, for example, if he was going to be playing for the Orb or
em thì
Patman
sao
as well.
em thì sao
Không biết độ hình. Em mua cái cúp đi em. Đúng định mua nhất độ hình. Có cái đấy. Father lên ốp rồi. Dinh sẽ phải đổ ốc thôi. Là nó biết cho nên là clear đi khu vực dung. Ồ, đã nhìn kỹ của đá vai đấy. Nhưng mà cái rắc đen rồi. Đừng đắp bục tiêu khổ đi. Hikashi trả lại mạng. Đắp bục tiêu. Ô, đi nào có tuyệt vời như Trinh. Điên rồi của Dinh đã được mang ra. Mình Alpha chưa sẽ phải làm gì khổ operator ở đây. Alpha chưa. Không được. Nó là Trinh.
At least keep hold of this lead that they've had.
These are the timings I'm talking about, though, Frank. Watch
Cường
Crash's
nắp một kill.
POV here towards the replay.
Hai
He throws out a recon dart, which means the Chronicles
Xin đổ
alone get
nhanh
the
đấy.
plant. He does an
2 số 3
amazing
đủ
job
mạng
picking
á.
up the buy in
Nói trình của
Forsaken,
này ảo lắm.
but he then thinks he has the timing to send
Em thì sao?
utility, and he's not ready for Jing's fight.
Em mới chịu.
PaperX take
Em
timings that are just slightly off, and they do catch teams napping.
Nơi tình yêu trở lại.
Fnatic tie things up at 6-6, or PaperX gonna have the lead off the back of winning
Ồ,
that pistol
dành
early.
cho something. Mà thế
Ôi,
something bạn ốp
ba người
trượt
xếp
nhiều
hàng.
lắm rồi.
Something lại
bắn drone thôi. Chết chay ạ. Và kéo theo cả Pháp-man nữa. Mất đến 2 người. Side B gần như là thùng. Nhà vai có làm được gì không? Khó lắm. Sự đối phương vẫn đang spam ốp vô tội
Cắm
này.
cặp rồi.
Chả ngay là cái cầm chân được chỉ của đá vai. Quashi đằng sau lại có một pha đi rất là hay này.
In theory, Chronicle could actually go for this
Chỉ đứng lại đây khá lâu đấy. Bây giờ cái địch hạ xuống.
Barely forwards there.
Hai bên
When he looked at the
Ôi
side,
đá vai rồi quyết tâm đến 6 đêm của địch làm cực kỳ nhiều.
Ôi đá
vai có sự cân liên tục có những điểm phục. Ô, cái gì vậy? Cái gì vậy? Fnatic ơi đừng. Đinh. Ô, đêm cung lỗi. Ô đi cung lỗi. Ô đi không ăn được có sự cần. Xử lý không đủ tốt.
Không có cầm thủ đi vào đấy làm sao ra retake được thế
so much experience in these big moments. The last
Sao?
one for North America in this
Đây cho
tournament
Fnatic
comes through huge for Fnatic there with his positioning on
cái
site.
kèo một cái kèo 3-1 Fnatic của tôi.
The rest of the players from Fnatic were stuck in mid, and he had to do everything from that high
Và
ground
đang
angle.
kêu đầu lượn đó các bạn. Đi mẹ ông xong. Fnatic
Biết đây không phải tỷ số 8-4 của Fnatic. Break đủ full one để chịu lại 6 đều. Tiếc chỉ có Alex. Ông đã vuốt đôi mắt của mình.
Red Bull give.
Cáo Red Bull ăn cứt.
Làm sao giấu đi đôi mắt nhòe từ ngày em đi.
Ôi trời, gì đấy? Quảng cáo.
Rồi. Quảng cáo. Phải luôn quảng cáo.
Chết bài xem. Đó. Có tới đảo à? Còn vào đéo đấy. Steam system update. Coinbase is global, just accessible, bougie. The future money is here là gì? Coinbase à? Scan for a chance kìa. Thắng. Scan for a chance to go to the VALORANT champion Paris.
Phê chưa?
And drinking wine.
Bị quảng cáo à? Fuck.
Mày chọn đi.
Chọn gì?
PRX à?
Ai?
Who you got there? Who you got there? You are đi vẽ thằng chó đây vụ 2 mang. Vừa Fnatic vừa đây với
mặc áo T1 xem.
Áo liquid thì sao?
Đấy mặc áo lụa mình.
Này.
Đấy mặc áo lụa này. Mình mặc áo liquid.
Back into it as well. The Coinbase Econ report, you can see even across the board here.
Yeah, I mean, and a huge amount of damage done by Alpha, yeah, which makes perfect sense
Nghe
because
anh
he's
bắn
up
nhanh lên
towards
tự
12
kiểu
kills.
cara ok
Naturally,
đi
the
nhỉ.
side bite to bite, but I think some of the impact that Alpha was having on the attack side fairly unmatched. I think the game is going to shift pretty significantly though here. This half, you heard the dev set it up. Fnatic love playing the retake. They are going to be playing for Chronicles wall retake on the pistol. That's their normal strategy at least. And that is the entire opposite way that Gen G, for example,
hai đội 10 thằng kia đưa anh cầm hộ
round on this map in this half. PaperX were
Tí nữa
constantly
mấy thằng
fighting,
chó,
always
mấy chân
denying,
chó
never
Fnatic lại đổ
allowing
nước
PaperX
vào
any
thì uống.
space.
Còn
That's
rất
the
là mất nước.
Pacific style.
Uống nước và thì cúp.
Fnatic don't really play like that, so we're going to get a
Giống
really different
Sentinel
game
ngày
here.
xưa.
In
Một
theory,
ca bằng
PaperX should actually have a ton of room to be able to get onto these sites.
Nhưng mà cúp của Fnatic bị vỡ một cái rồi, vận chuyển bị vỡ ạ. Ảo.
Attack side so far, very
Cái cúp
The smokes, they hide the
đúng
intent pretty
rồi,
well.
cái cúp đấy. Chết rồi. Crash đi đổ một hai. Crash một kinh
vãi rồi.
đá vai. Advisor bắt được bạn 4 seconds. Cút.
Cho lại luôn.
Địt mẹ ok.
Jing Smoke gave the game away there. A brilliant read from
Ý
Fnatic.
tưởng lên 5 túp là
Knew
4
exactly
túp
what
là
was
gì
happening. Felt a little too similar perhaps to what's
Mới
been
thảo
happening
khôn của
on
ý tưởng quá đi.
Sunset as well. All of those contacty plays around the map.
Chắn là hai chọn.
Fnatic like playing deeper,
Quay hai chọn.
Nó xích kéo tầm đứng đầu lên.
This time, Fnatic choose to draw a line in the sand at kitchen.
Chịu à?
Like that confident. Go like that
Đã nhìn
confident.
2 k5.
Coming to you, run to them, bro. Just chill these noobs, bro.
It's a good point.
It's interesting that Alpha says that because that is his way of playing.
2 k5
But it's not the
EDF.
way that Fnatic themselves
2
usually
k5 4 với
fight.
tường 9 lắm.
Be interesting to see if his words of wisdom carry through. Boaster though backing off instead of stepping up. Looking to try to play the numbers and play the retake. More of the classic Fnatic style.
Following those sound cues, looking to potentially take some early fights. Kayak. Shot to the body, Marshall into that. No armor on the board here. Trying to go for that plant down. Push this one back. Not quite. It's going down. Slowly being collapsed upon here. PRX don't really stand a chance. Just from the hip. Something classic. Does some damage, but that's about it.
Cái nào khó là something bắn nó đôi yếu rồi. Ngày bắn ốp này mà tốt thì PRX để thằng mới nào.
Boaster and Alpha, they didn't even invest, so they've got plenty of opportunity here to have a good buy heading into their bonus round. But Fnatic are going to be doing a lot of this, where they're trying to react to what PRX are doing around the map. Trying to stack bodies and get in position to go for that retake. Kayak, though, is contesting as the plant goes down there. You know, Fnatic might have a bit of an adjustment. We've got to hear it from Alpha. But it will be very interesting if Fnatic decides to take the fight to PRX. Kayak picking up an operator. That's come out of the Boaster Bank.
Okay.
Kênh Nhật Bản 29.000 người xem. Việt Nam mình 21.000 người.
At the end of this
Philippines 900 người.
Yeah, Boaster, always the selfless leader.
Kayak trying to post himself up. For the support, and wow, something. Eager to try and take that fight, Kayak. Makes him regret it. Shoulders just poking out here. This is Fnatic. Pick advantage. Precisely the place they love to be in.
Jing's down to go really aggressive with this Omen. I've seen him teleport onto screens before. Ult into crazy spots. In a playmaking situation like this, down 4v5, you're wanting Jing to step up.
Hunter's Fury pulled out of it. That's early. Crashes earning his kills and his orbs up through mid. Another lurk happening. Jing is gone. And to delete that turret, and Alfie is right there behind him. Avenging poor Timmy.
Thua cả bon đất thì có lẽ là
you might have got this plan down. But how the hell are you going to dig yourself out of this one? Mistakes.
Buông rồi, buông rồi.
Not in the habit of making it often here. The Dark all is revealed. And Forsaken can't do it all.
Làm cái đéo như vậy.
Fnatic overall in this tournament are playing about 2/3 of their rounds for retakes, but you see here, they're not all even 5v5 retakes. Finding picks as the attackers work their way in. Both from the operator and from the ultimates, applying that pressure and creating an easier retake for themselves. An almost impossible situation for those final two that were left alive. And I think they've got to be better at dealing with getting onto the line to fight Kayaks off. That was a pretty lazy way of trying to get onto that angle. One dart that didn't even land towards back yellow, and something swings at the same time.
Aggro here with a slow orb just to try and deny that belt space.
Both teams fighting for belt space and the ult orb.
Batman, hold on. Walkabout, Sheriff in hand, he just can't quite control it.
Này bắn đéo lên trước tiêu win rồi. Hai bên bắn đéo có trước tiêu win rồi đấy.
Mapple thì khó cho Fnatic.
Ui, đi mẹ quá, đi thắng.
Fnatic quả này hay này, Chan hay này, Chan tốt, làm được.
Được rồi.
Còn gần một round trước tiêu win.
Anh đi Fnatic có 4,5 boost.
Các bạn có đánh HDC cao 4
playing offside for it, Fnatic.
Tôi thấy 4-0.
Screens. The
Nào,
rifles
PRX
were trying to
chiến nào
score
đây?
a chance of
1
PRX
đổi 1,
getting away with that funny
1
business.
đổi 2
Hooked
rồi,
up together with the
1 đổi 3 rồi,
discipline.
1 đổi 4, đéo gì đấy?
From him.
Ủa?
So
Sao chết?
dependable, so reliable.
Nhỏ
Thôi,
quá.
cái map này thì mẹ mày
Very good reasons why he's the winningest player of all time in Valorant. A win here would be
Sấy
mà lỗi 2 bên đầu.
his career, but everything has been the
Kashi
whole
bắn
time.
đi vẽ mua mắt, chọc vào mắt,
Crashes.
Chi bảo, đòn cái đồ để bắt bố bắt bố đi.
Shot bullets at 3
mắt
separate
bố mày đi.
Brasi ở trước ở team
Tích game end
Động này.
bailed out by the rest of the team. This is now 4 rounds in a row for Fnatic to start the half. Was dead
Động nghề
even
có
as
ai?
he went into the pistol, and now PRX are going to take a timeout.
Cửa
They've
lát
been taking
xong.
a lot of these timeouts early on.
Bạn thân của Joy.
Final opportunity for Alex to
Anh
have a
Joy
bit
Hải.
of input. I mean, aside from later on, if
Hải
PRX
có 3
try
chữ,
to use one
của
of their
Joy
own.
có 3 chữ.
Chop
But it's got to
me.
be so stressful in his position too.
Chọc con mẹ mày.
They're still just settling into the BO5. It's a long way ahead.
Đây.
You can honestly
Thằng muốn
afford
mặc
to
AP
drop a map
Break
like
để anh
this
biết.
because you have Pearl
Để
coming
anh
out.
biết AP Break
You've
mà
got
ông
two
mà
maps that you're fantastic on later, Lotus and Split.
muốn
Anh
chết
ghét.
kẻ
You don't want to
Alex.
squander any moments where you think you might be able to get it over the line. That's how
Đi kìa.
opportunities slip.
Đẹp đấy.
Hút
And
cái cúp
Alex
kia
has
nhé.
seen it all. Sometimes, you know, the
Anh em đi
rosters
sang
they
đấy ăn trộm
shift
cái cúp.
around.
Tôi bánh thằng này muốn.
Individual players can come and go
Mà cúp này
Alex has
mẹ
been
mày
there to
mang
witness
mang về
every
bên
heartbreak.
bên bể nhìn mẹ
and try to fix them back
Okay.
onto the right path.
nhìn nắm chi tiết này dễ vỡ.
It's going to be tough going for PRX here. No more intervention happening from Alex's behalf.
Theo ngài không nói gì.
They're going to try and run this one back.
Ừ.
To do it
Anh
alone.
gái.
Đi mẹ.
PRX have been going for those mid lurks quite a lot.
16.
They
Muốn
put
nó
pressure on
đấy.
mid
Để nó nhiều
right
đâu.
at the start of the
Để
round,
đấy.
and they've had Pac-Man try to lurk. They haven't been very
Bạn 4
successful
van đồ,
with
một
it.
van tôm.
At some point, I wonder whether it puts them off
Monster này
entirely.
chơi cương láo. Tay thì đó rau mà chơi cương láo.
Three shots there. Sheriff in hand.
Monster chơi sông.
Đây thì như Hải cứ thích
Already
như
trying
nào.
to dash straight up. And
Ui.
the attempt of a punish. PRX are making this one
Ui.
fast.
Đó là double ra để xong
Đi của biển này.
To be had. This is that PRX.
Dính.
Nhưng mà đi mẹ con
Chưa bắt
bắt
bao
mày.
giờ con cổ thì hụt chết Batman. Con tinh đòi đéo đâu. Tinh hạ cánh đưa anh.
Trời ơi, sắp tính
Con tinh hạ cánh mà Alpha chưa. Vẫn là 3v4 để bật break. Vẫn phải xử lý thằng móc. 2 người móc.
Something's got to
2
hold
người.
off a double flank, but
Rất
Jing
khó nói
might
nó
need the
something này.
playmaker
Bắt được
over
một
its
nhưng có
snowman.
bắt được người thứ hai không? Something vẫn đang kê tương đối chỉ. Chỉ có người đây là kayak. Ốp đi móc.
Kayak.
Bật break có làm được không?
Không, úp đi bình thường mà. Hồi sinh thì cút rồi. Hồi sinh thì hết.
2v4 luôn.
People to come towards him, and really nobody has.
Muốn tối ưu.
Jing's
Có sự
positioning was
cần. Một góc bắn
cute, but
cương.
no one's coming his way.
Mình cần có sự cần làm gì nào?
This is feeling inevitable.
Có sự cần làm một. Làm một góc còn cần làm hai. Cần làm đôi. Đắp nhưng đó là monster. Quả bóng quá đẹp. Mà có thể rồi sẽ chẳng là break của tôi. Nên tôi sớm mốc
không
rất là đẹp luôn. 70 cho PRX. 2-4 thành công, vượt khó thành công PRX.
Nhưng bị bão bay xuống rồi, bay hết.
Really
Thôi,
beautiful
phải thắng thôi.
positioning and
Đặt cái bom
phenomenal
mà.
impact.
Sợ.
bí giờ này chưa ngủ.
Incredible players.
Bắn như ở đây á, không đó.
What was going on there?
Okay.
Phải khả năng. Là mấy bạn con
Ngủ đi.
But this play was taken. Enormous impact, just what Mel was talking about on the deck.
Ok rồi.
He might not be exactly at the top of the scoreboard, but every kill he gets is huge impact. And he's
Chúng ta có tỷ số chúng ta đang có tỷ số 7 đĩ và si tạ.
Stem the bleeding for now.
7 đĩ và si tạ.
Kayak on another pretty aggressive position. The drone
7
decided to try
kém
to
10.
push him off, and he dips, not
kém
giving
rồi.
away the fact that he's got the
Úi giời.
op.
Cái đi mẹ ca phát. Ngu như bỏ vậy.
Lucky just to phase the bullets.
Chó Hải.
Does Kayak take Alfie's
Ốp
advice?
gì skin gì trong
Break phải tụ 2 round thì họ hết tiền.
Skin giống
Play risk averse and
skin
set up
giống
the
skin
retake
của
with
nát.
the rest of his team.
Nhưng mà Phantom.
Dash available, it would be risky to try and take that timing inside that
Grim.
smoke.
Đây có luôn cô bắt
Ban đồ của Lim.
Bullets raining down onto him. Something though has been dropped.
Quả đục đéo đéo rồi.
Chopped down at the knees is what it seemed. Chronicle
Lại phải bắn phút lên xuống người.
Ui cá sắp bắn
Still
được.
with the recon.
một Sova có ulti mà sao không chạy không?
Is fantastic.
ra Forsaken lại lên lấy lên team. Rồi Batman sẽ phải tự xử.
Bốn team à?
Batman chưa lộ. Batman nó đồ đủ đồng dùng hốc bắn là khá là xịn. Nhưng mà có vẻ Fnatic tăng hơi mất thời gian. Batman đổi một. Còn là 3v2. Không bắn năm xuống.
Đá vai.
Có quá. 11-7. Bom hốc đấy hốc không thể cứu được đá vai.
Tại sao?
Mà Forsaken nó quyết định nhá lên tower, nhá lên tower để tìm một chút thông tin, nhưng mà anh ta vừa nhảy lên cái chết luôn. Anh Forsaken không ngờ cá chắc đã kê chết ở đây.
Xong thì lên con mẹ đấy, sau khi đều biết là úp vừa cứu.
Đó là 11 thằng cho Fnatic ở chung kết có thể thì cân bằng hay không? Phụ thuộc vào Hiếu rất nhiều. PRX sẽ làm gì đây? Vẫn sẽ là nước ai chăng? Something đang hơi lạnh nguội tay mà hôm nay. Bắn nốt không tệ. Phi ra cũng chưa chắc là đâu ngon.
Nheo đi tao.
Ánh sáng lên lò.
Forsaken này đồ nào chơi được bị quẽ.
Em không chơi được mọi đâu rồi.
Ok em.
Lép.
Rất hay mà. Forsaken mất đi một lượng máu.
Khó chịu nhỉ.
Và mà PRX nên có một thứ tốt hơn. Forsaken đang được điều động ra ngoài cùng với chỉ của Davai rồi. Khi đó
Davai có
bắt đầu quá trình đánh tách, họ sẽ vượt qua cái cầm chân của Davai. Cái chắc vẫn vứt láo ạ, something lại chết vì something. Cái quá gì đừng ca chắc vậy.
Làm ơi.
Liều nó bắn kìa. Liều nó bắn kìa.
Và bây giờ phải 3 đến PRX phải chống chọi thời gian này. Thời gian nó rất cận kề. Cái quái như vậy, Forsaken vẫn còn ăn tật thôi. Ô,
hết rồi. Ở đây, hết.
Tham là đủ. Tham là đủ cho Fnatic.
Vẫn đủ à? Đủ không?
Khoảng 1 giây đủ. Không 8.
Ôi không.
PRX đang ngả dạ hơi nhanh trong pha rồi. Nếu họ giữ thêm được một người nữa thì câu kéo họ nghĩ là gì? Tôi nghĩ là đủ tiền.
Ngả dạ là tiền đó hả?
Nghe hay nó.
Đúng.
Bắn nào, bắn khổ, bắn nào vẫn.
Cái mặt thực sự là quá điên rồi. Và giờ thì quẩy luôn.
Mặt kinh nghiệm. Ôi đi thầy người Việt.
Thầy Việt đã hiểu sao phổ vào này. Đủ đạc hết con thua.
Mất 2 đồn ti vẫn thua, không biết nói gì.
Thằng này trẻ có EMEA vẫn đang quẩy chết đội hình của PRX. Liên tục spam cái khổ cực kỳ lao quét. Dính đẩy ra, bắn chết được monster đắp booking không cứ đắp booking cho Dinh. Đó là Alphazer. Liên tục đổi mạng còn 3v3 thì không nhìn của hai bên. Đá vai ở đây, đá vai. Sao Alphazer không để ý thì rồi sao? Ô, đá vai.
Vẫn liều đá vai.
Khá ảo diệu của đá vai. Alphazer cũng mất tập trung thì phải. Alphazer không kịp quay cái tâm sang để phải xử lý đá vai. Các bạn thấy đá vai. Cái đấy còn là đá vai bắn turret của Alphazer mà Alphazer đâu quên tâm kịp. Skin của đá. Đá vai cũng là khá rồi. Cũng là cái kèo một.
Đá vai, quay bắn bay à? Không phải bắn tinh thật.
PRX cũng còn rất nhiều thứ phải làm. Để có thể
Yes, sao xem 99.
Batman làm một đủ mạng lời hơn cho PRX. Nhưng đá vai cần phải vượt qua Crashy lùi lại. Đang bắn drone để có thể chúng cho thông tin cho Chronico. Người đẩy đá vai tỉnh quá. Đá vai thực sự là quá tỉnh đi.
Bắn bay.
Crashy và đá vai có một cuộc chiến ở đây. Ai là người bất kiên nhẫn hơn thì người xem người thất bại. Có một mình poster ở đây với một khẩu host thì tôi nghĩ là không có mong chờ quá nhiều. Ô, poster bắn được gần nửa trên bóng của something. Và Messi đang lên từ khu mid. Hôm qua là Dinh rồi. Messi thì làm cái gì ở đây không? Bổ kill cho Messi. Khó rồi. Vẫn lên được con số 9. Vẫn clear được over.
PRX cộng 4,5 vẫn clear over.
Nếu họ clear cả over thăm.
Bây giờ map này mà break rồi ấy, thì map 3
không
không thắng thắng. Vì map hơn bọn phân tích.
Nhưng mà break thua AQ à?
Thua AQ thôi. Còn Fnatic
AQ từ Tezo đúng không? Nhưng mà Fnatic bắn Chamber bắt đấy được không? Bắn được chứ. Con này bắn Chamber được đấy.
Rồi để xem.
Chamber được cái nhá.
Kinh luôn.
Rồi nha, phân tích nhá. Đây để phân tích. Fnatic bắn Pearl ở giải gần nhất. Lần này Fnatic bắn 5 trận Pearl thôi. Ít. Lần cuối họ bắn Pearl họ bắn bên Navi ở kick off. Thắng 13
đều.
Khá lâu rồi Fnatic đã bắn Pearl. Hầu như là Autoban thì khả năng Autoban.
Autoban.
Chung thì Fnatic không nên thua bắn này.
Còn này yếu.
Bắn sau rồi Fnatic bắn với họ đủ bài đéo như là Pearl. Tôi nghĩ khả năng là chơi Chamber từ vị trí của Phan chơi.
Phạm thắng.
Cút mẹ đi. Như con cắt. Phạm thắng.
Thắng Chamber đẳng cấp.
Phạm thua.
Phạm thua. Phạm thoại.
Donate.
Something donate
cho ta.
Trông chán lắm nhỉ.
Vậy đều Phạm thoại.
Thoại chịu ơi.
Các bạn nên nhớ là Master Copenhagen thì người chốc là Forsaken, Champion là cả team chốc. Ở đây thì tôi thấy phân tích đang hơi tung. Ôi PRX vẫn đổi mạng là khá lời vẫn là hơn một người từ không đổi mạng này. Nhưng là Batman nghĩ rồi. Khả giác vẫn còn rất nhiều thứ mà các có thể làm được không? Something đang bò kia và nếu như Something cứ bò thế này Something sẽ chết không? Và rắc mặt trượt bom từ đá vai. Để ý PRX bắn đá bom ở khu vực đấy. Poster vẫn phải vượt qua được Batman nha. Batman là đứng một góc rất là chí trá. Poster không chết. Batman đứng tận đây ạ. Batman đây vẫn bắn được trước. Poster đã không thể biết được Batman đứng hơn. Khả giác xếp xuống. PRX vẫn chưa vào cuộc. Họ nếu như họ thắng round sau, tỷ số sẽ là 12 đều. Thì round sau tôi nghĩ là PRX nên đi bắt súng của Kazak. Rồi thì nó không nhiều nhưng mà để Kazak tầm ốp nó hiểm lắm. Something là khá gần Kazak. Người ta không biết rồi. Còn đá vai khả năng cao sẽ làm ốp. Đá vai mất ốp không? Mất ốp với từng chỉ Coca chắc rồi. Đồng nghĩa việc round sau Fnatic không còn một khẩu súng nào có thể chơi được nữa. Sẽ là có lẽ một win cho PRX ở đằng sau mà thôi. Có lẽ họ sẽ lên
Còn bách đồng ấy.
Hành trình các PRX đã được hơn một nửa rồi. Đang là 3 thi đấu kể từ khi họ đã bị giận từ khi họ để Phương lên con số 12. Muốn xử lý key lên cho Batman chọn một góc xử lý rất là khó chịu. Nó làm tham minh đẹp Batman
đau tay lắm rồi.
Trong một mắt đó mà Forsaken và Something là không tốt. Khi Kazak là thi đấu hát bài Pedro Bando, Kashi và một cái hạt một cái vào phong. Ôi sao lại bắn cầm đồ đụng của Kashi hủy diệt những thứ Batman mà PRX 11-12 rồi rất đắn rồi. Flawless win. PRX cần giữ được sự nóng tay này trong round tiếp theo là điều quyết định để điểm số 12 đều. Liệu Fnatic có thể chấm dứt chuỗi gặp khách của PRX hay không? Hay là PRX họ sẽ đưa chúng ta đến với một cảm xúc bùng nổ là lần overtime đầu tiên ở chung kết năm nay. Khả năng phi ở đúng một dao. Dao thứ hai trượt.
Hai dao.
Thứ là phi đúng một dao đấy quyết định rồi. Dao thứ hai khả năng cao trượt đó.
Vua chạy bắn.
Họ chạy bắn khó hiểu. Botter
chạy bạn
giờ này vẫn không có tốt.
đi nắp
Ta chắc lại ốp rồi, Break ơi, cẩn thận cái khố. Ta chắc nhớ đêm ra thì đấu với Break có rất nhiều đồ. Batman có một cái hang xà, Forsaken có một Hunter Fury, Zing có một cái ảo mộng. Như vậy hay sao? 3 cái trụ cuối cực kỳ nhiều thông tin từ chính Break. Có tele này, tôi giống cùng Crazy Guy quá nhỉ? Crazy Guy cũng đứng ở đấy, tôi nhảy lên trước.
That's supposed to draw bodies away from the A site and make it easier for PaperX.
Sẽ vượt qua cái hang xà.
There's still a lockdown.
và có lại có con chân
trả lại một cái ulti luôn. Quyết định là đối phương cũng trả ulti luôn. Bảo ông có gì tôi chơi đến trả Hunter Fury phát bắn lỗi không bắn lỗi, mà bây giờ PRX sẽ có lợi thế như Momo này, nhưng họ đã dùng rất nhiều chiêu. Chỉ là thuần bắn tay mà đi tên sẽ là 12 đều. PRX làm rất tốt trong tình huống trả đồ vừa rồi. Nhưng còn hồi sinh Batman vẫn đang rất chỉ ở đây. Batman còn hang xà mà tại sao Batman đi móc nhỉ? Tôi khá khó hiểu PRX. Hang xà đi móc, hang xà mất hang xà rồi. Chết rồi.
Batman móc chết rồi.
Hơi nguy hiểm nhá. Batman chết rồi. Nào 3v2 chỉ cần ra ngoài thì PRX thôi.
Hết giờ.
Và đó là
rồi
2 đều. Một mạch 5 round liên tiếp để PRX. Chúng ta sẽ có overtime. Và 3-1 à? Fnatic 3-1 à? Đái mẹ mới đi. Bảy 3-1.
Fnatic take a timeout and it goes
3-1
straight back in
tôi
their
quay
face.
cả đi mẹ.
Rồi đấy, không, 3-0 được rồi, 3-0 được rồi đấy. Anh sắp được ngủ sớm, hoặc là anh sẽ xem bây giờ sắp bắn, bây giờ bắn mẹ, bây giờ bắn chưa nhỉ? HLTV này.
Mông Cổ với lại Vitality à?
Đúng rồi đó.
Vita với Momo.
Momo niềm tự hào châu Á. Gặp mấy thằng ách. Mà Momo có một lịch sử. Chạm chuỗi điên của mọi Vitality rồi thì giỏi quá.
Momo bây giờ thì đúng là quỷ đấy.
Khắc ghi mua lên huyền thoại của sếp châu Á cũng. Chung kết đã là huyền thoại. Hồi trước chỉ có những người châu Á vào được thôi, bây giờ là đội tuyển châu Á, full châu Á vào được. Đúng không? Sẽ quyền quét đôn check được ta dắt. Đôn lái cao quá đi. Mình đéo là lái cao.
Nhưng mà 4 người đang A này, địt mẹ mày vào là án tử đấy.
Bởi vậy nó mặt bài khá ổn. Mà thích chưa biết họ có được sự đâm vào A không? Mà đang cài 2 người đánh động ở B. Có vẻ là côn thế này là về B rồi. Côn đồ này về B rồi. Và bộ côn có vẻ là khá hay trong chính quả. Booster nhá. Booster đang xử lý khá hay đấy. Cài là hạ, cài chắc là bắt.
Tổng bắt mà nó
Batman có biết ca dắt số được không? Batman sẽ phải xử lý rất khó khăn được con này khi mà phải xử lý cả mid, không ai cây mid cho Batman này. Batman sẽ phải cân 4 người.
Batman đứng góc này vãi luôn á.
Lên 15 giây vào
14 giây đánh hơi chậm, nhưng chỉ còn phân tích có đặt được không? 2v2 ca dắt bom sẽ được đặt thôi, nhưng mà với break vẫn là người siêu sao của bom. 3v3 chắc là có second. Something làm cho vị trí của các ngôn thả Parama cực kỳ đẹp, nhưng mà con đi cố điên quá. Một kêu là con đi cố something, điểm 1 cho something, 1v1. Kéo xuống thi đấu một cực kỳ căng giữa something và Crashy. Biết Crashy ở đâu chưa? Đã chưa rồi. Không biết Crashy ở đâu rồi, một đó là điểm thứ 13 cho con tích. Người đen cho quật của nó. Chronicle quẩy quá tốt một tower. Điều có quẩy Chronicle là Ki, Zing Flash, tự tin tay hay hơn, nhưng lại bắt ngay. Crashy quả này thì rất là
bắt ngay anh hiểu.
legendary in that top nest position.
13, 12 liệu có fake comeback không?
Fnatic once more.
Tôi không muốn là fake comeback đâu mình lắm.
Nghe hả?
Gì?
Đấy. Em đi sao?
Em như cặc.
Em ăn cất.
Em bắn thật thôi. Em bảo ngài bắn như ngài bắn đấu ngài bắn đấu ngày đi em. Something có phải ăn tìm lại được một chút.
Cả giáp nhiều rồi.
Something giết luôn cả Kazakh. Và chúng ta có thể round thi đấu thứ 26 hay không đây? Khi mà nó 3 điều vẫn vết rồi. Something lướt đi, né đi khỏi từ hướng truy sát của Chronicle. Và bây giờ thì tôi nghĩ là không còn cơ hội một thiếu nữa rồi.
Đá vai.
Mình Chronicle 1v5 quá khó, đá vài nhà tốt hơn. Chiến thắng thứ 13 từ về PRX. 26 round thi đấu, 13 đều cần chân chắc đến từ hai bên. Giấy con đâu?
Despite the fact that Fnatic had so many map points to be able to work with, this looks like PRX is to lose because their attacks, the fast, aggressive approach is just barreling through Fnatic.
Kèo 3-1 của em đang trên bờ vùng chúng chết đấy.
Kèo để em
anh kèo chết
thì kèo này cho
anh kèo để cho vui.
Tại vì đi em biết kèo nào nó phải kèo đấy nên là
con chó giết Fnatic.
giết em nam rồi.
Nhưng mà
Nam động nghề. Hoàng Nam đồ. Hoàng mình chọn cho Fnatic.
Nó sợ bừa đấy. Phải thích vào break có phải. Mua bản đồ break, mua đồ Fnatic đó.
That's what Fnatic are leaning on here.
To be honest, Brad, I think you look at the other side of things. The player at the bottom of the scoreboard there is something. And if he can find one round, just one, with the defensive
em đang nằm y hệt Adler.
all of the wrongs of what he's been up to.
Em nằm y hệt Adler luôn nằm nữa.
Because PRX have already got the game plan for the attack side, it's working. If he can find a big operator around here, he could well put his team up to a maybe insurmountable lead.
Mẹ mình nắm lên cái lỗi ạ.
Something ốp à. Hơi cầu cảnh từ đà vàng, giờ sẽ vẫn phải là
taking this time to recuperate, breathe a little bit.
Vẫn là chia
nhiều
người hơn ở vùng CA thì giờ ra đầu tiên của đang thi đấu này. Chợ chia 3-2 đúng không? Nào chia 4 không?
Don't know if you noticed that Nana swap as well. On top Jenny.
Bây giờ để Crazy lại về đây, lại là 3-2. Và liệu họ có
so they've got a very specific counter plan. Look at Jing holding that paranoia as well. They know exactly what they want to do to counter this Fnatic A hit.
Như Fnatic cứ chơi như lần trước, họ sẽ là người phải mất.
It does feel like those timeouts have been helping Alex and PRX more than Fnatic.
Xe đi đây.
Drone's broken.
Từ một pick qua eo của con Viper ở hơi ảo. Pick qua eo.
I set over towards A. Triple face alarm bounce.
Có phải đánh ra rồi.
Dinh làm hai.
Dinh làm đôi.
Dinh làm đôi.
Nó là Dinh. Break bắt bài thành công. Bây giờ các thành viên của Fnatic sẽ phải về đây. Tập tính bắn nốt luôn. Và chúng ta đang đến với round thi đấu 27 hay chăng đây? 27 và có thể
4v2.
Ít đá ba bật. Chớ. Hết đạn.
Ui, yếu.
Mình Boxer, IGL của PRX, IGL của không thể làm được gì cả.
Xong.
Xong. Và bây giờ PRX,
anh Cường chỉ.
Họ có Max Boy.
Có Dinh bắn hai, ảo thật.
Max Boy đầu tiên của PRX trong trận đấu này. Đang bắn hết đạn, cái đi có
ra hết đạn ạ.
Đạp điều gaming có match point đầu tiên của trận đấu này, nên là không nên bỏ lỡ cơ hội. Đứng dậy với Batman rồi, chị support. Chị có hiệu chị vị trí của anh mình con Blake rồi, muốn đứng dậy lắm rồi đấy, ngồi lâu quá mệt rồi. Ôi đà vai, đẩy láo với Kazakh bắt được đà vai.
Tôi xong.
You see Divine on this side of the
Mất
map.
cụ,
You know at least that
cụ
they're
điều.
You don't know for sure that they're coming back over towards A, but you know it's
Cụ
not
rồi.
that fast B here. And look how quickly Alpha
Cụ là dễ
just
cút
takes
lắm,
all of
thường
this
cụ
space
cút
on
trước
B.
các bọn hay bóc.
Mất cụ là không cây móc được rồi.
Later on information going to be given up here.
Ui Boster, ui thôi anh em tin anh bắn kỳ cả. Bắn ca thì
Viên.
I mean, what a decision from
Alpha UD móc máy này.
Lúc xong rồi là giờ móc.
Quả này khá
Men
là
tiếng.
chí đây, Batman có quay lưng lại không? Nhưng người trước là something, Batman không mắc sai lầm.
Rồi.
Nhưng phải qua được ca giắc.
24.
Qua second nó mò. Second đã lộ luôn. Cái lắp chỉ cần có 120 lắp ra đẹp. Second sẽ phải nằm xuống. Ô, Second chưa chết. Second sống một cách có
Vĩ chết nhá.
Cái tường của Monster cứu for second. Tôi nghĩ là vậy. Cái tường hay bóp đây là một. Người ta có lẽ phải đến ra tường 8 đi xong rồi. Vẫn được có 28, 29 nữa không? Rất là nhiều.
Em club 1v3.
Rất là nhiều chúng ta sẽ là hai con chó này. Batman khả năng Batman không hề nhưng mà đây là dùng tự đâm đầu của
No.
Lên cái là đi mẹ thằng Boster.
Cụ ơi là cụ.
Boster bắn bị chạm ngu lắm rồi.
But actually, he just deviated away from the game plan that's been working for PRX. The pace, the aggression, Fnatic did not have an answer for it.
Quả đấy mà
And
ta bắt làm
instead in
thêm
this
đặc
round,
kia
maybe
thì mẹ.
overcooking things slightly. Went to fake that fast pressure and played into the kind of tempo that Boaster's super happy to call against. Immediately, Kayak realized it was a fake. Alpha got quick on the flank, and now we're back to even.
14.
Hôm nay, ui 821 à? Điểm chốc thế.
821 Boaster trận này cả trận trước tôi đánh giá Boaster bắn không hề tốt tí nào. Nhưng vấn đề là Boaster không phải là quá tệ.
Xem 821 ở đâu đấy? Xem là
821 là KDA của Boaster hiện tại. Nhìn để bạn nhìn vào cái camera của webcam.
He's the player that's getting up, getting forwards.
Osman with the dart. It's going to be a drone. Fnatic faking like they're taking B control. Looking to see if they can pull bodies.
Lùi.
Weaker. Soften it up
Lộ
for
không?
take now.
Chưa lộ.
Which disguises where the operator is. So it could still be on A.
Drifting though. PRX are losing control.
Hết đồ, đá vai hết đồ. Ui lao vào ai? Lao vào trong tay. Chúng ta đã bắt được Vinh.
Chân nhanh đấy. Chậm lại.
Boaster bắt được Vinh.
Cái gì đây? Hết cái đéo ấy đấy. Bên này đang tường cơ mà.
Với lại hạ bát.
Ui, xinh tele.
Ôi, đá vai hết đạn.
Thăm tinh chỉ có
Thăm tinh đơn độc. Từ tương lai ấy thăm. Anh cứ thấy dùng sân nhanh một tí. Ôi trời ơi. Mình something sống.
Hết rồi.
Áo này là something. Lộ người chưa? Chưa lộ.
Tôi tìm đất.
Phải bắn được kìa.
Có một
váy dao,
có lẽ một tất cả các cái có. Tôi có bắn đồ cầm dao này chứ. Bỏ qua cái thùng. Thôi. Something.
Không ra chim. Ra chim một cái.
Cái này của bạn luôn, kéo được sao Vinh. Tôi không hiểu nữa anh Vinh làm gì. Ôi quả đấy dao được đấy nhỉ. Dao mẹ quá lưng. Rồi chung kết thì dao dao chết.
Để được Fnatic cầm cái nắm nằng chuôi của map thi đấu này. Map thi đấu này đồng nghĩa việc là Fnatic sẽ đưa thế trận về tỷ số 1-1 và ngăn cản khả năng 3-0.
3-1 của thằng
là một vẫn còn nguyên
đưa trận đấu này là
thì là một vẫn hơi khó. Đâu chắc đéo thắng Mapol. Dấu bài Mapol
em sao?
Thing is though,
Em thì sao?
again could just go back to playing those fast attack sides.
Câu cả đã
Anh không trả lời em.
Câu cả hết ba câu trả lời.
Demonstrate they have an answer. There's been no evidence that they
Này không đét em nghe kinh nghiệm.
Mày ăn cứt nha. Mày muốn cu.
Cái gì đấy? Tôi nói gì đấy?
Cái gì đấy tôi.
If it ends up
chịu
being
rồi.
important later on.
Cuối cùng
anh
PRX Và sẽ thắng cuối cùng của map đấu này. Hai bên sẽ không còn cơ hội nào để có thể chuyện trò với những người huấn luyện viên của họ nữa. Nếu như PRX không thể vượt qua map đấu này thì đang phải đến map thứ 3. Ít nhất là sẽ có 4 map trận đấu này.
Chuyện trò với em.
Đối với tôi muốn 3-0 đánh mẹ lên lâu nữa.
Các thắc hút thôi.
Đi mẹ mồm vào sân chợ lại tí thắng rồi. Bấm dừng đấy đi. Bấm dừng 5 giây thắng rồi. Bấm dừng 5 giây đi. 133, 132, 31, 30.
Của em là
27, 26, 25. Mày xem nhanh 5 giây đấy. Chọn lại tí đi.
Không, của em nhanh.
Thằng có xem ở đâu á? Thằng xem ở đâu á?
Của em nhanh hơn mà.
Ôi giời ơi.
Nhưng mà mày xem ở đâu?
Ui Alpha giờ điên rồi. Em xem tấu con đi cu bị 3 năm lại 3v2. Thật đấy, sáng cửa nhưng mà chỉ có một mình Casey trong sai thôi. Casey sẽ phải
Hết rồi.
mình đấu 3
Đào thi đấu 16.
có lẽ sẽ phải có ít nhất 32 round. Casey vẫn sống mà, mình xuống cái gì ấy. Rồi chết mẹ rồi, vừa xuống chết luôn.
Út rồi.
Vừa xuống chết luôn.
Em xem trước tương lai ngày của nói thế.
Mấy người thắng lại á.
Mà đi tốn ra mình thắng à? Sợ bị spoil.
Tắt rồi. Ôi khổ
thân thắng.
Nhưng mà
làm đều đấy. Chịu không? Phải có thêm 15.
Em phải nhanh bằng nhà cái thì em chốt kèo.
Nhanh bằng nhà cái quyết định. Xem ở đây thì tắt mẹ nhà cái. Ngày xưa tớ biết cái trò mẹ đang xem giải cũng xem nhà cái cứ thế đéo rồi. Nhà cái lúc rết con lỏ với nhà cái cái tưởng thằng kia đón được nó flash phát nhà cái nảy một đống nước.
Cái tắc ui dồi điên rồi cái tắc vì con mẹ của mày.
Tao làm gì đâu?
Mày điên à?
Bọn tao vừa xem replay mà mày đang điên cái gì đấy? Mẹ nó nói thế khác đéo thì bảo nó thắng mẹ đâu.
Anh bảo nó
chưa thắng đéo rồi.
Thắng hóa ra là nhà cái chạy bằng mồm. Nhà cái chạy bằng mồm mẹ mới rồi. Mẹ thằng nói câu anh biết ngay thằng nào chết, dinh chết. Thằng này hay cái tắc bắn nó mồm á.
Rồi tắt đi, giờ hết game kìa.
Chịu rồi. Em chỉ nói thế thôi, em bảo cái tắc điên rồi.
Tắc điên rồi, ai chả biết đoán được mà. Cứ bảo là thì mẹ mày, em cứ đi, đừng nói thằng nào ăn được. Batman lại solo. Lại là solo sai thì Batman thì Batman còn second đang về gần chết. Sau đó là Navai. Thì nó vẫn hơi khó bật lên. Đặc biệt không lỗi thì Batman. Alpha giờ vẫn làm cái gì được lúc. Hở tay thì Alpha giờ này. Bắt được khổ của các viên Fnatic rồi. Something thì đang ở phía sau lưng. Something đang chưa đẹp lắm chứ. Something cái tường của Monster. Something hết đạn chưa, xong double kill. Hai viên từ anh Thịnh. Vẫn chưa thấy đạn. Thịnh muốn 22 đầu à? Thịnh điên rồi. Điên quá. Điên này thì điên mẹ luôn. Làm sao bắn được
Fnatic again with a really solid round to put themselves up once more. So many
15, 16 đều à?
Ôi, 18, 15 ấy, 17, 15 ấy.
The timing that Patman tries to take, he was rewarded for it previously. This time though, not focusing on the
bắn kiểu OT này thì bạn mày tốn
thể lực từ hai bên.
Forsaken pulls out the Odin to try to deny.
Tôi chỉ muốn đó là phải là
ui rồi ca
17
mẹ mày
18 16.
Thì em chơi ca tắc suốt ngày vã mồm linh thì buồn cười rồi. Úi xỉu.
Bắt được dinh tín hiệu cái chút chạy ở trong đây. Mất đi controller
rồi hết rồi.
Đéo gì muốn nói đâu.
Con chết đầu.
Thích cái chó.
Bóng smoke ạ.
Dinh đang có lượng không ổn lắm. Bị ca giác khám mồm hơi nhiều, cả something cũng nằm xuống luôn. Tại sao vẫn là góc đó? Vẫn là góc đó mà. Tại sao cái TPBank lại bỏ qua vậy? về 5.
Bom được
rồi. Phá cung
ngá ra để bắt tìm người đi. Câu đồ. Rồi bị chụp là ai? Không sao ken. Ok, sẽ có tiếng đu dây khá dẻo. Né được một lượng sức tương lớn. Nhưng người khó khăn nhất sẽ là cụ đa. Cụ đa phải làm nhiều thứ.
Cụ đa đi. Cụ đa của ấy luôn đi.
Cụ đa vẫn đang
xong rồi kết thúc. Một đều. Let's go.
Có rồi. Đã vài năm xuống. Tàn vỡ được break chưa đây. Chép cuộc kill cho Kazakh kết thúc. Từ thứ 2.
Vãi lều
về. Về thế cân bằng.
Fnatic vãi lều.
Mẹ là booster. Bắn ngu. Booster bắn ngu vậy tụi. Tuyển ngay thằng mẹ này. Thằng cái y rồi.
And in a final like this, so much is about endurance and how you pace
Up
next, Fnatic permaban.
Toàn xét đầu. Dính toàn xét đầu. PRX không có smoke. Khó.
Đi khá nhiều đồ. Alpha is hungry. Thằng Alpha đó thật. Giờ nói mạng
Hải ăn Indomie không?
Mẹ mồm không?
Em nấu chứ.
Em nấu cho. Đấu với ship ra về.
Em ship.
Free ship đi. Một đều rồi, mệt thế. Nào, chúng ta hãy cùng làm một tiết mục quen thuộc là nhìn qua kết quả của nhìn qua thông số của mắc phiếu thứ 2. Thế nhìn mắc phiếu thứ 2 xem không làm gì đâu. 15-17 là overtime bất tận và kết thúc là đáng tiếc cho PRX có fit comeback. Có nhiều lợi thế nhưng PRX đéo thất dụng được. Ngố thôi. Tôi đéo muốn xem đi bạn không xem một phí có.
Em ngài rồi.
Nói. Nói.
Em ngồi cái ghế xét gạt, em ngồi cái ghế xét gạt lab rồi nhưng mà em cảm thấy nó còn thua cả ghế gaming nhà em.
Chịu rồi, biết thế nào được. Ghế xịn chưa chắc gì đã ngon.
Đúng rồi. Thua cả cái ghế của ngài.
Chó. Có thể chịu không? Thì anh ghế rách chẳng so cái xịt cơ gì lắm.
Nhưng mà ghế của ngài êm đi. Cả tập bắn điên quá. Mày nào.
Giáp này 32 sát. 32 round 32 sát từ cái chết. Crazy có Nico bắn tốt. Alphazer nói thế chứ Alphazer
để cho đá
hơi chốc. Nó sẽ bắn của trung bình khá.
Để cho đá vai cánh tím nhỉ.
Đá vai cộng 8, Jing cộng 1. Jing dù chết nhiều đấy, ở mấy round cuối nhưng Jing sẽ bắn ổn. Đây chỉ có Forsaken là người chốc rồi. Bắn ổn thì Forsaken âm 11 thắng ạ. Forsaken âm 11. Jason anh chó thắng.
Phạm thắng.
Jason Phạm thắng là cái lồn đi.
How many steps you do a day?
Like 5.
How about you, Abigail?
Hôm nay đồ quần à?
Phan luôn à?
This is gonna be intense then, I guess.
I
don't know how many steps we're gonna take here, but we're gonna get the helmet up. Let's get the helmet up.
Áo năm ngoái.
Chả biết.
Cat, you got the PRX with the balloon.
Mà áo PRX kia áo cũ mà.
Abigail, the fanatic one, you ready for that one as well? Too much hair.
Kia mà.
We didn't plan this really on trying to get the helmet on time. Yeah, make sure you have your balance right as well. But Toronto, are we gonna try to go here for Abigail with Fnatic? Or how about Cat with PRX?
Nam Hải đi làm quá lọ.
I saw the votes up there, and it looked like there was a lot of PRX fans in the audience and around the world. So, all PRX fans, louder than Fnatic. PRX, make some noise. And Fnatic, make some noise.
Welcome back, everyone. And
Fnatic won.
Fnatic won. In case you're wondering, Fnatic won the balloon thing, majigum, whatever that is.
Official name, by the way.
That is the actual name of it. Indeed, it is. But we are all knotted up 1-1 in this series here. It's now time for our Verizon high-speed moment. This one gonna go to Alfier because we ended up seeing actually this Fnatic team really get awoken in this one. They needed this in order to get back into this movie.
They absolutely did. This was their must-win map in this series, and they had a bit of a rough start. Went down 0-4, lost the bonus round, but then as he has stepped up it many times throughout this tournament, it was Fnatic, or it was Alfier, I should say, who brought Fnatic back into this one. He has been playing so well individually throughout this entire run. Just looks so confident on that stage, Bea.
Ăn pha chờ quá. Ăn pha chờ.
Mì tôm.
Tôi muốn chuyển tí sang CS tí nữa.
Ok.
Chuyển tí Mông Cổ qua tao
Kiểu.
đi. 27 mẹ rồi, what the fuck.
10 anh lên được 30.
À đây là IM Đà Lạt.
The solo B defender is now working on.
Cú lừa CS2.
Vào Momo.
The field will not find the timing on the peak, and the Brit posts one when needed.
Vào Momo.
Last man standing, we can lean on Mezzi.
4,5 ấy.
Lots of moments like this.
Vào Momo cũng 4,5 nha.
It's a setup 1v1 in his favor. It's blitz without the information. But he's going to be rotating over and have to pull off some clutches. He did. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, that move from Zywoo totally changes things. It was an unanswered trade to kick things off for Mongols.
5 à? Mùi vãi lên.
Until Zywoo just found
Vitality trừ 3.
Phí giật 4-3 đã trừ 4,5.
Going back to mid.
Slight limitation, but a faster pace. Mongols going to jump on this. Zywoo hears it coming. Blitz slides down, distracted by the cat player. Unable to stop it on connector. Flames he offers up his back. Apex gets cover. And again, this is cycles for a bit, but these players have found their opening yet again. And it's low health.
có một, lúc có một. Và tự nhiên lại thành 2v1. Đéo hiểu tại sao nhiều một thế. Đặt được một quả bom. Đó là Techno có cây. Đếm ra một quả lửa. Bắt đầu nhìn về một hướng. Hai đánh bên kia, bắt được một người nữa và 1v1. Để thì có 1v1. Techno có cây và Messi. Tôi nghĩ rằng chiến thắng cho với Techno 4K 4 đều. 4 đều cho Mông Cổ. Quá nhiều số 1. May không có một anh bet. Yeah. Bình luận ảo quá, bình luận đéo với tao số 1. Cứ đổi một đi. Đổi một thế. Đấy, lý do khóa lên tôm nhé. Yếu tiền phi mít tới 4 đều. Mông Cổ bú.
Keeping this game close. We often see Techno fighting from the bottom of the scoreboard, but here we are in the major grand final.
4 đều cũng khá mà.
And his first clutch of the night. They asked Blitz on the desk, how would you describe Techno? First thing he said, this is my brother.
Second shot chance there for Zywoo.
And no easy rounds here for the Mongols. 5v4 already getting shot in the back as they're trying to get up on a cat, but look who's there. No one is in B. Bomb gets away safe.
They'll run it
down. Làm gì đây? Ôi, Zio bắt chết Zywoo rồi mà. Ném quả flash hơi lỗi. Bật mẹ trong sai. Đội trắng. Wow,
Talks
Dân
about
Dù
9,
cây
10
tốt
having
quá.
to travel so long to get
Cây
to
gì
play
phải
at
nằm xuống.
lands. Playing to be able to have a ticket to get
Bài
home.
viên của
Those kinds of
Vitality
stories,
sẽ
that
phải
kind
làm thế
of
nào
hunger,
đây?
we hear coming out of
Mọi
many
người
different
đang phải đấu
regions
mid vẫn khổ.
as to why players play so well.
Lúc đã cài lúc Z và Magic cài rồi Magic không được. Triple kill thì nó Senju. Là thứ 5 này rất gần.
You know why I grew up in Toronto?
Momo.
I lost the land.
Bị ông Mongo không? Bị ông Mongo không?
Five of the last 6 rounds, all with the Mongols logo stamped across them. This is the Deagle that kicked it off. A slight hiccup on a road to a completely vacant B bomb site, one that was understaffed.
I was disappointed to not see Nuke in this veto from the Mongols, but also they're showing us why they picked Mirage.
Summer không có Summer.
Có Summer không?
Certainly Vitality were ready for that pick.
Không có. Alphazo.
Ôi bóng này không có Summer hơi lạ anh. Thực sự là đéo để Summer lắm này. Nó không tự tin. Leon trách nhiệm. Bất ngờ qua Phaser đó là một hai duelist từ hình của Fnatic. Giờ anh đi phải correct, nhưng mà hình khá default của Red bắn khá nhiều. Something Zoru, Zingrams, đá vai Vice, Batman Fate và Forsaken Astra. Hình là đánh giá với Red vẫn là vô đối ở các giải đấu quốc nội đúng không?
Imagine, okay, we've got some form of an advantage. We can make Fnatic play this map, but we're also going up against a composition which you've seen before, granted, but
chỉ có Aki Tejo có thể đánh bại được Red của Hoa Kỳ. Bây giờ không có Aki ở đây, đéo có Tejo. Liệu có số 2 thì
Tejo bị nớp thảm quá, còn Tejo mà không bị nớp thì có khi chung kết Fnatic với cả
hai bọn này bắn Tejo được không?
So even though we know that their attack is phenomenally good, at least in the one example we saw at this tournament, we actually
G2 đó, cậu
PRX might suck at defending.
Sun AP à? Không chơi Tejo kinh vãi luôn.
It has been a very good map for them domestically though, and so if you look back there, you shouldn't be too worried about things. And I would echo what the desk is saying. You gotta win on your opponent's
bên set 2 có một team Dupri chiến thần bây giờ người đang mặc màu áo Falcon đã giải nghệ người có 5 bây giờ vừa giải nghệ tôi Dupri
a level of recklessness that you wouldn't expect sometimes. If Fnatic had any map that they just decided to send it on, it would be here on Pearl. And it puts all the pressure right back on PRX after they just lost in OT.
G2.
Seeing Fnatic on that attack side here as we step into Pearl. Big group up. See it up here on the casting desk, but potential for some early fights occurring out towards B.
Rồi, tỉnh giấc cho khớt trong. Thằng người Ban Nam nó vào chat nào mình đỡ để ý. Tưởng đéo thằng vào xem, thằng người Ban Nam có xem. Bạn thân của
Nam vẫn vào xem là thế nào, thằng Nam giờ phải đi ngủ chứ.
Nguyễn Văn Nam, bạn thân của thằng Ngọc.
Tưởng
học trò của thầy Nguyễn Văn Nam.
Muốn thầy Nguyễn Văn Nam đã chơi
thầy Nguyễn Văn Nam.
Bây giờ thầy búp từ 4,5 đến 6 đi.
Thầy đó búp cho mình, thầy cho mình đủ điểm của mình. Thầy gì mình đủ để con đi cay vậy.
Thầy em quá trình được 6,5, thầy cho đúng cho đúng 2 điểm để qua môn. Chúc mừng thầy.
Con chó.
Ủa, bao giờ?
Trọng tình cũng nằm.
Sổ rồi xong.
Đây.
Cái vị 3-1, cái vị 3.
Cũng đá vẫn kịp bùng pháp đầu một cái chắc không được.
Ôi rồi thằng kia lướt phát bắn vào đầu ạ. Vậy chứ.
Booster bắn, đâu theo booster bắn quả.
first map, I was looking at it and I was like, wow, that's kind of ridiculous actually.
Em kẹt bình thường em bắn như vậy mà.
Vì mẹ mồm. Em bắn cái motor cái điểm ở đầu cho bỏ tay nó ra, bỏ tay nó liệt đi. Nó bắn nó vỡ mồm.
Across these first two maps, they're up +14, now +50.
Thưa bằng ai?
After that pistol.
Có liệt ở VCT nó kiểu nó về cái danh vàng rách của em mới
From being down 4v5. Now sometimes
thắng
they do get those trades instantly if they're death balled together. But it's worth keeping in mind here. Time to jump. Every player apart from Boaster, very positive in the first kill department.
Oh yeah.
And Chronicle, he had massive impact in the pistol round, and now with just the Sheriff is able to go wandering, he's got a little more freedom.
Lasers posted, getting into spot and position. They're seeing signs of life here, but immediately Abyss. Backflips towards the back of the side. Rifle in hand, okay. Kayak trying to test himself a little bit. Sharp at the aim of the first shot, but step forward. Stall anticipated and recovered when it comes to the weaponry.
Người cuối lại là Forsake.
Throwing down the spike as well to make sure that they prioritize Crashy's ultimate.
Anh này xuống cuối hơi nhiều.
Giving it over instead to Chronicle, who's a little closer to the lockdown. Which is a big, huge tool that you can work with. Forsaken comes through.
Một cầu classic.
Spanks Alpha, yeah?
Vỡ đầu.
Bắn được classic đóng khẩu văn đồ.
Frenzy to be able to work
bắn đồ
with.
bắn lỗi đi.
Chịu.
Bây giờ có Frenzy, bây giờ một số tôi bắn khá nhiều. Frenzy có khả năng bắn tường vần khá tốt khi nó ngang sát thương của Spectre 2 viên vào đầu nó chết. Điểm trừ của nó là bắn xa. Cần khả năng control tốt. Điều mà tôi thấy là khá nhiều người không làm được. Nó sẽ cần xe là tự sát vào thôi. Mình có thêm điểm đỏ của
điểm trừ của em là gì Nam Hải?
Là thằng mốc.
Cái gì kìa?
Chết rồi.
Tự nhiên thắng được đổi quê sửa.
Mất quê rồi.
Mẹ quê.
Mất quê.
Em mất cả quê nội lẫn quê ngoại luôn anh. Đấy.
Sunset, they put up a
2-0.
really good showing. There was a possibility that they could have taken that one, but
hai bên đều thua. 2 round bonus rồi. À, hai bên đều thua, mỗi bên thua một bonus rồi. Thua rất nhiều bonus hai bên. Ở đầu trận đấu họ thua bonus luôn tỷ số 3-0. Sau đó dẫn chân lên đó tỷ số 4-0. Hai bên chưa thắng được bonus nào. Và thì trong chúng có phải họ thua bonus tiếp. TPBank.
Instant dismissal. Alpha, you might be getting a bit
overzealous there with a stun
potion.
Chết đi của Crashy.
Ôi, bỏ được something. Vượt nó khổ.
Tích đang hướng ngược với B à? Thả một cái tele để làm gì đây? Cái này cai chắc.
I mean, I don't think that Kayak's ever going to actually take that one. Certainly not with Divine watching it like a hawk. Alpha took a lot of spam when he was trying to get a little more aggressive and push his luck in A main. So it's going to be tough for him to get too much impact this round, probably on Kayak.
Cái nằm xuống. Không bắt được một chấp kill Forsake. Tôi hóa bắt mẹ rồi, nhưng tôi tưởng cái nằm xuống, đã phải nằm 13.
Vậy lại khổ rồi.
À, Fire nằm nốt.
Léo không? Kịp léo không?
Ôi,
rồi léo ốp.
Đấy được ốp. PRX đã shut down cái chuỗi 3-0, 4-0 ở giai đoạn đầu game. Để thắng ra bonus.
Mẹ anh em bao giờ
anh em mặc áo Peppa Pig thì bắn Viking đấy.
In this round, Alpha, yeah, the player with some of the sharpest aim in the entire server is going to bring a judge out.
Well, we'll see what he can do with it. Get up into their faces, perhaps already. He's going to do that over the wants it.
Cái gì đây ạ? Forsake đang là một cái master class ở đây. 6 mạng rồi. Khẩu chân lên của anh ấy đang phát sáng.
Có team rồi.
Mặt trước thì hơi trâu. Mặt trước thì gặp nhiều khó khăn. Bây giờ Forsake lại phải ưu tiên. Nhưng nếu mà một thắng, Forsake là người có chỉ số là top fragger của đơn vị của PRX.
going to be held into the hands of these Fnatic players, looking to see if they can take a bit of mid-control.
Let's go.
Sure, got stuck onto the corner, it doesn't even trigger the wall.
Dân đẹp quá.
Gonna need those heroics, but it's all watch. Crashes in a 1v5.
That's a beautiful round put together from PRX. It really is. And a wallbang even all the way through mid, putting a little bit of damage on the Crashies.
30 seconds
The
left.
combo of the C's nade into the pull and into the swing just destroys Fnatic, but they'd already been set up. All the way down into Flowers was a bit of an unusual one. And then his clone getting stuck, failing to trigger out the wall. You can definitely see, I think, that Fnatic are less comfortable.
Yeah.
The details are not perfect here.
Roll going amiss, that's ridiculous. Okay.
The slide is really
Quá
late.
nhiều cơ.
He's jumping through and trying to slide.
Để
That's a silly way of
cũng
ending.
cũng cười một quả buồn cười.
Ông Pat ra
Another
cười.
evil.
Cái gì?
Vì mất DNF đó. Nạn nó reset một
Ha
phát.
ha 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 ha.
Nó vừa reset.
It's gone into the hands of PRX. It's like mini in weapon form.
Something's really trying to min-max these timings, I think.
Mà em livestream 4 tiếng rồi.
Gate
3
crash
tiếng
back
49 phút rồi.
out here. Gonna be hearing that drone, just trying to
Ok.
avoid
Được
it.
bao nhiêu lượt xe?
Ducking, juking, but now, okay, recall start. Discipline is going to be there from Fnatic. Expect something to be here, that's the question.
Anh Thịnh vẫn đi pick. Thịnh ơi, vỡ đầu cá rắc luôn mà.
Lều, bắn thẳng vào đầu luôn. Bình vỡ nào.
Ghim thẳng vào đầu cá rắc. Khoảng 97% rồi.
Maybe Alpha's job here is just going to be to try to run a fake.
Dây 97.
Ok.
You see Chronicle inserted over towards A as the rest of the team tries to go back over towards and connect with this guy.
Chronicle's got to get some damage done too. Anything to crack this one open. Contact plays for now. Being peeked out by. Just there's the thorns. Down below it, he's going to be swinging wide. That good connection for
Ôi xong, căng quá. Đố vào luôn á. Đố vào luôn á. Đố vào luôn á.
Surgical almost, and it leaves it into Alpha's hands. Too much
Ồ.
for him to do.
Úi xồi.
Very comfortable there anchoring from Divide. Super comfortable in that kind of spot. Showing you exactly how to play around it. The flash, the thorns. And he's got a perfect idea of where the player is going to be positioned. Chronicle core. But now the rifles are back for Fnatic. Couple of rounds of lower recon. And now Alpha gets a Vandal. Something still with an operator, so always that's going to be a difficult one to work around. But Alpha's got to be the player that you've got eyes on to try to crack this open. 3 players though from PRX on the other side.
Sắp vào đầu phát, vào người phát.
Top there with a dart.
Yeah, that recon just to see if he could push away an opper that was going to be playing pillar. This is going to be a fight though from PRX.
Trying to use far back here. There's going to be that flash play. It's going on either side. Fnatic. Drawing blood. Jing, he's hard committed onto the corner.
Sao đấy?
Stay here. Oh my goodness. He wants to step up to the challenge. Satchels. Barely there to evacuate. He's going to be taking a high ground. All perch now. Called for a rapid rotation as the entirety of Mars has given up. Fnatic have access now to the safe side.
Full control and only something here. Fnatic should be on the line before the Yoru player.
Doubled up into the back of the site here. Again, oh my goodness, the margins. Just spotting another player, but is he expecting from behind? How
I mean, the movement's amazing there from something.
Doesn't want to overstep himself. Chronicle still on the control towards the back of it. The turret was placed down. Alpha's time to shine. He's going to be the playmaker here into this spot. Going to be taking a bullet.
Vẫn làm được từ break nha. Để 2 mạng liên tiếp. Something. Không kịp xử lý.
Ui rồi bắn trượt.
And finally recover both his operator.
Cũng hơi mệt rồi.
3-3, big round from Fnatic. I've got a question about what the hell went wrong with that PRX fight over towards B long before even this began. I think there was a team flash that came out.
They might have shot the clone, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was. But everybody really heavily blinded up there from PRX. Yeah. Just as they went to try to trigger the play.
Something ôm à.
Expression on the face of something. Op v op. It's actually Alpha, yeah, who's going to be running it this time as they try to take space towards B. Crashies is hearing this. Something with the being punished.
Insanely brave. Crashies does punish.
It's about as deep as you can get in the first 10 seconds over towards A main. A ridiculous outcome for something towards. He was hoping it would be unexpected, but can't quite hit the flick. And now in a 4v5, once again, by the way, Fnatic getting the opening pick. PRX are going to be incentivized to go for some kind of info peek play around the map. That's where Alpha's op could end up working its magic.
Flash got acknowledgement.
Yeah, you don't need to go for the active info just yet.
You should run.
You can feel it here with a lockdown. Drop down and defeat a Fnatic. You want to clear this one out cleanly. All up. Alpha trying to take this space. Pulled out a lot of util in the process, and you have to respect it.
Alpha throwing the operator over to Crashies as well, who can just play post plant with that weapon and his Hunter's Fury.
He's incredibly pushed forwards here, but Jake spotted out there with the info. Shorty of his own, Hunter's Fury. Hold on, ton of connections. Crashies looking for a little bit more, but just a one tag. Lights up a few of them. Showstopper. It's going to be committed.
Batman của mình có chân là vai đổi lại cái mạng của Batman. Poster cũng bắt được Jing trên đường bay luôn mà. Con này cho đánh giá đi.
Mất ulti, mất súng rồi.
Còn hội nào không?
Đấy rất liều.
Cái skin đáng chạm vào được cái defuse phòng lắm. Vài năm luôn. Và thích bảo rằng map này không dễ đâu, không dễ cho các Picker. Anh xa, PRX ơi, hơi mệt đấy. Buổi này đang làm tôi mệt đấy.
Alpha deep pushed up as well, just trying to play off the back of Crashies' ultimate.
Thôi cho em xin cái vị 3-1 đi. Cái 3-1 thằng nào chưa biết.
They're definitely in control.
And like you said, Brent, there was a huge connection with Crashies' ultimate the first time you ripped.
Vẫn mơ với 3-1.
Players down to 70 health. That definitely helped Alpha. But yeah, let's return back to the game from Fnatic then. It's that same slow-paced style on their attack side that they've been playing all tournament, and PRX are getting baited into going for these fights. And that's then allowing Fnatic to go for pretty simple execs and get the plant down. And the one thing that Fnatic's been amazing at all tournament long, really entirety of this team, has been post plants. They've been winning 82% of their post plants in this tournament. If you're PRX, you cannot allow them to get that spike down. But that also does mean fighting, and Fnatic are ready and waiting for it.
PRX can feel this map potentially slipping out of their grasp. Has been back and forth, to be sure, but Fnatic are stringing together these rounds nicely at this point.
And this next one could be massively important, because you look at Forsaken, Divide, Something's Operator, they wouldn't have any of those weapons back online.
Money again, Deep Horn. I'm going to break this one. Alpha looking to get posted. It's him versus something. Oh my goodness, that's immediately. The clone going to be taking that bullet for him.
And Alpha instantly gets on the line. Doesn't see a re-peek though, and Boaster's calling for this regroup on A. Jing, danger player, tucked. Forsaken playing a bait and switch.
I think no though. His A main control is going to be lost to the fire. There might be a timing drone forwards. Jing just swinging out wide. It's all anticipated.
Đánh chuẩn quá. Không có đột biến mà. Xảy ra rồi.
It's turning you into mincemeat.
That's a crazy play from Kayak, and Alpha's there again.
He's just playing his team in perfectly. Put your body on the line because at this point,
Quadra kill. Penta không đây. Penta kill. Không được. Đả bài 4 máu. Tiếc.
Ui xồi ôi, 4 máu.
4 HP between him and a sick clip.
Không lấy đâu. Ui, không kịp.
That round demonstrates not only the incredible awareness they have of PRX, knowing that Jing is going to be playing that position, or at least a serious threat. Alpha's attack up gets value, but then the killer instinct afterwards to dismantle the
chúng ta cần những em 2k5 như này, không phải em công.
Mày chơi 2k6 à?
Alpha continues to get further and further ahead.
Cũng bắn cũng hay. Nhưng mà em bờ lên quá.
Đau quá.
Đúng rồi. Tôi cần em Alpha một mình cân 5.
Em thắng so sánh Alphazer với em không. Không được có này tôi nghe kìa.
Gì đấy?
Em thắng vừa so sánh Alphazer với cả Công City. Chúng ta cần những người như Alphazer, chứ không phải như thành công.
That's a lot of damage to onto Chronicle though.
Bodies forsaken. Groups ever closer. TP into spawn.
Đây,
I think that
để
might
nào
be
thế?
forsaken. Cross placement. Trying to land
Hai căn gì nó lực vãi luôn. Cơ bắp cắt luôn.
Đẩy lắm. Đâu có Forsaken 2K4 mà.
Không. Alphazer mà 2 căn gì nó lực vãi luôn. Đu vậy.
Forsaken đâu bắn kìa. Liều vậy nào. Ô.
Batman bắt được đầu.
Ý thì làm được. Suýt làm được 2.
Batman. Đây đồ Crashy. Ảo mộng được thả ra. Ôi giời ơi. Crashy.
Lấy súng. Đúng rồi.
Cái này tha mình. Ôi Crashy.
Rồi.
Bạn Crashy hay vậy.
Xôi ô.
Khi mà kinh vậy luôn. Phải luôn Crashy. Điên à.
Batman à. Thua cả Crashy này.
Lại còn có cả lab. Được quá. Bố tôi đi này thì em mới đà bay ỉa mẹ nó máu.
Boaster just got escorted the entire way through. Turned into the VIP and Crashy's the bouncer, kept everyone off him.
There's a pull for the first time. It'll be used now.
Ui rồi, Water mọc đến nơi rồi.
And none of the space to do it.
Chấm
Shot darts flying. Crashy's just playing his life perfectly. Impeccable work. Impeccable work indeed, Fnatic.
That is a sick round from Crashy's. He's asked to do way too much in that situation. Alpha gets caught on the B re-clear, and Crashy's has to push forward, dodge a fade ult, get a kill, come back, defend Boaster as he
ban huấn luyện của Natwat trong thế luôn, bọn này chắc mỗi mẹ Boaster là cao tuổi nhất hội người cao tuổi.
30 tuổi.
Boaster nhà đáng hơn cả anh Crazy.
Something's brought the op out again.
Anh thắng.
Really good at navigating these kind of positions. Alpha takes a ton of damage early though.
A bit of spam through the wall. Dart overhead. Clone not broken either.
The utility's been really strong though.
6-3 thắng người ta. Thế 3-6. Đã được xảy ra.
Chụp nào.
A lot of the defense.
Cay đắng nó xảy ra ở map 3.
In the raw aim and mechanics to carry them through, and okay, Chronicle going pinging the swing.
That's nice support. Now something's going to take a risk and go for a peek into kayak at B. Fnatic the divide gets a little bit of info. Nice fight. Sorry, I said peek into kayak. It's Alpha. Time to jump. Something kind of staring at each other through walls. And Boaster's making the call to come back in this direction. They might not know that something's on the line. Here. Oh, spotted him.
Oh,
yeah.
Thịnh ơi, Thịnh nhìn thấy cái gì đó là ăn phát chứ.
Boaster ỉa vào đầu Batman.
Không có gì ở đâu Batman. Thì phải Batman ngu à? Thắng lại xem nhanh của mẹ.
Ui đạp phải điên. Đạp.
Nó cứ đá vai điên này biết mẹ nào đúng là như nào, đá vai chắc bắn 3 người đi.
Vậy là đặt mẹ biết rồi đi.
Chịu rồi. Nhưng mà em xem voi hơi đỉnh cao lắm. Xem voi phát người ta biết luôn được.
Ủa biết rồi đi.
Trời ơi 4-6 làm được không?
Đá vai mà tỏa sáng thì chứng tỏ phần đã tích quá ngu.
Đánh đồng vẫn.
Ôi từ từ em chỉ support có những đoạn điên rồi nha. Còn những kiểu chết như bình thường em không nói đâu. Em để ngày nó ui ỉa mẹ ra máu. Anh à. Anh à.
Đầu tư gõ ulti của vai đuổi vãi để cái ngoài ngoài. Nhà vai làm gì không?
Fnatic don't really want to commit because they know that the stack is here, but they don't have another option. They don't have a lurker to go back to with info in mid or A.
Xem đủ 5
đâu,
map đi.
xem hết 5 map đi.
Xem đủ 5 map đi.
Mẹ phải chung kết rồi.
Lông do vẫn luôn.
Mày có Hải.
Ngồi này sao phải chị e-sport được? Chị sao phải chị e-sport?
Ngồi đứng dậy mà di chuyển tí mông đít tí đấy.
Ui anh cường điên đây. Cường điên.
Một kill cho cường. Cả nhát. Ngon được.
Mẹ anh cường bắn như em thời trai trẻ.
Giờ mày là trai già.
Già đang 3 giờ vẫn xem thì đâu. 3 giờ không 8 giờ vẫn xem.
Lớp đúng nhìn mấy ông mày mì trông ngon đấy. Đấy thì đó.
Em bảo mà
ông nào
nấu mì đấy.
Ông nào nấu mì.
Em lướt Facebook thấy mấy ông nấu mì trông hấp dẫn vậy.
Vừa nấu mì vang.
Xem để trông đó.
À ra đây em nấu mì có cả topping. 2 trứng. 2 trứng và cá vít chiên.
Nhìn người ta múc băng trông hấp dẫn vừa là.
Ủa đào vai điên à? Điên mẹ. Ôi dồi ôi, Apollo.
What is going on with PRX?
Tôi thì làm cái gì đấy?
Em không biết.
Tôi làm cái gì đấy?
Ôi thì ra chỉ để đoạn đàn. Ăn bao giờ mẹ cạo mấy anh em à? Chắc là 57, em nghĩ là 57. 5 phép. Ui, ăn bao giờ bạn tên này. Bị bê úp à? Phải bê úp không?
Just the one known it leaves it to the rookie. He's been the glue for this team, but in a 1v2 already, players playing their lives, spotting signs of life.
Bùng nổ cầu trường với 6 đeo nào.
Tap.
Định ở sau lưng em không? Gỡ đừng nửa
half of the defuse might be earned. Patman holds it down, but again just a bit crashes.
Mày thấy tao biết ngay tao bắt bị ngu lại quả đấy.
Fnatic getting huge value out of the operator in this half.
Ngài hỏi em thì em
hỏi đâu?
Em hỏi
nói cái đâu?
Nghe mà. Em ai hỏi mà.
Hỏi
có làm
tư,
gì không?
hỏi tư thằng lồn. Đâu cần trả lời.
Ai hỏi em phải trả lời.
Thằng mẹ mồm mà hỏi tư.
Từ ok.
Hỏi xong biết ngay thằng ngu nó giặt ra để cho thằng kia bắn. Càng lỡ mẹ em mồm. Sợ đéo thằng ai phân.
Unreal scene from Fnatic. Seeing smiles across the board.
Đẹp quá. Nó như 57 là được.
Standing by with some of our co-streamer friends.
Chuột đẹp ấy.
Ăn bát chân.
Thank you so much for hanging out here in the co-streaming booth where I'm actually joined by French casters Kitty and also Renault. Kitty, Renault, welcome to Toronto. I just want to ask you your experience first, starting with you, Kitty. How's the
It's very good. I love the food, and yeah, the matches have been
amazing. Con chuột kia, con chuột kia là con chuột 2. Con chuột kia là con chuột 20x kìa Hải. Mẹ em đánh cá không?
Em lại free à?
What's your take so far between these PRX and Fnatic game?
Em cũng nghiện mấy cái hai tới.
Em nghiện ngài.
Gầy vẫn một chó gầy.
Xin phép mong này đi ngủ. Sợ quá luôn.
Hải, thằng Hải mày còn suy lưu lại cái đoạn đấy. Gầy vậy cứt.
Nghe hết rồi mà. Người làm định hóa ra nhiều người đang học học hơn.
Chiều nhá.
So what do you guys think about the new map Corot? Comment trouvez-vous la nouvelle map Corot?
Je m'attendais pas du tout à ce qu'on ait autant de petits angles à check. Les bombes sites sont très surprenants et donc je m'attends juste à énormément de gunfights sur les points, les choke points. Et donc ouais, moi j'ai juste hâte de la jouer tout simplement.
That's actually pretty cool because now you're saying basically if you don't understand French, all the words were in English there. So
anh đi ăn vị nào như anh cũng
đủ bì à? Anh thấy vị nào nó cũng ngon đấy.
Moi, la chose qui m'a surprise, c'est les
Không biết cảm nhận vị nào ngon. Gói muối, gói sốt nó người ta pha rất hoàn hảo luôn đấy.
Gói hồng là cay nhất. Còn gói ok,
ngon
gói ôn thì gói toan nhiều nhất là gói màu tím.
Em ăn gói màu đỏ. Em đi ăn gói đỏ vậy vì nó cay phê. KTP.
PRX đúng là something. À, hôm nay là đà vai Konsake. Batman something zing các bạn.
Who had an op in his hand at various points, was getting kills with a shorty, was getting kills with his ultimate, with a vandal. He's doing everything everywhere. And you heard it as they went into the halftime. Crashies saying, "You are so good. It must be wonderful for Crashies to be on this side of it rather than the other side of it." As he was in the past playing for
hóa điên rồi.
I mean, Crashies, a staple in best of fives. He's used to them.
He is. He's had the second most grand finals appearances out of any player in Valorant, only behind Chronicle, Tide, and Boaster.
Yeah, which you wouldn't expect.
It's crazy, isn't it? Well, they got so many.
Something.
The optic energy
Poster.
back here again.
Ui, đi mẹ, quét như cái đùi, nhưng mà đi mẹ mày.
They could really get this ball rolling here. 7-5, Boaster, timing taken. Hello, right click's not delivering him what he wanted.
Ôi rồi không, mình tan vỡ.
But Alpha, instant response. He does claim the life revive.
Anh Hải tan vỡ.
Không hiểu cái đéo mình xảy ra thì quay con đất.
Hỏi VL.
Nó thích làm muốn tôi đi ngủ sớm. Bật HLTV xem nào. Vitality.
Đi ngủ sớm. Đi để em bú cái rết mày lắm.
Vitality thắng 13 năm. À không, Mông Cổ thắng á? Mông Cổ thắng 13 năm mà? Cái gì đấy?
Phải luôn điên à?
Mông Cổ điên mẹ rồi tôi không? 13 năm.
Ai
Mông Cổ 13.
ở đây nào?
Phải luôn Vitality. Anh em và Vitality thắng vào Vitality win tổng đi kìa, 1.95 kìa. Lượt 2-1. Một quả Myret thì đúng là Vitality bắn ngu mà. Một kiếm rất là chuẩn.
Thế thì vào Vitality trừ 2,5 map 2 nhá.
Bạn thắng tổng đi em đi ngủ. Sáng dậy cầm tiền hoặc là mất tiền. Đớt 2 Inferno.
Have not been having like too much experience in these kind of roles, you know. You got Alpha as a hard entry here, and then playing Crashies in. Crashies still somewhat new to the team, and Alpha doesn't play a lot of the hard entry like this, but that's masterful start.
Rồi mình chơi mất 1 rồi thế. Vita làm quả ảo thật. Cua năm 13 mới rồi.
He's talked so much about how good the vibes are. And surrounded by incredible talent.
They're in full control of this map.
Which is weird to say. It truly is.
Ở đây em cược 2.500 vào kèo Fnatic 3-1 đúng không? Bây giờ bán được bán 5.500 rồi. Thế là 2 chấm hơn rồi. Ngày nghĩ thế nào? Có nên rút vốn luôn không?
Fnatic sliding forward, trying to set up Chronicle for the goods, and Boaster right there to claim it.
Really
aggro. 5.500. Ui, thắng nó này đến 6.000 rồi. Phải luôn. Thôi để cho Fnatic win luôn cái map này đi mẹ lên 10.000. Ôi rút. Tại vì em sợ tại vì
nghèo đầy vãi lên
5-9 rồi mình lên 13-9 mày cứ đợi bán đi nó cứng nó 13-9 một phát hại nghĩ cái việc chết mẹ mày
ôi tình bắn vỡ mồm khá lắm
Imo mà, mày spoil à? Hay ngược lại con chó?
Quên.
Nó cái đéo cái chết nhở? Lộ mẹ bây giờ.
Spoil rồi. Lúc sau mới bắt đầu.
Chó nha cái chạy bằng một. Đây rồi, Dinh bắt Alpha chơi. Poster con Nico đuổi mạng. Lời mọi người lên PRX. Rồi lên 6 đi. Cho mấy con chó lạ bạn. Fnatic. Những người từ Fnatic thành. Nó nhập Fnatic tôi thực ra tôi cũng thích Fnatic.
Thằng chó phản anh Cường.
Thích thay đội nói.
Data back Hall's going to be used as a response for it, and there it is.
Good flash timing too from Divide.
Để lại đéo kịp luôn, cả đó.
And 3 rifles saved. Bunch of armor as well.
Đấy.
That's going to keep PRX in.
Vãi lên.
Very aggressive.
Anh sấy.
On the peak. From something. And Jing ready for that reclear. Alfie has gone for it quite a
Đừng
few
chôn
times
nhá
now on
các anh.
defense. All 3 rounds, we've seen him slide in, trying to play somebody else in around mid. And this time, Jing
Tôm
wise
đi
to
mẹ
it.
mày mở toàn phút này. Tôm.
Còn vẽ lều trông dẫn.
Trông ngon. Trông ngon vãi là.
Đói vãi cứt.
I do like this play. Seen PRX go for this before. Recall smokes, horn, flash. Allows Jing to get set up.
Phải đợi đến 5 giờ sáng mai quán bún quen thuộc của em mới mở.
They threatened that they could have left somebody inserted. And they're going to go back to contest kayak.
Quán bún ngon.
Làm một flex để mấy thằng này chết đói.
Either take it or you renew another one. Spots the body.
Ngon vãi ở đáy. Thề.
Look, just as he has to throw out another gate crash.
Flash overhead. Layers down his retreat a little bit better. You're going to see another flash. Spawning bodies and looking to contest and contain. PRX though. Get out scot-free. Now you're seeing it. Cosmic Divide is going to be splitting up that site. Already a fast blood attempt is going to be called for.
Ôi đi mẹ mày, chó đi chôn à?
Hai đồng tôi cứ tràn vào như vu vào. Họ đang hủy diệt Fnatic. Hết tiền sẽ là 8-9 luôn. Có thằng mẹ nào đéo bán đi lại đái. Lại còn 5.000, 4.000, 3.000. Luôn nó là không đồng.
One of the weird things here is that Crashy's so he'd like to try to
Từ
go for
10.000
it,
còn
but
không đồng nhé.
Crashy làm 2. Crashy làm 3.
Mọi ta tìm rồi hơn. Mình nghĩ là ăn
TV
3.
đấy.
Ăn được 1.
TV đấy. Cảm ơn.
Ta biết mà. Cái họ chúng ta tìm cái đòi làm 3. 3 anh chạy vẽ đây mà nó làm 3. 3 con cặc. 3 con cặc thôi. Giờ có 3 thôi. Chỉ là
Ông ba đi ra.
Kênh chat ở kênh Voi này chỉ có 3 cơ chứ không gì có 3. Làm 3 nó mẹ không. Tôm xem lại em của anh thì tôm.
Anh xưng thằng em là như này. Nó láo từ ngoài đời lẫn trong game mà.
Biến thái hentai súc vật. Lúc bạn này lên giường nằm xem tí. Lên giường nằm xem. Tắt livestream đi.
Nguyễn Văn Nam này.
3 giờ 8 vẫn đăng tin nữa đâu.
Nguyễn.
Gọi cả lớp vào xem đi đó. 60 đi.
Gọi thầy Nguyễn Tu Trúc.
Con mẹ thầy vào anh tấn. Thầy bảo em làm bài ngay như bài multi-media.
Thiết kế đa phương tiện à?
Sợ quá luôn.
Môn đa phương tiện.
Đấy, môn đấy của anh thì cực kỳ được 2 điểm vừa đủ qua môn.
Anh còn kém hơn em.
Tại vì bài làm của anh đây bài thuê mà.
Không phải
thuê nó cao cấp quá.
Em
không hiểu bạn làm gì.
Làm gì?
Cái bảo bài thuê cao cấp quá, anh không hiểu bài làm gì, anh không trả lời được nhiều. Hay là đơn giản.
Nam Hải ơi.
Là sao?
Hải. Bảo bài được 2 điểm đơn giản. Anh không trả lời nhiều.
Không trả lời được nhiều.
Anh không hiểu bản chất.
Anh thì Tức là ông mới hỏi những cái phần mà anh không hiểu là nó làm như nào.
Đấy, thăm nói chuyện đi.
Nhớ anh em mình ra phương tiện nào tiếng.
Sinh.
Bộ lọc ảnh phong cách. Nhớ không em? Bộ lọc ảnh phong cách. Đi thiện bộ lọc ảnh. Buồn cười vẫn. Đi. Không phải nhớ quả phân công. Mày làm trắng đen. Tao
Mẹ, bộ ảnh phong cách đi.
Con nghe một cười quá. Đi dậy đường nhớ nghĩ lại nó một cười.
Tôi lại làm cái lồn.
Con mẹ.
Bái được mày.
5 điểm, em được 5 điểm.
Ngon.
Nóng trưởng vào đấy luôn này.
Nam mới nóng trưởng được nhiều hơn. 6 rưỡi nào ngày 6 rưỡi 7.
Tao
Ai? Ngài làm hết bài đấy mà.
Địt mẹ bọn chó. Cứ ốp bố ốp nhóm trưởng.
Đi. Ngài. Bọn đây. Nghe là không thầy nói luôn. Là bạn này, bạn Hải làm chính. Còn bố em là đốc cơ.
Bố lên hẹ. Bố lên chó mà mẹ.
Anh tưởng mày làm đốc cơ là mày làm cái này.
Đốc cơ là bọn chữ K này. DOC. Làm đốc anh ạ. Làm đốc. Đốc cơ của bọn em nó phải đốc cơ nghĩa đấy đâu cơ. Rồi đốc cơ, đốc con chữ K. Mẹ đốc phải đốc đó. Làm tài liệu nhé. Gõ chữ nhé. Chỉnh phong nhé. Căn lề nhé. Nghe ngu đần. Nếu sao không có một chuyện này.
Nghĩ lại vẫn buồn cười vậy luôn. Rất buồn cười ấy.
Mẹ. Ui, cái lồn giết trong phim điên à? Tỉnh nào thế?
Sắp làm cái gì ấy?
Nó nghĩ nó lừa thằng kia. Thà đi mày đéo cơ lôn đúng phim. Thằng kia đéo bắn cơ lôn.
Thôi đừng có đẩy nữa, lại đẩy linh tinh rồi.
Trinh ơi, đừng góc này đẹp lắm rồi.
Đẩy linh tinh.
Cút.
Cút.
Tự nhiên 3 bên thành 3 bên 5.
Cái gì chưa có
Cút hết.
Ba biết à?
Cút hết.
Thôi 2 bên 5 thì rồi.
1 bên 5 một này.
Biết cứu.
Này trai.
Bộ lọc ảnh phong cách cá nhân. Ấy ai?
Ngu chứ nhỉ? Đề tài ốc pháo. Đề tài thì điên viên được từ đâu.
Trông mấy bọn kia làm kinh vẽ đồ nhóm mình làm gần cuối thì vẽ đái. Không rồi buổi tối hôm đấy đi ăn. Hôm đấy đi uống bia với thầy luôn ạ, vãi luôn.